The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. It is May the 29th, 2024, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Now, here is This Day in History. In 1453, Constantinople, capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, falls to the Turks under Mehmed II, ends the Byzantine Empire. Boo! 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 In 1592, Battle of Shikino, Korean Navy, led by Admiral Yi Sun-shin, repels the Japanese fleet. First use of Korean turtle ship. In 1660, on his 30th birthday, Charles II returns to London from exile in the Netherlands to claim the English throne after the Puritan Commonwealth comes to an end. In 1851, Sojourner Truth addresses first Black Women's Rights Convention in Akron, Ohio. In 1942, Yankee Doodle Dandy, based on the life of George M. Cohan, directed by Michael Curtiz, starring James Cagney and Joan Lindsay, premieres in New York City. Academy Award, Best Actor, 1943. Also in 1942, Bing Crosby records Irving Berlin's song White Christmas with John Scott Trotter Orchestra and the Ken Darby Singers in just 18 minutes, becomes the world's best-selling single, estimated 100 million copies sold. In 1922, U.S. Supreme Court rules organized baseball as a sport and not a business, and thus not subject to antitrust laws. In 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay are first to reach the summit of Mount Everest as part of a British expedition. And that was This Day in History. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Listen to the rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the great song styles of Connie Haynes and Bob Matthews. And that Humpty Dumpty little daddy's boy, who, when asked what he'd like to give his father next Sunday, quickly replied, Costello, you got...
Come on, lady.
Costello, you got the wackiest family I've ever saw. Yesterday, they were all walking around the house carrying signs.
Well, we got to do that, Abbott. We're picketing the kitchen.
Picketing the kitchen? What for?
Shorter hours between meals and longer spaghetti.
And another thing, Costello, I noticed that you've got 3 police dogs sleeping in your parlor. When did you buy them?
We didn't. Them police dogs, they don't belong to us, Abbott.
Then what are they doing in your parlor?
The finance company put them there to watch the furniture.
Costello, look. All right, look, please. How can you have all your relatives living with you?
We put bleachers in our guest room.
Oh, please. What a bunch. I notice your Uncle Artie Stebbins has a very bad cold. How did that happen?
Well, you see, Uncle Artie sleeps with his pet skunk. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, the skunk got up and opened the window.
No, that's ridiculous. Yes, I get it. That's ridiculous. Tell me, Costello. Will you listen to me, please? Is your Uncle Mike still living with you?
I beg your pardon?
Is your Uncle Mike still living with you?
Oh, my Uncle Mike. You know, I was lost for a second.
Well, you should.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Abbott, yeah. He's very helpful around the house.
He is?
Last week, he connected the radio up to the washing machine.
What good is that?
Now, every time my mother washes Pop's red flannels, Frank Sinatra sings, Super Sod, lots of more Super Sod.
Yeah. All right. Will you please? What's the matter with you?
Super Sod?
Yeah, you said that.
We get a case of Super Sod.
All right, we'll get it, but that's not the point. Your father should ask him to move.
Oh, he will when he finds out that Uncle Mike hung the shower curtains in the living room.
He hung the shower curtains in the living room? What happened?
What happened? Well, my Aunt May went to take a bath. She slipped off her bathrobe, grabbed the soap, pulled back the shower curtains, and stepped right out on the front porch. And she sang, Super Sod!
Look, Costello, what became of your cousin, Tilly? Doesn't she live at your house anymore?
Oh, no, we had to get rid of Tilly, Abbott. She was ruining our front hall.
Tilly was ruining your front hall?
Yeah, she's so bow-legged, she scraped all the paper off the walls.
Tell me, Costello, how did your cousin Tilly get so bow-legged?
That was caused by the trip she took coming from Patterson to Hollywood.
Oh, no. How could Tilly's trip from New Jersey to California make her bow-legged?
She hitchhiked the ride on an oil truck.
Costello, why did your family ever come to California in the first place?
Well, my Uncle Mike came out here to sell his invention. He invented magnetized cheese for catching rats.
Magnetized cheese for catching rats?
Yes. And this cheese is so powerful that any rat will stick to it like glue.
Well, why doesn't your Uncle Mike sell it?
He can't get it out of his hand.
Oh, that's preposterous. All your Uncle Mike does around here is go to the racetrack. I saw him out there Saturday.
He had to go to the racetrack, Abbott, to work on his new experiment. He's crossing a horse with a fish.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. That's impossible. Nobody can cross a horse with a fish.
Well, I heard him tell my Aunt May that he put a fin on a horse's nose.
Look. Costello, you're an imbecile. Why do you continually insist on showing your ignorance?
What's the good of having ignorance if you can't show it?
You are even dumber than your Uncle Mike. Why did your Aunt May ever marry him?
She married Uncle Mike because he reminded her of her first 7 husbands.
Your Aunt May had 7 husbands, and they were all like your Uncle Mike? What a gamble she took with love.
Yeah, she finally hit the jerk pot.
Costello, I sympathize with your father, living with that bunch of parasites.
What did you say?
I said your relatives are parasites.
That's a lie. They are not parasites. They're Americans just like you and me.
Oh, Costello, why don't you do something to make your father happy? Look, why don't you go out and get a job?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Abbott, because I promised my mother I would never hurt anybody's feelings.
Your getting a job couldn't hurt anybody's feelings?
It could hurt mine. Besides, I tried to get a job in the Air Force as a bombardier, but they turned me down.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Okay, I'll read you this letter they sent me. Here it says, right here. Dear Lou Costello, we cannot use you in the Air Force as a bombardier. The general listened to your program last Thursday night, and he said Costello may be all right on the radio, but how do we know he can raise those eggs from 10,000 feet?
Ah, get him out of here. Get him out.
Dramatic Bob Matthews. With Will Osborne and the orchestra, Bob sings There's No You.
I feel the autumn breeze. It feels across my pillow as soft as a will-o'-the-wisp. And in its song there is sadness because there's no you alone. The autumn trees, how softly they're sighing, 'cause summer is dying. They know that in my heart there's no gladness because there's no you. The park that we walked in and the garden we talked in, how lonesome they seem in the fall. Stormy clouds hover while falling leaves cover our favorite nook in the wall. In spring we'll meet again. We'll kiss and recapture that summertime rapture. And from that day, nevermore will I say, there's no you. From that day, I won't say, there's no
Well, Costello, there's a taxi. Call him. Call a taxi? Yeah, call him.
Oh, taxi! Taxi! Hey, cabby, are you engaged?
No, but I'm going steady. Okay.
Hop in. I'll take you down to the department store so you can get a present for your father. How did you know we were going there?
I got a script, too.
If your father wasn't my landlord, I'd fire you off this show tonight, brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And if I wasn't bigger than you, I'd punch you right in the nose.
It so happens that I am bigger than you.
That's a better reason.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's go before the store closes. My goodness, Costello, this department store is certainly crowded.
Oh, this is nothing. You should have been here with me Saturday. They had a sale on men's trousers. What a mob. How them women were grabbing the stuff. One little short woman in back of me kept hollering, I gotta get some trousers for my husband. I gotta get some trousers for my husband.
Did she get them?
She must have. I went home without my pants.
I beg your pardon, Saturday boy. Aren't you Lux Radio?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I've been following you all around the store. I got a very important message for you. It's a special delivery.
Special delivery?
No, a telegram. And it's 50 cents collect.
Okay, here's the 50 cents.
Oh, thanks. I'll sing it to you. Happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to you. Lucas to Hill. Lucas to Hill. Lucas to Hill.
Lou Costello.
No, Bud Abbott.
Look, will you, who sent that telegram?
I did.
You did. Well, in the first place, this isn't Father's Day. And in the second place, you don't even know me.
That's right. But can you think of a better way to make a half a buck? Oh, so long, you chubby little rascal.
Well, that's what you get for talking to strangers, Costello. But come on. We've got to find a present for your father.
Hey, wait a minute. There's the undies department, and I need some. Hey, Clark.
What's on your mind, rough, round, and repulsive?
I'd like to see some underwear that would fit me.
Who wouldn't?
They got funnier lines than me!
For your information, Tubby, this is a ladies' lingerie department, and I am a Model C.
A Model C? You look more like a Model T.
Young man, be careful how you talk to that lady. She may be a woman.
Boy, this show is suffering from too much help. Hey, Abbott, fire that guy.
No, we can't. The Manpower Commission froze him to this job.
Yeah, well, remind me to defrost him in the morning.
Hey, Costello, there's the notion counter over there. Maybe we could get something there, huh?
Oh, look at that girl behind the counter. Ain't she beautiful? Gorgeous, have you got any notions?
No. And if you all got any, you'd better get rid of them. My father is a store detective, and he's 6 feet 5 inches tall. He weighs 270 pounds. And yesterday, a fresh guy like you flirted with me, and my daddy bashed his head in. Now, what do you want? Gloves, socks, or handkerchiefs?
I'll take an aspirin. Hey, look, Costello. Now, there's something that would be very nice for your father. A nice, soft pillow, filled up with down. Up with down? Certainly. You see that pillow up there? That's down. How can it be down if it's up there? You dummy, I'm not talking about where it is. I'm talking about what it is. The pillow is up, but it's down. It's up, but it's down? Abbott, are we both looking at the same pillow? Of course, that pillow up there. Then you admit that the pillow is up. Certainly it's up, but it's down. Look, I've been watching that pillow and it ain't moved yet. It's still up there. That's right. You just said it was down. How did it get down? It didn't get down. It is down. It's always been down. That pillow is down even when it's up. One of us is nuts, brother. That pillow is down, Costello. You get down off a duck's back. That's a lie. I never even got up on a duck's back. I didn't say you got up on a duck's back. I said you get down off a duck's back. How can I get down off a duck if I never got on a duck? Please. You don't get off a duck's back if you don't get on it. Yeah, now listen, you dummy. When I say the pillow is down, I don't mean down like in the direction down. I mean down like the kind of down you get when you get down off a duck's back. And that kind of down can be up or down, and it's still down. Oh, when you say the pillow was down, you don't mean down like the direction down. You mean down like the kind of down you get when you get down off a duck's back, and that kind of down can be up or down, and it's still down. Now you've got it. Oh, I got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Get him out of here.
Well, fellas, hold on now. Here's lovely Connie Haynes with a kiss. A kiss good night.
A kiss good night is all right, but remember this, that a kiss good night leads to another kiss. A kiss good night with a hug real tight is nothing short of bliss. And a kiss good night leads to another kiss. It's an old custom for a boy and a girl to embrace in some secluded space. Little Mr. Cupid never could be quite so stupid as to do a turn-by-face. Just ain't right. Kiss good night and not a 3 or 4. 'Cause a kiss good night leads to a dozen or more. You kiss me once, kiss me twice. Oh, baby, how you kiss me so nice. I have a suggestion. Please kiss me again. It's an old custom for a boy and a girl to embrace in some secluded space. Little Mr. Cupid never could be quite so stupid as to do a turn like face. Just ain't right. It's good night and stop at 3 or 4. 'Cause a kiss good night leads to another.
Well, Costello, we've been all through the store, and you still haven't bought your father's present. I don't know what to get him, Abbott. Every time I get him a present, he loses it. Last year, I bought him a watch. He lost it. You bought him a watch and he lost it? Yeah. How did he lose it? He couldn't keep up the payments. Talk sense, Costello. Look. Hey, there's your Aunt Eva in the sporting goods department. Now, I wonder what she's shopping for. Oh, she's going to buy my Uncle Tom a shotgun. Did your Uncle Tom tell her what kind of a shotgun to get? No. He don't even know she's going to shoot him. And Eva's very mean to your Uncle Tom. She is not. 2 years ago, she made him a sponge cake. A sponge cake? Yep. He still uses it every time he takes a bath.
Well, now, that's silly, Costello. Look, why don't you get your father a book or a game, something to amuse himself
I
with?
couldn't do that, Abbott. Last Christmas, I got him an electric train to play with, and he had a terrible accident.
Oh, now, come. How could your father have an accident with a toy train?
He was running it in the living room, and when the train went by, he thought he saw an empty seat, and he jumped for it.
All right.
He thought he saw an empty seat, and he jumped for it.
You said that.
Well, I got a bigger laugh the second time.
Well, all right. Say it again, then. I don't care.
He thought he saw an empty seat, and he jumped for it.
All right, look.
You know seats are tough to get.
Yeah, all right, look. Wait a minute. I got an idea. Why don't you get him something to wear? How about a full dress suit?
Oh, you know my father ain't a fancy dresser.
Well, your mother should make him dress up.
Dress up? Why, my mother has to sprinkle tacks around the house to get him to wear shoes.
Costello, there must be something that your father needs.
I got it. I know exactly what you need.
What is it?
I'll get him a vest with rubber pockets.
What does your father need a vest with rubber pockets for?
Because when he eats out, he always likes to take home the wet tea bags.
All right.
Sorry, joke, huh?
Anything to get it settled. Go ahead, buy him the vest. And now, Costello, if you're going to step out with your father, you should get yourself a new suit. All your clothes look terrible.
I can't help it. I wish I had somebody to pick up my clothes for me.
Now, you know, I'm glad you said that, Costello, because right here in this store, they have the world's greatest authority on men's clothes.
Greetings, gentlemen. I am the world's greatest authority on men's styles, Professor Melonhead. Better known as Fashion Plate Melonhead.
Fashion what, Melonhead?
Fashion Plate.
Wait, your head looks more like a soup bowl. Hey, get a load of that shiny dome. I've seen more hair on a 10-cent toothbrush.
Costello, wherever I go, my head arouses admiration.
Your head would arouse the mother instinct in an ostrich. And it would get results.
Now, Costello, you should knock the professor's head.
I've knocked better-looking things than that with a croquet mallet. Hey, Melonhead, if you can get two more guys with heads like yours, I can get a steady job.
Doing what?
Hanging out in front of a pawn shop. With a skull like yours, I'll bet you don't get any girls.
No, for your information, Costello, I get more girls than I can shake a stick at.
Yeah, but who wants to go around shaking sticks at girls?
Oh, come, Costello. We're wasting time. Professor Melonhead, do you think you could make a well-dressed man out of Costello?
Abbott, I could make two well-dressed men out of him and have enough left over to make an overstuffed midget. Now, Costello, the trouble with you, Mr. Lou Costello, is that you're out of shape. Look at you. Instead of your shoulders being square, your stomach is square.
Well, I can't help it, Melonhead. That's because I eat Wheaties.
Whoa. Wheaties? Eating Wheaties makes your stomach square?
I eat the boxes, too.
Now, Costello, look. To correct the slope in your shoulders, I will have to pad them up.
What are you going to pad them up with?
Down.
Up with down?
Down is up, yes.
Get out the back of the
Now, wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
Who's on first? Who's on first?
All right, never mind that, please.
What's on second?
No one said anything of the kind. Shut up, Costello. The professor is only trying to help you.
Of course, Mr.
You
Abbott.
know I'm lost again?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, Professor.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, Professor.
All right. Who talks? I do. Mr. Abbott is right. It's my turn. Mr. Abbott is right, Costello. You look like an embryonic wharf rat. Now, look, what's the idea of wearing...
Fine place to find my parts on wharf rat. Gotta find it on wharf rat.
Look how you're dressed. What's the idea of wearing that locket around your neck?
You shouldn't have mentioned that, Melonhead. No. I wear this locket as a remembrance to my old girlfriend. Poor Ruby. In here is a lock of her hair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Ruby gone?
Nope, but her hair is.
Oh. Why, you irritating imbecile, if I were your father, I'd give you a Mickey.
Melonhead, if you was my father, I'd take it.
Come, Professor. All this is not getting Costello dressed up now.
You're right, Abbott. Costello, how about your clothes? You have flannel?
Yes.
You have gabardine?
Yes.
You have twills?
What?
I said, do you have twills?
Only when I go out with girls.
Good. All right. Now, Costello, I will repair your entire sartorial ensemble. First, I will put a zipper on your seersucker. I'll cut the frayed edges off your cashmere. I will twist your tweed, shorten your shape. I'll take a sharp needle, put a few stitches in your worsted, and then I will run a hot iron over your herringbone.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Hut, Costello.
Don't touch me, Melonhead. This time you have gone too far. I didn't say nothing when you took me for a sucker with that zipper. I kept my mouth shut when you put twisted weed in my Chevrolet. I didn't squeal when you took that sharp needle and put stitches in that innocent cashier. When you took that hot iron and deliberately burned that poor herring's bones, you not only impugn on my good name, but you have cast aspersions on Hart, Schaffner, and Groucho Marx.
Oh, get him out of here.
You've been listening to the Abbot and Costello Show with Will Osborne and his orchestra, Ken Niles, and with songs by Bob Matthews and Connie Haynes. In the time that remains, we present music by Harry Sosnick and his orchestra, chorus, and piano soloists.
How many bacon packages do you look at before you find one you like? Well, Oscar Mayer knows just what you're looking for. Bacon that cooks up like this, with nice, even slices, and the best balance of fat to lean. At Oscar Mayer, that's the way we select our bacon, too. Before you ever see it, you get consistently high-quality bacon every time, because we do what you do before you do it. Oscar Mayer, America's best-selling bacon.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Crosby Clooney, number 70, for Friday, June 3, 1960.
Well, Bing, you all set?
Yeah, I guess we can make another one. Yep, here we are, just Rosie and me for Fells and GE. That's Fells and Company and General Electric light bulbs, folks. Now keep them in mind, will you? At all times.
Well, who's going to sing, you or me?
Well, why don't you take a whirl at it, Rosie?
I think I will.
I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every hour is spent dreaming of you. I need you. Oh, how I need you. When I feel so blue, I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you.
Say, Miss Rosie, you know what I'd like to hear?
Is it spelled gentle F-E-L-S?
That's what it is. How about singing the Gentle Fells song?
That I like.
gentle as a flower smells, gentle, gentle fells, clear golden liquid with lanolin D, keeps hands washing dishes lovely. Gentle fells, gentle fells, gentle fells with lanolin D.
Rosie, that's lovely.
Thank you, Mr. B. And lovely is the way Gentle Fells keeps a lady's hands, no matter how many dishes she washes a day.
Gentle Fells is the only dishwashing detergent that contains lanolin D to protect your hands from getting red, raw in the dishwater, right?
That's right. Creams and lotions have lanolin to keep skin lovely. And Gentle Fells has lanolin D to pamper your hands.
You keep talking, about how wonderful Gentle Fells is for your hands. What kind of a job does it do with the dishes?
Leaves them spotless.
Do it?
Yes, it do. Grease and stains just slip off. Dishes and glasses dry sparkling clear. Gentle Fells is great for fine washables, too. It contains a wonderful nylon brightener. That's why it's such a good idea to get Gentle Fells for the bathroom and for the kitchen.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes.
And don't forget, all you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and instant Fells naphtha.
A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you. A sunny day with hopes up to the sky, a kiss and no goodbye. That's all I want from you. Don't let me down, oh, show me that you care. Remember, when you give, you also get your share. Don't let me down, I have no time to wait. Tomorrow might not come when dreamers dream too late. A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you. Let me down, oh, show me that you care. Remember, when you give, you also get your share. Don't let me down, I have no time to wait. Tomorrow might not come when dreamers dream too late. A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you.
Say, Bing, mind if I ask you a question?
I am at your service at all times. What's the problem, Rosie?
Well, here's what I want to know. Are people getting smarter?
Well, I hope so. That's all I can say.
Oh, Rosie, there's no doubt about it. People are much smarter than they were, say, 50 or 100 years ago.
They are, huh, Ken?
They're better informed, more alert.
Oh, sure. We're becoming more intelligent. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I have proof positive that certain birds are getting smarter.
Birds? What certain birds?
Seagulls.
You've got proof, huh?
Yep, I certainly have. I'm speaking, of course, of West Coast seagulls.
Yes.
Southern California gulls have a very high IQ.
Just another boost for this wonderful climate, huh?
No, you think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Yes, I do.
I'm not. You just get this. Down at the Silver Strand State Park on San Diego Bay, The seagulls have been digging clams and dropping them on the sidewalk to open them.
Say, that is clever.
Isn't it? So a sign was posted, quote, breaking clamshells on pavement is prohibited, close quote.
Breaking clamshells on pavement is prohibited. What happened?
What happened? The gulls stopped dropping clams on the walk.
Oh.
Entirely?
Practically. Of course, there's always a louse in the crowd, you know.
I know.
So you figure the seagulls read the sign. Is that it, Bing?
What else? The clam dropping diminished the minute the sign was tacked up. It only proves one thing. Seagulls dig the English language.
They may be very literate, the gulls down San Diego way.
Yeah, apparently they are.
Oh, sure. The whole area is stimulating down there. It's lovely. La Jolla, Coronado. But to return to my point, those gulls not only read the sign, but they heeded it, you see.
People don't heed signs, huh?
Usually not. They throw rocks at them, shoot holes in them, deface them.
And seagulls never disfigure signs, huh?
Well, I never saw a gull throw a rock or even a clamshell at a sign. Never.
I'm just checking. I just want to know.
Should we leave the harbor now?
Not till I sing Harbor Lights.
Of course. What am I thinking of?
Same old harbor lights that once brought you to me. I watched the harbor lights. How could I help if tears were starting? Goodbye to tender nights beside the silvery sea. I long to hold you near and kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other harbor lights will steal your love from me. Once more, but you were on the ship and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other
Ken, what do you got to sell this morning?
General Electric soft white bulbs, Bing. What else?
How do you think of so many things to say about GE bulbs?
Rosie, the sponsor gives me gentle hints once in a while, of course, and then, naturally, I do research.
Oh, yes. What's the big book, Webster's Unabridged?
No, this is a Shakespeare concordance.
What's the Swan of Avon have to say?
Well, here's one from Othello. Put out the light and then put out the light. No, that won't do. But here he says, in The Taming of the Shrew, By this light, whereby I see thy beauty.
Oh, that's much better. General Electric soft white light, I hope.
Rosie, I'm sure the Bard would have used none other.
But you don't need research to tell you how much better GE soft white bulbs are, Ken. All you have to do is look at them.
Of course, that's true.
Instead of a big round hot spot that glares in your eyes like ordinary bulbs, they give a soft white light all over. So easy on the eyes and no hard shadows.
And so friendly to the female complexion. My favorite GE soft white bulb is their new, smaller, brighter 100-watt. Well, it's no bigger than a 60. You can put it where you just couldn't squeeze a 100-watt bulb in before.
Ever squeeze a light bulb?
Don't reckon I ever did, Ken. Why?
Well, if you did, you'd see why General Electric makes them in that streamlined teardrop shape. It's the strongest, most practical shape that scientists have ever been able to figure out for a light bulb.
It's begun to appear here, Rosie, like Ken thinks we ought to all stock up on GE soft white bulbs.
I agree.
Well, that old man river must know something, but it don't say nothing, 'cause it just keeps rolling, keeps on rolling along. And it don't plant taters, don't plant cotton. Them that plants 'em is soon forgotten, but that old man river just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, body's aching and it's racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, get a little drunk, you're gonna land in jail. I get weary, yes, I'm sick of trying, tired of living and I'm feared of dying, but that old man river keeps rolling along. Got a sweat and strain, body's aching and it's racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift up that bale, get loaded, gonna land in jail. I gets weary, sick of trying, tired of living and I'm feared of dying, but that old man river keeps rolling along.
Rosie, what do you say we display our linguistic talents for the folks?
You mean, should we turn a few fast foreign phrases for the edification and amazement of all? Especially us?
I think we could blitz Berlitz a little here.
Well, I'll grab my pocket guide and be right with you.
This is say CC, folks, in the continental manner.
Please, mes amis.
Naturellement.
They say CC. In France you'll hear oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says ja, ja.
Every little Russian says da, da.
My sweetheart, tell me why.
No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. When will you say CC? Here's a little knowledge, why say yes.
That educational, inspirational, most sensational, yes. In Spain, they say, si, si. In France, you'll hear, oui, oui.
Every southern lady knows her stuff.
'Cause her answer always is sure enough. But sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try,
You won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. When will you say si, si? When will you say si, si?
We appear to be running out of time, Rosie.
Then we'll just skedaddle on out of here till Monday.
Righto. Rosie and I will be back here Monday, friends, on this very same station. And a happy weekend to you all.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter, hoping you have a pleasant weekend, and join us again on Monday, won't you?
In some ways, I'm old-fashioned and sentimental. I save love letters, and I press flowers in books. But I do like the modern way to have prettier hair. That's why I like Nice and Easy. It's got built-in conditioners, and the color looks so honest. It lets me be me. I guess that's why Nice and Easy is the world's best-selling hair color.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, for the Community Center Building Fund at Woodland Hills, California, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Fred Astaire. Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Woodland Hills, California, where the deer and the real estate agents play hope. Telling all you gals to brush your teeth with Pepsodent to preserve what's under your smeller, and at the stroke of midnight, you too can become a Cinderella and marry a Rockefeller. Wasn't that a beautiful wedding? Texaco's having it annulled, you know. Well, here I am back in California. Yes, sir, we did last week's show from Washington, D.C. and left just before the investigation. But I love to go to Washington, if only to be near my money. Not that I mind paying taxes if they just let me feel it a little longer. I was quite a curiosity in Washington, no subpoena and no hat in the ring. I fell as out of things as a campaign manager for Eisenhower. And you know, with this fuel shortage, it's really cold in some of the hotels back there. I looked in my closet one morning and my top coat was wearing my overcoat. I finally called the manager of the hotel and I said, "This is Bob Hope and my room is freezing." He said, "I know, we didn't want you to spoil." And the hotels are so modern, all the bellboys have the new look. They're wearing their palms 2 inches longer. But I just came back on the super cheap, and they really give you good service. In fact, when I got too bumpy, they even gave me a softer mail sack. What a train trip. All night long, the wheels kept me awake singing Bromoseltzer, Bromoseltzer, Bromoseltzer. Finally gave me such a headache, I had to get up and take one. When I got off the train at Albuquerque to buy some Indian souvenirs, I didn't realize it was Valentine's Day. Anybody want to buy a heart-shaped blanket? It was quite a train ride. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when we crossed the state line into California, and I was very sleepy. The porter could hardly get me awake long enough for me to put on my dark glasses. And we had a walk. That's some joke, isn't it? It's the last joke I buy from Mary Livingston's mother. I want to tell you that. So we had to walk all the way in from Pasadena. We had to walk all the way from Pasadena. The engineer didn't have any willpower, and Madman Munch talked him into selling the train. Must be a lot of used cars out here. But there's no place like Hollywood, not even Hollywood. But tonight, we're in Woodland Hills, California. This is Vera Vague's hometown. She's a gentleman farmer here, but so far she hasn't been able to grow any. All the movie stars have places in Woodland Hills. In fact, Trigger has a ranch here where he raises people. And Sinatra had a ranch, but met with misfortune. He stuck his finger in the ground to plant a seed, fell in, and hasn't been seen since. And Woodland Hills is located between the Orange Belt, the Grape Section, and the Apricot Zone. The Greyhound bus stops here for 5 minutes to wipe the fruit salad off the windshield. Thank you. And here's Miriam. And the boyfriend. Hello. Bob Hope speaking.
Mr. Hope, Washington, D.C. calling.
Washington? That must be Harry. Must have counted the towels. Put him on, operator.
One moment, Washington. Mr. Hope, he wants to reverse the charges.
Well, tell him to take it out of my income tax. Hello, Hope. Why, Professor Colonna. Colonna, why are you always calling me Collect?
Can't think of your real name.
No. Tell me, Hedgelip, what are you doing in Washington?
Nothing. I don't want to be conspicuous.
Well, Colonna, get back here right away or you'll be conspicuous at the Unemployment Bureau.
I'll be back, Hope, just as soon as I straighten out Congress on taxation.
Colonna, what do you know about income tax?
What do I know about income tax?
Yes.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Why?
I'm looking up the answer. Here we are. Income tax. A cleverly devised form of mental torture that could possibly lead to claustrophobia.
Claustrophobia? But that's the fear of narrow, enclosed places. How could income tax lead to that?
Try not paying yours next year.
All right, so you're working on an income tax bill. What kind is it?
Oh, it's very simple, Hope. I'm 48. No one pays any tax.
That's great, but how will the government make money?
Gin rummy.
Cool kibitz, Molotov. Look, I want to tell you that you're goofy, Colonna.
No, I'm Professor Colonna. Goofy Colonna is my brother. You know, the one who sleeps with his head in a lion's mouth.
That's so silly. Why does he want to sleep with his head in a lion's mouth?
Prevents chapped lips.
Tell me, Broccoli Beak, is there a school for half-wits?
Of course there's a school for half-wits. You didn't know about it?
No.
Now, we thought you were playing hooky.
Colonna, where are you now?
Well, I'm here at the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Hope. I'm watching the 1947 income tax returns come in. The postman drops them down the chute. That was Howard Hughes' return. That was Bob Topping. That was Henry Kaiser's tax.
Colonna, what happened?
That Jack Benny, he wouldn't let go.
Here comes Trudy Irwin. Les Brown and Love Is So Terrific.
Love is so terrific, such a funny feeling, makes you want to cuddle and cling. Makes you sentimental, makes you kind of jiggle. Ouch, terrific thing. Love is so prolific, sends your head a-reeling, makes you want to jiggle and sing. Makes you sigh and wonder, hits you just like thunder. Ouch, terrific thing. Life rearranges, suddenly changes, everything strange as it can be. Memory gets hazy, then you go crazy. Just look what it's done to me. Love is so terrific, such a easy feeling. Makes you hear the wedding bells ring. Melts away your collar, makes you want to holler. Ouch! Terrific Life rearranges and suddenly changes. Everything strange as it can be. Memory gets hazy, then you go crazy. Just look what it's done to me. Love is so terrific, such a easy feeling. Makes you hear the wedding bells ring. Melts away your collar, makes you want to holler. Out! Love is a terrific thing.
Thank you, Trudy Irwin. That was Trudy Irwin singing Love is So Terrific, accompanied by Les Brown, and If You Can Have 'Em, I Don't Want 'Em. They're too flat from the orchestra. And the same to you. And since I'm honorary mayor of Palm Springs, now that we're here in Woodland Hills, I guess I ought to pay my respects to the mayor. This must be the city hall right here. It's the only building in town. That must be the mayor over there now. Oh, I wasn't in yet, huh? I'm sorry. Well, this must be the mayor over there now. How do you do? Could you tell me if this is the Woodland Hills City Hall? I wondered why I got such a juicy handshake. Oh, here comes the man. Pardon me.
Yes?
Is this the Woodland Hills City Hall?
Yes, come in. Just don't stand there silhouetted in the doorway. You'll scare the tourists away.
Tourists? This town is so quiet, they got a wooden Indian running the service station.
Oh, how can you talk like that? Didn't you see all the activity as you came through town?
You call that activity? Two gophers sitting on the sidewalk cleaning their fingernails?
Well, one thing you have to admit. We're neat. Who are you, anyway?
Well, I'm Bob Hope. Why do you look so startled?
You come right out with it, don't you?
Easy, kid. Don't try to earn your salary all in one line. Now, where's the mayor?
Later. Why don't you buy a ranch here and settle down? Woodland Hills is the garden spot of America.
Good, huh?
Good. Even the birds refuse to fly south.
Why, are they afraid of being attacked by Honest John's Air Force? Now, look, I told you I wanted to see the mayor, and I...
Well, as I live and hold my breath, Bob Hope.
It's very vague. That's it. Thank you, Clack. Miss May,
yes,
don't tell me you're the mayor of Woodland Hills. I expected to see a man.
Well, I'm just as surprised as you are. I expected to see one, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just a second.
After all, Skip, isn't it marvelous to be back in sunny California again, Mr. Hope?
Yeah, which way did it go? So you don't like the cold weather and snow, Miss Vale?
Well, certainly not. I kept telling you for a few dollars more we could have ridden inside the bus.
Well, remember, Miss Vague, $1's a dollar. At least it was until a year ago. Anyway, you have to admit the East is very scenic now. Wasn't that a nice snowman standing out on the White House lawn?
That wasn't a snowman, Mr. Hope. That was Henry Wallace waiting to see Mr. Truman.
Yes, he wanted to put the balcony on the left wing. Well, look, I know just how you felt about that weather, Miss Vague. Were you getting tired of wearing those long fur-lined bloomers?
Yes, you can have them back now.
I didn't buy him that way. Somebody washed my sunsuit and fit his shampoo. So, you're really the mayor of Woodland Hills, Miss Vague. Aren't you going to give me the keys to the city?
No.
Why not?
Can't find the city.
Well, I thought you looked worried.
Oh, nonsense. I feel wonderful tonight. I feel like a 2-year-old.
Careful, Miss Vague. You're asking for a saliva test.
Oh, that's very funny. Tell me, is that really your nose, or have you been stealing radiator caps again?
Watch it, local.
Isn't it amazing, though, Mr. Hope? I'm mayor of Woodland Hills, you're mayor of Palm Springs, and now Bing Crosby's just been made mayor of Elko, Nevada.
Yeah, and that ought to really be a sight. Elko being run by a moose. I don't know why Crosby goes up to that cow country anymore. Those ranchers are so careless.
The ranchers are careless?
Sure, already this year he's been shipped to Chicago 3 times by mistake.
You love ranch life after staying at my place last night.
Well, it was wonderful, Miss Vague, but next time I stay overnight, do me a favor, will you?
What's that, Mr. Hope?
See that the hay has changed.
Didn't you sleep well?
No, Miss Vague, my roommate brayed all night. Lucky thing he didn't kick in his sleep.
That's funny.
What's funny?
He complained about you, too.
That's nothing. Even the cow got mad at me when I tried to milk her this morning.
Well, no wonder. Milking a cow is a slow, gentle process. Squirt, squirt, squirt.
Squirt, squirt, squirt?
If you don't throw your arms around the whole cow and try to squeeze it out all at once.
Oh, well, why doesn't somebody tell me? Thank you, Miss Vague.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families from coast to coast, thousands of people, compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium over any other brand they tried. The Kenneth Annister family of Queens Village, New York, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. Mrs. Annister says,
My children, Jack and Nancy, think Pepsodent is the grandest toothpaste they ever tried, simply because it tastes so good. And my husband and I are convinced that Pepsodent cleans breath better, makes teeth brighter than any toothpaste we have ever used.
And family after family agree with the Annisters. Yes, with families who made comparison tests. Pepsodent won by 3-1. Get it without delay.
Tonight, as our special guest, we have one of the outstanding dancers of our time. He's a star of stage and screen and has been a popular favorite ever since his magic feat made history in Broadway. Ladies and gentlemen, a great guy and a wonderful performer, the suave and debonair Fred Astaire.
Thanks, Bob, for the swell introduction, but I still insist on money.
What do you want money for? After all, you can't take it with you.
I know, but it comes in so handy planning the trip.
This show may decide which way you go. Fred, you've been hoofing a long time, haven't you?
All my life, Bob. The day I was born, I danced.
Yes, and I've been a comedian all my life. The day I was born, people laughed. The last time I buy jokes from my family doctor. Tell me, Fred, what are you doing these days, cinematically speaking?
Oh, I'm making a musical at MGM, Easter Parade.
That's the most important part. MGM, oh boy. Oh, I got it off. That's the man with a cabbage. Let's keep it in mind. Easter Parade. Oh, of course, if you got it, you can say Paramount if you have the money.
Oh.
Easter Parade. That's great. You know, I'd like to work in a musical. Can you get me a part in it?
It's too late, Bob. Judy Garland's the girl in the picture.
I'll have to stop getting my suits made by Adrian. You know, Fred, Judy Garland used to be on my program. I wonder if she ever thinks of me anymore.
I doubt it, Bob. She's grown up now.
If any of you want to learn to dance, go to Arthur Murray. Yeah. I'm having a lot of fun making this picture, Bob. You know, I came out of retirement for it. Yeah, I know. You've retired more times than Jolson has come back. What made you decide to retire, anyway? Oh, I had to, Bob. The creaking of my joints was getting louder than my taps. Well, Fred, it's nice to have you back in the cinema. Oh, thanks, Bob. I just had to come back. Pictures have been good to me. Pictures have saved me. It was up to me to save pictures. Wait a minute. It was up to you to save pictures? What makes you say that? I saw you dancing in Road to Rio. Wait a minute. Fred, I danced the samba pretty well in the Road to Rio. Was that dancing? I thought someone tied your shoelaces together and gave you a push. Well, I had to take it easy. Crosby was my partner. I didn't want to burn out the bearings on his wheelchair. So, don't kid me, Bob. I saw the Road to Rio, and Crosby seemed to be holding his end up pretty well. Yeah. Well, you don't know very much about trick photography. How are things, Fred? I understand you've opened a chain of dance studios across the country. That's right, Bob. The Fred Astaire Dance Studios teach every type of dancing. We can even help you, Bob. Really? Yes. Your technique with the bubble is very bad. Are you kidding? That's the only way I can get home from Santa Anita. I just run home in my shorts and they think I'm training for the Olympics. You know, Fred, I bet on your horse Triplicate Saturday, and you could tell he belonged to a dancer. Why? What happened? Every time another horse went by, he tapped the jockey and asked, "May I cut in?" How'd he finish, though? Not bad. The walking man only beat him by 3 lengths. Oh. In my vaudeville days, we used to eat horses like that. No. It was tough in vaudeville, Bob, wasn't it? Tough. I worked with a partner. We were so hungry, if anyone threw a tomato at us, we thanked him. Say, but then things got really bad. My partner and I were sitting in our hotel room one day. We'd retired from show business, but it hadn't dawned on us yet. Gee, I'm hungry. We haven't had a meal in days. I'm ready to eat anything. Bob, why are you looking at my chair like that? I was just wondering what a naughty pine burger would taste like. I'll take mine well done. Gee, I'm starving, Fred. I can't understand why we can't get a job. Maybe you shouldn't have taken that bite out of our agent. That's what he gets for walking in at lunchtime. And this crummy hotel is getting on my nerves. What a broken-down joint this is. Even the mice eat out. Well, at least it's cheap rent, especially if you don't pay it.
I know you boys are in there. I want my rent.
The landlady. How'd you guess? Come in.
Listen, you deadbeats. If you two don't pay the rent right now, I'm going to keep your trunks for security.
That's okay with us. It's too cold to go swimming anyway.
You'll pay the rent all right, and I'm taking your 2 suitcases till you do.
Lady, give me back my shoes. Have a heart. Thought you'd never arrive. Have a heart, Mom. Things have been tough.
Yes?
See, sometimes we've even thought of locking the doors and just turning on the gas.
Turning on the gas?
Yes, Mom.
Well, just remember there's a $3 extra charge for cooking in the room.
She could rent her heart out for a deep freeze locker. Hey, that must be our agent. Here, help me lift the receiver. Hello, Sam. What? You're booked at some Grauman's Chinese? Oh, that's great. You hear that, Fred? We're booked in the Grauman's Chinese. Uh-huh. Wait a minute. Sam. No, nothing doing. What's wrong? What's the matter with Grauman's Chinese? It's the Chungking branch. Here, let me talk to him. Now, look, Sam, we're looking for a spot. We happen to have an opening between dates. Have you anything for us to fill in? Of course, till we get word from Ziegfeld. No, Sam, I haven't been drinking Radiator Flush. We want work. Oh, give me that phone again. Sam, this is Hope. Hope. Now, you caught our act. Well, what did you... Sam, this may be a party line, Sam. Steady. Sure we need work. What's that? You want something with a little more class, a little more formal? Hold the phone. I'll ask him. Say, Fred, have you got your tails? Certainly, Bob. Okay, Sam, if Trigger doesn't make the job, we will. All right, Sam, we'll take it. We'll leave today. Goodbye. Where are we going, Bob? Where are we going? We're on our way to Apalachicola, FLA. Magnolia trees and blossom and those pretty southern gals. Are the girls pretty there, Bob? Pretty. They all look like Lana Turner. That's great. No, it isn't. All the men look like Bob Topping. Better than the orange groves in Cucamonga cow. If that's the Chamber of Commerce, Bob, tell them we're only kidding. Say, you used to work in an orange grove, didn't you, Fred? Yeah, I was the chief naval officer. Naval. Get it? Don't stand there. Get behind the net. We're gonna stay along the Apalachicola Bay. Say, how do you sleep along a bay? Just nestle in the sand and pull up the clamshell. Really? Do you sleep with your arms over or under the tide? we may stop at Oakland only for some hominy grits. Say, by the way, what are hominy grits? Wheaties with a southern drawl. Yes, sir, Fred, we'll be able to get a meal at last. I'll order steak. I'll order French fries. I'll order lots of coffee. And when the check comes, we'll eat that too. And pass through Tallahassee if the weather permits. If the weather permits, does it get cold in Tallahassee, Bob? Does it get cold? It was so cold the last time I was there, the pigeons froze to the statues. Oh, we're on our way to Apalachicola, FLA. Don't try to spell it. To Apalachicola, FLA. I'll take my sun lamp to Apalachicola, FLA. Next door to AVAC, to Apalachicola, FLA. My hot rod's ready for Apalachicola, FLA. We're friends of Kilroy to Apalachicola, FLA. The memory of the annual Red Cross drive and the goal for which they strive. This cause is great, so let's donate and keep goodwill alive. And we thank you so much. Want to thank Fred Astaire for helping us out tonight. Also Trudy Irwin for some fine lark work. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, Clifton Webb, that fine actor from 20th, visits us down in Banning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a last-minute surprise. Here's one of radio's best comedians and one of our best friends. The gal you know as Madcap Verveeg, and the gal we know as the charming, gracious, warm-hearted mayor of Woodland Hills, Barbara Jo Allen.
Baba, I'm sure you know how much I appreciate this. And I'd like to add how sincerely we folks in Woodland Hills appreciate your helping us raise money to build a community center for the youngsters.
Skip it, honey. After all, I have a selfish interest in youngsters. I have 4 of my own, you know.
And 4 very lucky children, if you want my opinion.
Yeah. Well, they're like all other kids in America, BJ, a lot luckier than those millions of little low-calorie kids throughout the United Nations.
And, Bob, there's a wonderful opportunity for us to help those youngsters. I mean the United Nations Crusade for Children.
What's the best way to pitch in, BJ?
By writing to the United Nations Crusade for Children, Hollywood 28, California, and saying, I want to serve on my local Crusade for Children committee.
In that case, folks, let's grab our fountain pens right now and write Crusade for Children, Hollywood 28, California.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 200 million children in this world tonight are hungry for a square meal. Let's you and I help set the table.
Fine, BJ. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, Legal Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent, will bring you the Bob Hope Show, broadcasting from Banning, California, with Bob's special guest, Clifton Webb. Fred Astaire appears tonight by arrangement with Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Producers of The High Wall, starring Robert Taylor, Audrey Potter, and Herbert Marshall.
This is Libby Collins, your Hollywood reporter, with big news about Lux. Hollywood studios are enthusiastic about the new Lux. New tiny diamonds of Lux. So shimmering white, so sheer, so tiny. They look different from any other soap. They act different. They are different. They're so much faster. The little diamonds burst into suds at the touch of water. Make thick, abundant suds that last and last. They're richer. These new diamonds of Lux make stockings last twice as long. Hundreds of tests prove it.
This is Wendell Niles reminding you to try new Pepsodent toothpaste with Arium, 3-to-1 favorite with families all over America. Thank you.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
When did
did you start baking from scratch?
It's not scratch, Mom. It's new Pillsbury Plus.
A yellow cake this firm could only be from scratch.
It's Pillsbury Plus.
A cake this moist could only be from scratch. A cake this rich could only be from scratch.
It's Pillsbury Plus. The plus is pudding. Pudding right in the mix to add that moistness.
Rich flavor. New Pillsbury Plus, huh? Looks like scratch has met its match.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the homicide detail. You get a call from the receiving hospital in your city. A dead body has been left in the hospital elevator. There's no lead to the identity of the corpse. There's no apparent cause of death. Your job? Investigate. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 11:28 p.m. when we got to the third floor at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, Dr. Terrell's office.
Friday, glad to see you. Been waiting for you.
We made it as soon as we could, Doctor. I'd like to have you meet my new partner, Bill Lockwood. Dr. Terrell, Bill.
How are you? I think I've seen you around, Lockwood. Yes, sir. How are you?
I understand you got a problem, Doc. What's the story?
Odd one. Happened a few minutes after 11. You want to sit down a minute? I'll fill you in before we go back and take a look at the body.
Thank you very much.
I understand it's a woman, that right? Yeah, Grace Morgan. She's the night nurse on duty. She told me she was sitting at the desk checking over some patients' cards. It was about 5-10 minutes after 11 when she heard the elevator come up.
Mm-hmm.
She heard the elevator stop and the doors open. Kept on checking the cards there, didn't pay any attention to it, and then she realized nobody got out of the elevator. She looked up, and the elevator doors were still open. She saw this young woman slumped over in a wheelchair sitting there in the elevator.
The woman was alone, was she?
That's right. The nurse went over and wheeled her out of the elevator. The woman was wearing a nightgown, bathrobe over that. She was unconscious. Nurse called me. The two of us took the woman into a treatment room. I examined her. She was dead. Any indication how long? Body was still warm. She'd only been dead a short time.
Any idea of the cause of death?
I noticed a couple of abrasions on her right shoulder, another one in the right temporal region. Not positive, but I don't think any of them were severe enough to cause death.
No other markings at all?
No, she seemed to have been in good physical condition. Noticed a strong smell of alcohol, though. Could be she'd been drinking.
Is the nurse pretty sure the woman came up the elevator alone? Possibility one of the attendants might have brought her up?
No, I checked with the attendant on duty down the first floor lobby, Ray Collins. He didn't bring her up. He said a man came in the lobby about 11 o'clock. Said he had a sick woman out in his car. He asked for a wheelchair to bring her in. Ray asked if he could help, but the man said he'd take care of it. That's all Ray knows about it. He let the man have a wheelchair, then he went in the back room to change some linens on the ambulance stretcher.
Mm-hmm. Any possibility one of the other attendants might have brought her up in the elevator?
No, Collins was the only attendant on duty.
I'd like to talk to him. Is he still around?
Yeah, I knew you'd want to see him. He was off duty 11:30. I held him over. He's down at the corner having a sandwich. He'll be back in a few minutes.
What do you figure, Doctor? Think the woman could have operated the elevator herself?
Possible. Not too probable, though. It's a self-operating elevator, automatic.
Mm-hmm.
Someone could have wheeled the woman into the elevator, pushed the button for the third floor, and then stepped back. Would have taken her straight up.
Yeah. The nurse is sure the elevator didn't go back down after it got up here, huh?
Positive. She heard the elevator doors open. They stayed that way. She kept waiting for someone to come out, and that's what attracted her attention.
Say, how about identification? The woman have a purse with her or anything like that, Doc?
No, all she had was what she was wearing, nightgown, slippers, and bathrobe. Let's go back and have a look. I'll show you.
Okay, thank you.
You say the only markings on the body are those abrasions on the shoulder and the forehead.
Yeah, that's right.
And you don't think that's why she's dead? You have any ideas at all?
I wouldn't want to say, Lockwood. Strange one. Going to have to wait for the autopsy.
Well, how about the wheelchair the woman came up in, Doc? Where's it now?
Back here in the same room with the body. I gave notice it wasn't to be touched. I knew you'd want to check.
Oh, fine.
In here.
All right to smoke in here?
Yeah, sure.
Fine. Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Bill?
No.
Over here on the table. Nurse put the woman's clothing over there. Nightgown, slippers, bathrobe.
I see.
Seems to be a fairly young woman.
I'd say in her early 30s. Nice-looking girl. Well-groomed. Notice her hair and fingernails. Well-kept.
And bruise there on her head. Took a pretty good blow to cause that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, might even be worse than it looks. Hard to say right now. Other abrasions I was telling you about, right here along the clavicle, seem to be fairly distinct. 3 or 4 of them.
That's all of them, huh?
That's it. Like I say, we'll know more after they post the body. Take a look at the clothing over here.
Want to check over the bathrobe, Bill?
Yeah.
There's no label here. Size marking, though. Size 34. Just an ordinary rayon nightgown. Seems to be fairly new. It's not damaged.
Nothing on the bathrobe, Joe. Both pockets empty. No visible markings. Manufacturer's label here. Fairly common trade name.
Laundry marks?
No, none showing. We can have the crime lab check them over. How about the slippers?
No, it's the same. Nothing.
You fellas want me to notify the coroner?
No, we'll get it, Doc. We have to call in for the crime lab crew anyway.
It looks like a rough one. We don't even know what we've got.
I can't figure it. If somebody murdered the woman, why'd they bring her here to die?
Yeah.
If she was sick or hurt and they were worried enough about it to bring her here, why'd they want to get rid of her? Leave her alone in an elevator.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. Somebody's got something to hide.
Sure could use a lead. Man puts her on the elevator and sends her up 3 floors. Don't know who she is, how she died. Don't even know where she came from.
Well, there's no choice. We'll just start at the beginning.
Yeah?
Ground floor. 11:52 p.m. The receiving hospital attendant, Ray Collins, returned, and we interviewed him in Dr. Terrell's office. He told us substantially the same thing the doctor had told us. At a few minutes past 11 o'clock that night, a man entered the lobby of the hospital and asked for a wheelchair to move a patient up to the 3rd floor. Collins stated he gave the man the wheelchair. The man refused his offer of assistance, and Collins went on about his work. He didn't see the patient. He didn't see any car parked outside, and he was able to give us only a partial description of the man himself. A male Caucasian, about 35 years old, short, heavy-build, dark hair. The crew from the crime lab arrived and began their investigation. The body was photographed and fingerprinted, and the wheelchair was also dusted for prints. The clothing was packed up to be taken downtown for further examination. After the men from the crime lab left, Bill Lockwood began a canvass of the immediate neighborhood for possible witnesses. Meantime, I checked with the rest of the hospital personnel and the patients. They could tell me nothing. 12:30 a.m., I met Bill back at Dr. Terrell's office.
How'd you do, Joe? Any luck?
Talked to the nurses and some of the other attendants. They couldn't help any. Checked with the dispatcher on incoming and outgoing ambulances. Nothing there. What about you?
No good. Most of the business places around here are locked up. Talked to the newsboy down at the corner. He was about the only one on the street. He didn't see anything.
Sure going slow, isn't it? Might give Bergman a call, see if he's got the woman's prints classified yet.
How about the coroner? Show up yet?
Yeah, I think he's in here now. Yes, ma'am. Give me station 2557. Yeah, that's right. Latent print. Hi, let me talk to Bergman, please. Right. Yeah, Dean, Joe Friday. No, we're still over at the hospital. You do any good on those prints? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what we figured. How about her print? Mm-hmm. Okay, Dean, thanks. Yeah, right. Well, we're still batting 1,000.
What do you say? They make her prints?
Nothing in records on her. Dean's going to send along a set to Washington, see if they got anything.
How about the wheelchair? Any prints there?
Well, the nurses and Doc Terrell's, that's all. We figured on that, didn't we?
Lousy luck.
Sure is. I checked with missing persons while you were out. There's nothing there either.
Well, that about finishes up here, huh?
Yeah, we better get back to the office.
Joe?
Yeah, Don.
I think I got something for you here.
Yeah?
Nurse at the switchboard got a call a minute ago. Man's voice wanted to know the condition of Carla Cheswick.
Mm-hmm.
Nurse checked the list of patients, didn't find anyone by that name. The man insisted she's here. The nurse asked him what time the woman was admitted to the hospital. He told her 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah?
The man said, I know she's there. I brought her myself.
A Along with Dr. Terrell, Bill Lockwood and I went down the hall and talked to the nurse who'd received the phone call. She told us that she tried to question the caller as to his name and his relationship to the alleged patient, Carla Cheswick, but the man refused and hung up. We put in a call to R&I and asked him to run the name for us. There was no one but that name in the files. We went back to the doctor's office and started checking through the telephone directories. In the northwestern section, we found a listing for a Mrs. Carla Z. Cheswick on North Capitol Avenue. We called the number, but there was no answer. Then we checked with the office, told them what we had, and that we were going to follow through on it. 1:18 a.m. It was only a possibility, but it had to be checked out. Bill Lockwood and I left Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, got in the car, and drove out to the address on North Capitol Avenue. It was a large apartment house, fairly new. The name on the mailbox for apartment 18 was Mrs. Carla Cheswick. We rang, but there was no answer. We finally had to get the manager out of bed, a Mrs. Herbert. We identified ourselves and explained the reason for our visit. She got a pass key, showed us upstairs to the second floor, and let us in apartment 18. There was no one there, but there was evidence of a recent party within a matter of hours. Half-filled cocktail glasses, an empty whiskey bottle, a glass bowl containing partially melted ice cubes. An end table in the corner had been overturned. In the bedroom, women's clothing was scattered on the floor and on the dressing table. On the mantel in the living room, there was a picture of a woman.
Did you notice anything unusual about her at that time, Miss Herbert? I mean, anything out of the ordinary?
No, don't think so. She'd been drinking some. I'm pretty sure of that. But that's not unusual for Mrs. Cheswick. She drinks quite a bit. Parties and things. Runs around a lot.
Yes, ma'am. You didn't notice anything about her face? No cuts, bruises, anything like that?
No, nothing like that. Why?
And you told us she had quite a few men friends. Do you know any of their names, where they live?
No, can't say if I do. She was just one of the tenants. I didn't try to get acquainted. Didn't have much in common with her. The other tenants didn't either, matter of fact. She kept pretty much to herself, her and her friends.
Mm-hmm. I see. Now, about this party she had last night, Miss Herbert, you say you don't know who was there with her?
No, I'm afraid I don't. When I called her on the phone to ask her to quiet things down, I heard that one man's voice talking. That's about all, though. I couldn't tell you who was there.
Well, is there anyone at all that you know of that was close to her? I mean, someone we could talk to about her.
Well, her husband, I suppose. He's the only one close to her I know. He comes around every month and takes care of the rent. Kind of a peculiar thing, but I never questioned it. I figured it's their business, live and let live.
You have any idea where we can find the husband?
Well, I'm not sure. He works at a machine shop out near Glendale. I have his home address in my rent book downstairs if you want it.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to have that if we could. Would you happen to know how Mrs. Cheswick and her husband got along? I mean, the separation of theirs. Was it friendly, or did they still quarrel quite a bit?
No, as far as I know, they got along all right, as long as they didn't have to live together. Poor Mr. Cheswick, I feel sorry for him. He's going to take it hard. His wife, I don't know whether to blame or pity her. She was a terrible disappointment to him.
That's so?
I had a long talk with him once. Seemed like such a nice man, hard worker. And his wife, he was so disgusted. I mean, drinking all the time, going out with different men. Bitter disappointment. He told me how he felt.
Well, did he seem violent on the subject? I mean, did he feel anger toward his wife? Would you know?
No, just pity. He said he'd rather have her dead than go on the way she was.
We checked through the dead woman's apartment for names and addresses of some of her men friends, but we found nothing. The crew from the crime lab went over the apartment thoroughly. The only evidence found were fingerprints on some of the cocktail glasses. Along with the apartment manager, Mrs. Herbert, we went downstairs, and she gave us Mr. Cheswick's home address and also his place of employment. 2:30 a.m. We got to a phone and called Cheswick's home, but the people he was staying with told us that he wasn't there. He was working the all-night shift at a farm implement factory on Glendale Boulevard. 3:05 a.m. Bill and I drove out to the factory and checked with the night personnel superintendent. He directed us to the factory repair shop where Cheswick was employed as a welder. The foreman at the repair shop pointed him out for us. Cheswick was working on the welding line, a tall, thin man, slight build. Bill Lockwood and I went back and introduced ourselves.
Yes, sir, Andy Cheswick. That's my name. What can I do for you?
I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes if we could. It's about your wife.
Carla? What's the matter? Is she in trouble again?
Well, it might be better if we could step outside and talk. It won't take very long.
All right, I got to finish up this little job here if you don't mind waiting. A couple of pieces of tubing. It won't take a minute.
Sure, you go right ahead.
You might stand back a couple of steps. This thing pops a little.
Okay, thanks.
Too much oxygen. Have to light it again. Yeah, that does it.
Don't look at the flames, Joe. Bad for your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
They're sure in their money, don't they?
Yeah, they seem to. A lot of work.
Finish in a second here. Okay, that's got it. Now, what's this about my wife, Sergeant? What's the matter?
We understand you're separated from her, Mr. Cheswick.
Yeah, that's right. About a year ago now. Finally gave it up as a bad job. Wasn't anything I could do for her. Nothing anybody could do for her. Hopeless.
Well, when's the last time you saw her?
First of the month, went by to pay her rent. Dropped in to say hello, that's all. I stay away as much as I can. No good bum, that's about all you can say about her. Seemed to admit I was even married to her. Why do you ask, anyway?
Your wife's dead, Mr. Cheswick.
Huh?
Yes, but she died late last night. Found her at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
Oh. Guess I've been expecting something like that. I can't feel sorry. It's probably the best thing for her. How'd it happen?
Well, we're not sure. I wonder if we could step outside. Sure be a lot easier to talk, wouldn't it?
Yeah, all right.
Fine.
Over here, we can duck out the back way.
Okay.
You say they found her at Georgia Street, huh? What was it? She in an accident?
Oh, so it doesn't look like that. We're going to have to wait for the coroner's report. What time do you check in at night for work, Mr. Cheswick?
You're supposed to be on the job by 10 o'clock. I punched in before that tonight. Why?
A routine question. I suppose the men around the plant will vouch for you. You checked in at 10 and you've been here ever since?
Yeah, that's right. You can ask any of them. What's the pitch? You think I had something to do with it? Carly getting killed?
Well, we didn't say that, Cheswick. Your wife's dead, and we have to check on all the leads, all the possible suspects.
Well, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't have any. I lived 9 years with her. Lousiest 9 years of my life. Booze, parties, going out all the time. She wasn't a wife. She didn't know what the word meant.
I understand she's been running around with different men lately. Do you happen to know any of them?
No, I don't know. I couldn't care less. Stupid dame, Sergeant. That's the easiest way you can let her off. I tried to make a go of it. Wasn't any good. I worked for her, tried to give her everything she wanted. Didn't make any difference.
Yeah?
She's a bum. Some of them must be born that way, a bum dame. I could have killed her. I had reason enough to. I didn't.
How about your wife's drinking habits? She do most of it at home, or did she go out to bars?
Always at the bar. Only one place she ever went to. A place on 8th and Rosewood, right on the corner. Went there all the time, 6, 7 nights a week. She'd hang over the bar all night. I'd like to put up with that for 9 years, huh? Drinking, going off somewhere on weekend.
Well, how come it lasted that long, Cheswick?
I don't know. I guess I should have had my head examined. Just a bum. I figured I could change her. Kept trying. Never worked out. After the drinking, she'd have these terrific headaches. It'd make her sick. I'd stay home from work and take care of her, wait on her hand and foot. She always made promises, nothing but a liar. As soon as she got well, she'd start it all over again. Same thing.
Yeah.
Just a bum, a tramp. No good at all, no good. She's a tramp, no good tramp.
Cheswick? Mr. Cheswick, is there anything we can do?
Carla. She's dead. Carla.
When the dead woman's husband, Ernest Cheswick, recovered, we continued questioning him, but we got nowhere. Before we left the plant, we checked his time card, talked to the machine shop foreman and some of the men Cheswick worked with. We got the same story all along the line. Cheswick had showed up for work at 9:46 p.m. the night before and had not left the plant since that time. 4:35 a.m. Bill and I got in the car, drove back to the office, and typed up a 15.7 report for Captain Lorman. 8:30 a.m. Over in the county morgue, the body of Mrs. Cheswick was being posted. A few minutes past 10 a.m., Bill Lockwood and I drove out to a bar on the corner of 8th and Rosewood, the same bar where Ernest Cheswick told us his wife did most of her drinking, with a typical neighborhood cocktail lounge in the early morning. 2 customers sipping beer at the far end of the bar. The manager busy washing glasses and bringing in supplies. We called him over and identified ourselves.
Popular girl. Married old Ernie Cheswick. They're separated now.
Yeah, would you know if she was in here last night?
That's right, she was. Hardly Mrs. Knight. Why?
Would you happen to know about what time she left last night?
8:30, about that. Might ask that fellow there down behind the bar. He'd know better than me.
Well, how's that?
He left with her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
November 10th, Thursday, 10:14 a.m. The manager of the cocktail lounge pointed out the man at the end of the bar who was supposed to have left the place shortly after 8 o'clock the night before with the dead woman, Carla Cheswick. Bill Lockwood and I went up to the man, identified ourselves, and questioned him briefly. He appeared tense and highly nervous. He told us his name was John Gables, an assistant sales manager for a downtown jewelry concern. He didn't deny that he was in the bar the night before, but he refused to admit that he left with Mrs. Cheswick. He insisted he didn't even know her. We asked him to account for how he spent his time the night before, but he refused. We got in the car and drove downtown to the city hall. While Bill took the suspect to the interrogation room, I stopped by the R&I counter and had to make a run on Gables. He had no previous criminal record. I called the morgue, but there was no report on the autopsy yet. 10:52 a.m. I signed in at the office, briefed Captain Lorman on the developments, and then I headed down the hall to the interrogation room.
We had a couple of drinks together, and that's all there was to it. You can ask anybody who was there. She got up and left by herself. I didn't go with her.
And Joe.
Yeah.
Gables here was just telling me he did see Mrs. Cheswick in the bar last night. Had a couple of drinks with her.
Why'd you hold out, Gable? Why couldn't you told us that when we asked you?
You didn't remember then. You came up to me in the bar, started asking questions. I got all rattled.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't make any difference, though. I didn't even know her name. She had those couple of drinks with her, and then she got up and left. That's all. I didn't go out with her.
And the bartender says you did. He's sure of it. Says he can get half a dozen other people to back him up.
He's wrong. He's got to be. He's thinking of somebody else.
Well, if you didn't leave the bar with Miss Cheswick, when did you leave?
I don't know. About 5 or 10 minutes later, I guess.
Where'd you go then?
I walked around a little bit, got a little fresh air,
Mm-hmm.
and I went to a show.
Which one?
I don't remember the name of the place. It's on Rosewood, a couple of blocks down from the bar.
What picture did you see?
I'm not sure. I had a couple of drinks.
You went to the movies. You don't even know what you saw.
Well, I told you I had a couple of drinks. I was feeling pretty good. I just don't remember, that's all.
Not much of an alibi, Gables.
What are you talking about? I don't need an alibi.
A woman's dead, mister. You were with her the last time she was seen alive.
I wasn't with her. I don't care what anybody tells you. I wasn't with her.
This movie you say you went to. What time did you get out?
After midnight, I think. I don't remember.
Where'd you go after that?
Bar, had a few more drinks, and then went back to my hotel.
Which bar was that?
Place on West 7th. I go there sometimes. I know the bartender.
What time did you leave there?
Closing time, 2 o'clock, and then I went back to my hotel.
Uh-huh. You say you know the bartender there. I guess he'd be glad to vouch for you. I mean, that you were there when you said you were.
I don't know. Maybe not. He was pretty busy last night. Maybe he didn't notice me.
How about your hotel?
Huh?
The desk clerk. Somebody like that. They should be able to tell what time you got in, don't you think?
Well, they wouldn't know. I always carry my key with me. I go in the side door. They wouldn't know what time I got in.
What are you trying to sell, mister?
What are you talking about?
You knocked around town from 8 o'clock last night till past 2 o'clock this morning. You can't think of anyone that could vouch for you, where you were, what time you got there, what time you left?
I can't think of anybody right now. I don't take down names and addresses every time somebody looks at me. What's the difference anyway? I didn't have anything to do with the girl.
This difference, Gable. The attendant at the hospital, he got a good look at the man who came in and asked for that wheelchair. He gave us a man's description. It fits you pretty close.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. He could make a mistake, too, just like that bartender.
They're all wrong but you. Is that what you're trying to say?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, I only got one thing to say. I had a couple of drinks with Carla last night, and that's all. She left by herself. I didn't even go near the apartment.
How'd you know she had an apartment?
Well, you told me. You said so.
No, we didn't say anything like that.
And I guess I heard it around the bar. Maybe she mentioned to me. Yeah, that's probably it.
Why don't you come off it, Gable?
Come off what? I don't even know what you're getting at.
We want a straight story, and we're not getting it. You told us you didn't even know the Cheswick woman before last night. You didn't even know her name.
That's right.
Then why'd you say Carla just a minute ago? You said I had a couple of drinks with Carla.
I say that?
That's what you said.
Maybe I just hadn't remembered. I was drinking quite a bit, talking to her. Maybe I just remembered it.
Won't do, Gables. Story doesn't hold water. How about it?
I don't know. I was drinking quite a bit. A lot of things I don't remember.
How about giving it to us straight? What do you remember?
I thought about it all night. The more I went over it, the worse it got. I just couldn't remember. I knew what it would sound like in court. I couldn't tell it that way.
You couldn't tell what?
I didn't kill her. I didn't even touch her. You got to believe that.
Yeah.
I left the bar with her about 8:15, 8:30. She invited me up to her apartment. She was pretty well gone. Had quite a few drinks.
Mm-hmm.
We got there and had some more to drink, and then Carla got up and started for the kitchen to get some more ice. She tripped, I think, stumbled a little bit, and then she fell down. I think that's the way it was.
All right, go on.
She tried to get up, and then she fell again. Wasn't a bad fall, though. I figured she just passed out. Got some cold towels, ice water. I tried to bring her around. It wasn't any good. She was white as a sheet. I got scared. I didn't know what happened.
What'd you do then?
I don't remember. I just kept trying to bring her around. I don't remember any of it very well. I don't even know why she fell down.
You think you could have hit her, Gables? You think maybe that's why she fell down?
No. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I was mad at her for anything. I think we were having a pretty good time. I just don't remember, that's all. I'm not sure about any of it. Lousy booze, no good at all.
Did you kill her, Gable?
No, Sergeant, I swear it. As far as I can remember, I didn't. We were having a good time. That's all I know. I know I wasn't mad. I'm not a nasty drunk, not as far as I can remember anyway.
What'd you do when you couldn't revive Mrs. Cheswick? You brought her to the hospital?
Yeah, the shape I was in, I couldn't figure anything else to do. I got her in the car, drove her down to Georgia Street. I put her in the elevator, pressed the button, and sent her up. I'm a married man, you know. I didn't want any scandal and didn't want to get involved.
You didn't kill her. Is that what you want us to believe?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember. If I killed her, I think I'd know it. I'm sure I would. I just don't remember.
I get it. Mm-hmm. Interrogation room, Friday talking. Yeah, Arthur. That's so. Just a second. All right, I got a pencil. Now, go ahead. Uh-huh. Are you sure? How was that? I see. No possibility, huh? Yeah, I see. Okay, Arthur, thanks a lot. Yeah, sure, we'll pick it up later. Bye.
Yeah, Jim?
Coroner's report. Just finished the autopsy. It's all right, Gable.
Huh?
It's all right. It's all cleared up.
What do you mean?
Well, you're free to go if you like. We're not going to hold you.
What's the pitch, Joe?
Coroner's report. Primary cause of death was a massive cerebral hemorrhage into the ventricle.
Could have been a blow on the head, couldn't it? You figure that could have done it?
No. Secondary cause was a brain tumor, a big one. Coroner says she's had it for years. Must have caused her a lot of pain. Probably would have accounted for the drinking.
And the tumor brought on the hemorrhage. That's what's killed her.
That's it. Coroner says erosion of the blood vessel by a brain tumor. Probably grew, caused pressure on a blood vessel, finally gave way, caused a hemorrhage, and it killed her.
And she just died. That didn't have anything to do with it. She died and I didn't kill her.
Yes, sir, that's right. You're free to go if you want.
Thank God. You know, officers, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't know the answer. I didn't know if I killed her or not. I really didn't. Drinking so much, I came to, and there she was dead. I didn't know what happened. I really didn't. I didn't know the answer.
Now, you're one up on us, Gable.
Huh?
We thought we did.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Thursday, November 10th, the meeting was held in the office of Captain of Homicide. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there's not much I can add to what George Fenneman and Hal Gibney have already told you about Fatimas. If you smoke them, I know you'll agree with me that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. If you haven't tried them yet, well, there's only one way to prove it to yourself, and that's to buy a pack and give them a try. I wish you would kind of check up on what we've been telling you. Compare Fatimas with any other king-size cigarette. You'll like Fatima's better flavor and aroma. It's extra mild and soothing smoke. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy a pack tomorrow. Fatima.
With the filing of the official autopsy report by the county coroner, John Gables was cleared of all charges. He was released from custody immediately. The death of Mrs. Carla Cheswick was listed as due to natural causes by the coroner's jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year's traffic death toll was 37,500, a 7% increase over 1950. The National Safety Council believes that the best way to promote safety on the road is for each of us to know and obey traffic laws, to read and heed traffic signs. So be careful. The life you save may be your own.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Vic Perrin, and Gwen Delano. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now it's Counter Spy on NBC. I'll give you $50 for those sneakers.
Ah! $50. Okay?
You can have them. They're
Okay.
terrible.
It's to prove a point. Now, you wash in detergent alone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's wash this sneaker in detergent alone and this one in the same detergent plus Clorox bleach. Now, see any cleaning difference?
The one I wash with my detergent is just dirty. The one washed with Clorox looks so clean.
Clorox Clean. People can see the difference.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Shermitt as Miss Duffy, our guest, Rudy Valley, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. How's business? The place is overflowing. Yep, the sewers busted again. Yeah. Which reminds me, Rudy Valley's coming down tonight. Rudy Valley. Well, remember the time you bought your first radio and when you turned it on, you thought there was something wrong with it? Yeah, that's the guy. Huh? How'd he get started? Well, he studied for 8 years before he found out he couldn't sing. See? By then it was too late to stop. Yes, sir, and he turned out to be very successful. Did he what? Did he save his money? Duffy, did you hear that? Even the operator's laughing. Duffy, at Yale, they used to have a song called Boola Boola. Since Valley went there, they call it Moola Moola. Well, look, I'll call you back. I'm busy writing a new radio show for Rudy. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archie.
I wonder if Rudy will be happy here tonight in our creaky old joint.
Why not? He's a little creaky in the joints himself.
Look, Miss Duffy, you're talking about the Rudy Valley.
Rudy Valley? Who's he? A sober Phil Harris.
Miss Duffy, please, have a little reverence for the departed. Don't forget, a guy like Rudy Valley gives us prestige here. Take a look at this menu I wrote up for the occasion.
Let me see it. Today only, the Rudy Valley Blue Plate, Connecticut Yankee Pot Roast, Vagabond Liver, New England Ham.
Yeah, it's boiled ham.
How do you know what condition he'll be in when he gets here?
Miss Duffy, Rudy never gets in that condition.
Say, Archie, a man just came in and dropped a penny in the peanut machine.
So what?
I think it must be Rudy Valley.
Well, why do you think it's Valley?
He's counting the peanuts.
That's right, it is Rudy Valley.
My time is your time. Your time is my time.
Well, Rudy, I'm glad to see you. Look at you. I can see that you're the same old Rudy.
What do you mean?
Well, the way you came in singing, so generous and unstinting with your talent, singing for all mankind, whether they want to hear you or not.
A dubious compliment.
Well, dubious says it, dubious does. And, may I further say that you are looking as handsome as ever, them golden curly locks and that svelte, youthful figure and them svelte eyes. By the way, speaking of them eyes of yours, Rudy, which side of the 38th parallel was you born on?
Archie, I shall ignore your insults. May I further say that you are the same old Archie?
That's a lousy insult.
Say, Archie.
Yeah?
I'd like to meet Rudy Valley.
Well, why the sudden interest? You've been saying that you're young enough to be his daughter.
So what? With Rudy Valley, anybody young enough to be his daughter is old enough to be his wife.
Well, okay, I'll introduce you. Rudy, I know you came down here tonight to enjoy yourself, but this is Miss Duffy.
Looks like a Harvard man.
Gee, just imagine. Rudy Valley in person.
That's right, my dear. You may now faint.
Oh, thank you. Rudy Valley. That voice. Those nostrils. Still the stars to dear old made sharp, so the rift is reed.
Why, Miss Duffy, I didn't think you were old enough to remember the Maine Stein song.
Are you kidding? This dame remembers the Maine.
Quiet, Archie. You know something, Mr. Valley? Last week I wrote to NBC for a picture of a star. And guess what?
What?
They sent me a picture of you.
Oh, framed?
I sure was. I wanted Cary Grant.
Miss Duffy, I am now going to say something to you that I've never said to a woman before.
Oh, really? What?
Scram.
If it wasn't for his age, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Get out of here, will you?
No, Archie. I assumed that you had an ulterior motive in requesting my presence here tonight.
On the contrary, I did. Rudy, I got a great opportunity for you to make...
Money?
Well, it could run into it fast, but first tell me, how's your voice this century?
Oh, about the same as last.
Well, I got a radio program in mind that...
Would you like to hear me sing?
How Abbott. Well, yeah, go ahead. Let me hear how you sound these days.
Very well.
Terrific, Rudy. Still the same old Valley.
I haven't sung yet.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, here, I'll give you the key.
All right. If you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy, nothing else would matter in this world today. We could go on loving in the same old way. A garden of Eden just made for two, with nothing to mar our joy. I would say such wonderful things to you. There would be such wonderful things to do if you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy.
Bravado, sheer bravado. No, you sounded just like Carmen Lombardo.
Another dubious compliment.
That's what Carmen Lombardo said. But for radio, you know, just singing is old hat these days. You got to augment it up with something else. You got to be a singing cowboy or a singing disc jockey or a singing commercial. You know, that's where I got an idea for a frightening mystery. You are going to be a singing detective.
A singing detective?
Yep, sort of a combination Thin Man and Margaret Truman. As I told you, Rudy, it'll be really frightening.
But what about a sponsor?
Stop worrying. Duffy will sponsor it.
What about a script?
Stop worrying. It's already wrote.
Who wrote it?
Me.
It will be frightening.
Stop worrying, will you?
Well, what about the salary?
Rudy, start worrying. Okay, everybody, we're going to do a rehearsal of the first episode of The Hummer. By the way, Howard Hull, you're the announcer here. I'd like you to read the commercials.
Oh, joy.
Now, with these commercials, you have to be subtle about them and kind of sneak them in.
Sneak them in?
Yeah. Okay, we're on the air. Ladies and gents of the radio audience, Duffy's Tavern brings you The Hummer, starring Rudy Valley.
My crime is your crime.
Now, a word from our sponsor.
Suckers.
Thank you. See the way they sneak them in? Now, we begin. I, Archie, am the Hummer's assistant. Him and me is a couple of private eyes, but we never cross each other. We are in our office, and the Hummer is sitting at his desk. Before him is a book of poetry and a bottle. The book is unopened. I speak. I say, Hummer, why don't you lay off of that poetry?
I can't help it. Me nerves is on edge. Why, I ain't the man I used to be. Archie, this grammar.
What's wrong with it?
The word ain't.
Look, Rudy, a lot of people ain't using the word ain't, but they ain't eating. Now, continue. Now, we're sitting in our office when suddenly... Just a second. Hummer, what was that ring?
The telephone.
What a deduction. The man is positively psychopathiatric. Hello? What? Somebody's been murdered? Okay, we'll be right over. Let's go, Hummer.
What's the address?
Gazooks, I forgot to ask. Hello? Where? Oh, thanks. All right, leave us go, Hummer. Well, sir, we arrived at the scene of the crime. A mansion in Beverly Hills. Rococo, but simple. With a well-kept 9-hole golf course on a small island in the middle of the swimming pool. We rang the doorbell. Suddenly, the door creakingly opened, and we found ourselves face to face with something real sinister. How do you do? Tell me, sir, who are you?
I am Rasputin, the Chinese butler.
Well, I guess that clears you. Tell us, Rasputin, where is the late demented corpse?
There on the floor. The dead one. Oh. 'Tis my master, Mr. Throckmorton. Forgive him for not rising.
Well, Hummer, leave us examine the corpus delicti. Mm-hmm. Looks to me like he took poison internally.
Poison? Poison? Then how do you account for this large ice pick stuck in his back?
Hummer, you're a genius. Hummer, you're humming. Hummer, does this mean that you have found a clue?
Yes. Archie, remove your hat.
Why, is the dead man a woman?
No. He was a Yale man.
Amazing, Hummer. How can you tell that he was a Yale man?
Elementary, my dear Archie. Notice his attire. A derby hat and a raccoon coat.
Gazooks! As I see it, there's only one thing to do. Examine the ice pick.
What ice pick?
The one stuck in his back.
Oh, that one.
Just a minute, gentlemen. Before you examine the ice pick, I should like to wipe off my fingerprints.
A fair request.
One moment, my good man. Who are you?
Hummer, it's Rasputin, the Chinese butler that answered the door when we came in.
Oh, yes. I never forget a face.
Tell me, Rasputin, before the murder was committed, did you notice anything strange around the house?
Outside of me?
Yes.
Well, this morning, Mrs. Throckmorton, the widow, sent me out to have the ice pick sharpened. And as I am leaving, she is phoning the insurance company.
Words. We're looking for clues. Think. Think, my good man. Something unusual must have happened.
Well, let me see. The widow also sent me out for a sawed-off shotgun and a bottle of poison.
Ah, this is getting us no place. No clues, no suspects. And yet I am sure that a crime has been committed.
I agree with you, Hummer. There's something afoot. What do we do, Hummer?
We'll question the widow, Throckmorton.
Gazooks, what a brain. Never leaves a dame unturned.
And here comes Mrs. Throckmorton now.
Hello, tall, curly, and nasal. Glad you could come up and see the body.
Tell me, are you thinking, Hummer?
Yes, but back to business. Widow Throckmorton, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Hummer, tracker of men.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Mrs. Throckmorton, there's probably nothing to be alarmed about, but we have found your husband extremely dead. With an ice pick in his back. Mrs. Throckmorton, you realize what I'm saying? Your husband has been cruelly murdered.
Eek.
Mrs. Throckmorton, I hope you don't mind if we interrogate you.
No, I love it.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Throckmorton, before you married your husband, what did you do for a living?
I was a chorus girl. I was known as Ice Pick Nellie.
And why did they call you Ice Pick Nellie?
I don't know. Just a nickname.
Nothing but blind alleys.
Oh, butler.
You are calling me...
Who are you?
The butler.
Oh, yes, I never forget a face. Tell me, do you know who killed your master?
Natch.
You do? Well, tell us.
You think I'm a tattletale?
Butler, you mean...
I'm dummying up.
There's something suspicious about this whole thing. It gets bafflinger and bafflinger.
I've got it. I think I know we can find a clue.
Where can we find a clue, Hummer?
At Yale University.
Why, of course. It's obvious. Shall we go?
As the last rose of summer said to the other last rose of summer, leave us wither away.
Okay, leave us wither away.
Friends, if you want to wither away, eat at Duffy's Tavern. And be sure to try our steaks. The club steaks are personally clubbed by the manager. And now, back to our story.
And so we arrived at Yale University, where the Hummer came face to face with his old dean. The dean spoke.
How do you do?
A dizzy dean.
Dean, I regret to report that old Throckmorton, class of 1861, has been seriously murdered.
You don't mean...
Yes, Dean. But he was a true Yale man to the end. He died with his derby and his raccoon coat on.
for Throckmorton. At last he had made skull and bones. Tell me, what happened to him?
An ice pick in the back. And, Dean, we thought you might know who killed him.
I'll tell you who killed him. It was... Who? I'm dummying up.
And so, once again, history repeated itself. The Hummer learned nothing at Yale. So, we continued our search for clues from one end of the globe to the other. India, New Zealand, Hialeah, Asia Minor, Far Rockaway.
Hialeah.
We even went to Antwerp and talked to the twerps. It was in Antwerp that we discovered that the ice pick was manufactured in Norway. This meant only one thing: Argentina. While we were sitting in a cafe in Argentina, a few strolling pampers came in and began to sing an old opera tune. Howard, an old opera tune.
Friends, I'd like to take this opera tune moment to tell you about the drinks at Duffy's Tavern. Remember, a drink at Duffy's is good for your stomach. Ask the man who had one. Now, back to our play.
And so we continued our search. From Stockholm to Oslo. From the Skagerrak to the Kattegat. Then, suddenly, the Hummer started humming. This could only mean one thing: Scotland. The next morning, we found ourselves in the heart of Scotland. Scotland Yard itself. We was greeted by Inspector McIntyre.
How do you, Hootman?
You are a Scotchman?
In this sky, do you think I'm playing Little Lever?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. We have no time for fragilities. We're looking for clues.
Well, you've got a bro brecht mulech necht necht to look recht. What sort of clues, Hootman, are you looking for?
Inspector, we're looking for the cad who murdered a Yale man in his old raccoon coat.
Was this Yale man wearing a derby hood?
Aye.
Is he having an ice pick in his back?
Aye. Do you ken anything about the case?
I'm dumbing up.
And so the search went on. We left Scotland and sailed for Juneau, Alaska.
Juneau? About the food at Duffy's Tavern? Just ask the man who's been there. He'll tell you where to go.
Thank you, Howard. And we continue. After many months of fruitless search, we returned to America and the Throckmorton mansion. The butler spoke.
How do you... Hey, it's you again.
This man is beastly familiar. Archie, who is he?
Hummer, don't you remember? It's Rasputin, the butler.
Oh, yes. I never forget a face.
Rasputin, is there any new clues?
Only one. Yesterday we had some highballs, and we had to use the ice pick, but don't worry. We stuck it right back into Mr. Throckmorton.
Just a second.
Quiet, everybody. The Hummer is thinking. There may be a solution to this crime yet.
Europa, the solution. I have it.
What is it, Hummer?
Archie, take the corpse's fingerprints.
Okay. Wait. Hummer, the corpse has no fingers. Only claws. What does this mean?
Archie, remove his derby hat. Yank out the ice pick and tell me what you see.
Gazooks, it ain't a Yale man at all. It's only a polar bear rug. Hummer, does this mean...
Yes. There is no Mr. Throckmorton. There is no body.
You mean...
It was a perfect crime that was never committed.
Hummer, you're a genius. Well, Rudy, tell me, what do you think of it as a radio play?
What do I think of it?
Yeah. Rudy, no. Rudy, stop humming at me that way. I know what you're thinking. Rudy, put down that ice pick. Rudy. Duffy. Yeah, well, have a good time and be with you next week.
It's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for now, but be sure to be with us again next time for another hilarious get-together at everybody's favorite tavern.
Saturday, the fun starts when Nancy meets Francie, Sunshine's mom.
Actually, we live a very quiet life here. And what do you call this? Bad timing.
Then there's a fire at the fishes.
The empty house 2 doors down, it's on fire.
Could Victor be a firebug?
These children are under my supervision.
Go fish!
And Starsky and Hutch are set up by the mob. Right after Blansky's Beauties and Fish.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing the new hit tune, Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up, look up, don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave. And no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut. 75% got less razor pull. 69% closer shaves. 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream, smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Well, today is Lincoln's birthday, and the day after tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. Ironic, isn't it? Only 2 days after the birthday of the man who freed so many men from slavery comes the day that has led to the enslavement of so many men. But to the young in heart, the romantic little billy doos of St. Valentine's Day with their tender declarations of love remain a glorious tradition. And since they cost money, we find our young hero Denis Day in the front room of the Anderson house busily making his own as his girlfriend Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Denis. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness, a Valentine.
Oh, gee, you weren't supposed to see it till you got it in the mail.
Oh, but it's beautiful, Denis, and so fancy. Where'd you get all that gorgeous lace?
Well, it isn't exactly lace, Mildred. Your father gave me a pair of his old shorts.
Oh, I see. Well, it's really very pretty.
Oh, sure, and a little bit different, too. After all, how many girls get a Valentine with elastic tops?
That's true. Are you sending Valentines to any other girls? Like Miss Baker, for instance?
Oh, gosh, no. That old spinster?
Well, she has quite a crush on you, you know. She even named her Cocker Spaniel after you.
Oh, I know, and is it embarrassing? I've even stopped going into Olson's grocery store on account of the way Mr. Olson stares at me.
Oh, why should he stare at you?
Well, 3 times a week, Miss Baker calls him and tells him to send over a can of Strongheart for Denis Day.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but Mildred, I wouldn't send anyone else a Valentine anyway, because you're my one and only.
Oh, Denis, am I really?
You know you are. Didn't I give you the secret handshake of the Captain Midnight Mass Marvel Club?
Yes. But, gee, this Valentine's Day makes 4 years we've been going steady. Don't you think it's time we talked about getting married?
Married? But, Mildred, I haven't got a cent.
Oh, does that really matter so much? All 2 people ever need is their love for each other.
No, Mildred, I made up my mind I wouldn't get married until I could give my wife expensive dresses, silk lingerie, and a mink coat. All the things I never had.
But, Denis, all I want is you.
Oh, you must have more ambition than that.
All right, I'll ask you. Will you marry me?
Well, yes. Are you really proposing to me?
Well, of course.
Well, shouldn't you be on your knees?
Never mind. Will you marry me? Answer me.
Well, yes.
Good.
Now, how about a cooling off period of, say, about 5 years?
Oh, no. We're going to set the date as soon as we talk to my mother.
Your mother? Does she have to know?
Well, naturally.
But couldn't we wait and tell her a little later, say after we had a child or 2?
Denis, don't be silly. You've got to ask her for my hand.
I know, but I got a feeling I'm going to get hers.
Nonsense. Now, come on. And don't forget, you're supposed to do the talking.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, hello, Mildred. Denis?
Go ahead, Denis.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about a little problem, Mrs. Anderson. Do you think that when 2 people are in love, they should get married?
Why, I haven't any idea. It all depends on who the 2 people are.
Well, say they're a boy and a girl.
Yes, they make the best married couples, all right. But what's your point, if any?
Well, it's this, Mother. Denis and I love each other, we respect each other, and we want to get married.
Also to each other.
You mean you and this Dennis Day here? Mildred, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do, Mother. I think Dennis is the sweetest boy in the whole world.
That goes for me, too.
Maybe you are, but can you support a wife? Believe me, children, when bills come in the door, love flies out the window.
Oh, not in our case. We won't be able to afford a place with windows for years.
Dennis, listen to me. It's not that I'm mean or hard-hearted, but I love my daughter, and I want to see her happy. And I know she couldn't be married to a man who couldn't provide for her properly.
Oh, but we could manage, Mother. After we get married, I could find a job.
Gee, and leave me home all alone?
You hear, Mildred? This is the father you'd like to force on my grandchildren?
But, Mother...
Not another word, Mildred. When this boy is earning enough to support a wife, come to me again. And I promise you, I'll put the bridal veil on your old gray head myself. But until then, the answer is no, and that's final.
Oh, golly, Dennis, isn't that awful?
Yeah, well, back to our old arrangement of holding hands illegally, I guess.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking. Now it might be years before we...
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, children. My gracious, what are you two so downhearted for?
Oh, we're so miserable, Daddy. Mother just refused Dennis permission to marry me.
Oh, so that's it. Well, don't you let it worry.
I don't mean that, silly. I mean rush off to a justice of the peace.
And I know just the fella, about 5 miles out of town. All you need is $2 and your birth certificate.
Oh, mine's right upstairs.
And I guess I could get mine easily enough down at the Hall of Records.
Oh, golly, Dennis, get down there as fast as you can. And when you come back, I'll have my things packed, and we're off to that justice of the peace.
Okay, but before we take this step, Mildred, a step that will change our whole lives, I think there's something you should know.
Why, Dennis, what?
It's okay, son. I'll lend you the $2.
That's it.
All right, next, please.
Pardon me, sir. Is this the place where you get birth certificates?
Say, buddy, read that sign at my elbow there. What's it say?
It says birth certificates obtained here.
Good boy. Now just tell me which words are bothering you. I'll be glad to explain them.
No, I guess this is the place. I'd like a copy of a birth certificate. The name is Dennis Day.
Day, huh? Just a second. Let's see. Here's Daly, Dalton. Here we are, Dennis Day. Yeah. Born September 12th, 1926, right? Died February 2nd, 1949.
Pardon me? Oh, what was that last item?
Died February 2nd, 1949. Isn't that right?
Oh, I doubt it. Offhand, I don't remember what I did that day, but I'm sure it wasn't anything like that.
How's that again?
You see, I'm Dennis Day.
Yeah? Well, don't tell me about it. Go see a representative of Forest Lawn.
But I'm alive. Honest, I am. Here, watch. I'll breathe for you.
Now, look, mister, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got a death certificate for Dennis Day, and death certificates never lie.
But I tell you, I'm Dennis Day.
Born September 12th, 1926?
Yeah.
Father's name Patrick, mother's Molly?
Yeah, that's right.
Lie down, bud.
But I'm alive, I tell you.
You're going to argue with the city records? You are dead.
But look at me. Do I look like I'm dead?
Well, they made some great strides in embalming the past few years.
Oh, please, be reasonable, mister.
Now, look, all I know is what it says in the records. If you are Dennis Day, you're dead.
But, mister...
Hey, will you stop? You were hit by a beer truck on the corner of 3rd and Elm on February 2nd and killed. Now, beat it. I have enough trouble with live people without bothering with your type.
Oh, my gosh, what Mrs. Anderson always said about me from the neck up has come true all over.
Dennis, did you pick up your birth certificate?
Mildred, I'm afraid we'll have to call off our marriage.
Oh, Dennis, why?
Well, in the first place, according to the records, you might find me a little cold.
What?
And in the second place, how would it look going on a honeymoon with my own widow?
What on earth are you talking about?
Our marriage, it just won't work, that's all. Imagine hearing the Justice of Peace saying, I now pronounce you stiff and wife.
Dennis, are you feeling all right?
Oh, sure. Wonderful, considering the condition I'm in.
What condition are you in?
I'm dead.
You're what?
It's true, Mildred. My corpus has delictide.
Dennis, dead.
I was so young, Mildred. Why did I have to go? Why?
Dennis, will you please calm down and explain what this is all about?
According to the City Hall records, I died a couple of weeks ago. I was hit by a beer truck at the corner of 3rd and Elm.
But that's ridiculous. You're not dead.
You don't think so?
Well, you hear me talking to you, don't you? And feel me touching you?
Yeah. Gee, you must be dead, too.
Neither of us are. They've made some sort of mistake in the records, and we're going down there and get it straightened out. If we have to see the mayor himself.
We are?
Of course we are.
Okay, but I was just thinking, this is quite a choice to have to make.
Choice?
Well, sure. Change the records and marry you, or leave them as they are and never have to pay any income tax. All right, I'm going. Don't push, don't push.
Thank you very much for seeing us, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm a very busy man, but my secretary said it was emergency. Now, just what seems to be the trouble?
Well, Your Honor, I'm alive and healthy, and everybody's trying to tell me I'm dead.
My. Same thing that Harry Truman has just been through, huh?
Oh, no, sir. We mean really dead.
You mean actually deceased?
Sure. I died February 2nd.
You did?
Yes, sir.
You realize you're violating a city ordinance? You should have been buried a week ago.
Oh, no. Actually, I'm alive. But your records show I was standing on the corner of 3rd and Elm when all of a sudden a truck full of beer hit me.
Are you sure it didn't and you had your mouth open?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, it's just according to your records that he's dead, Mr. Mayor, and something's got to be done about it.
Well, sure, Your Honor. Gosh, if I claim to be dead now when I really do die, who'll believe me?
Right, George, you've got something there, my boy. And I can't wait till you get it out of here.
It's nothing to joke about, Mr. Mayor.
No, here I am actually alive and legally dead. There must be some way out of this mess.
Well, I can think of one. I'll pay for the gun if you like.
Oh, no, that's too drastic.
Very well, I'll look into the case immediately. You said your name was Day, I believe?
Yes, sir, Dennis Day.
Oh, yes, the name comes back to me now. Your death certificate was filed on February 2nd, the day before our last city election. Believe me, your vote came in mighty handy.
Huh?
Oh, nothing, just reminiscing. Suppose you have a seat in the anteroom, my boy. I'll get right to work on your case.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll run home and wait for you, Dennis.
Okay, Mildred. And if they don't find out I'm alive, well, just remember we all have to go sometime.
My gracious, do you realize it's almost 6, Herbert? Where can Dennis and Mildred be? They're never home this late.
Oh, we'll probably be hearing from them soon, Passion Puss. I'm sure.
Herbert, I can tell from your expression you think you've put something over on me.
Me, Poopsie girl?
Yes, you. The last time you looked like this was when I forced you to take that medicine to build you up. And it turned out to be 60% alcohol.
Well, I guess it can't do any harm to tell you, dear. Dennis and Mildred are probably married by now.
Married? Did you say married?
Mm-hmm. They eloped.
What? Why, they can't do that. I'll stop them. I'll have them jailed.
Careful, lover. You know what happens when you get excited in the new corset. Something's sure to give.
But my own daughter, deliberately disobeying me like that. How could she? Running off.
Hi, Mother, Daddy.
Mildred, where is he? Where is that husband of yours?
Oh, we're not married, Mother. Dennis ran into a snag down at the Hall of Records.
Thank heaven. To think you could plan such a thing, especially when you know it's what I did. And you have an example of what I wound up with right in front of you.
But, Mother,
Not another word out of you. Get up to your room this minute.
Mother,
I said go up to your room and don't you stir from it.
Yes, Mother.
If I had my hands on that Denis Day now, I'd take him apart. I'd find out what fills all that space between his sinus and his skull. Where did Mildred say he was?
The Hall of Records.
Give me that phone.
Poopsie, now don't say anything rash, will you? No, I couldn't bear seeing you only on visiting days.
Don't be silly. I'm just going to tell him if he ever comes near this house again, I'll... Hello? Hall of Records? I'm trying to locate a boy named Denis Day. Do you have... He's what? But he can't be. A beer truck? You sure? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Poopsie, what is it?
It's Denis. He was hit by a beer truck.
Good heavens, you don't mean that he...
Yes, that poor little boy. He probably threw himself underneath it. And it's all my fault. Oh, why didn't that beer truck run over me instead of him?
Yes, you probably wouldn't have even been hurt.
Oh, I can't bear the thought of telling Mildred. And when I think of the things I've said about him, I used to call him Dopey. He really wasn't dopey.
No, indeed. He wasn't dopey. He was just... Well, he was, that is...
That's right.
Yeah.
He was only a little... Well, I mean, sort of a trifle... Oh, that poor dopey boy. I'll be right back, Herbert. I need my smelling salts, and then we'll tell Mildred together.
Yes, dear. Meanwhile, I'll call the hospital and see if that's where they brought him.
All right.
Hello, General Hospital? Did they bring in a boy named Denis Day here? Yeah, he was run over by a beer truck. Well, he was about...
Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Denis. Be with you in a minute. He was about 22, dark hair and brown eyes, and his name was Denis, is that really you in the flesh?
Oh, sure, and bones and everything.
But I thought you were... down at the City Hall, they said that...
Oh, that was just a mistake in the records. It's all fixed now. It seems the beer truck ran over Miss Baker's Cocker Spaniel, whose name was also Denis Day. And they thought it was me, although we didn't look anything alike.
You mean they confused you and a dog?
I don't particularly care for the way you put it, but that's what happened.
Oh, what a relief. And poor Poopsie's conscience has been bothering her so... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Oh, I hate myself when I get fascinating ideas like this. But Poopsie's been pretty mean to you. She should be taught a good lesson.
You mean?
Yes. Now, quick. I think I hear her coming. Hide behind that curtain, and we'll hand her a little surprise.
Yeah.
Well, does the hospital have any news, Herbert?
No, dear. I don't know where they took him. Are you all right now? I mean, is it still bothering you?
No, I took it off.
I don't mean that. I mean your conscience. But you don't think he might come back and haunt you, do you?
Oh, don't be fantastic. You know I don't believe in
God.
What was that?
What was what?
That voice. Herbert.
Huh?
Look. There, in front of the curtain.
Where?
He can't see me, Mrs. Anderson. And he can't hear what I'm saying either. Can you, Mr. Anderson?
No, not a word. Look, here. What is it? You look as though you're seeing a ghost.
I think I am.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse my civilian clothes. They haven't issued me my sheet yet.
Oh, Denis, please forgive me. In spite of the way I treated you on Earth, I always loved you. Truly I did.
Now she tells me.
Denis, are you going to haunt me?
Yes. From the moment you get up in the morning until you go to sleep at night.
Well, but that's terrifying.
I know, but we ghosts can take it.
No, please. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have refused to let you marry Mildred. Oh, if only I had it to do over again, I'd love you for my son-in-law. I'd gladly do
Mother,
anything.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Mildred, you can see him, too?
What? Well, why shouldn't I be able to see him? He's standing right there.
Yes, but he's... Wait a minute.
Boy, I'm beginning to wish I was.
Oh, a trick. You are alive. You're no more dead than usual. You...
Oh, wait, Mrs. Anderson. You really love me, remember? You just said yourself you wanted me for your son-in-law.
I was under the influence of spirits. Come here, you. I'll teach you to elope with my daughter and play tricks on me.
See me at the corner of 3rd and Elm. I'm off to look for a beer truck.
And now, here is a very important announcement.
The makers of Palmolive soap are giving away $100,000 in prizes. First prize, $49,000, plus over 4,900 other cash prizes in the big 49 Gold Rush contest.
Hundreds will strike it rich in this exciting Gold Rush contest. One of them may be you. It's easy to enter. Just finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less.
I like Palmolive soap because. That's all. Just 25 words or less to finish the sentence. I like Palmolive soap because. Then mail your entry right away along with a Palmolive soap wrapper.
Try for your share of that $100,000 in prizes right now. Your chance of winning $49,000 is as good as anyone's. Get entry blank with complete rules from your dealer or write your completed sentence on plain paper. Include your name and address and dealer's name and address. Mail with one Palmolive soap wrapper for each entry to Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Better write that down. Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Enter often as you like, including one wrapper with each entry.
Get Palmolive soap right away to help win a lovelier complexion. And try for your share of the $100,000 in cash prizes. With the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the lovely ballad, Far Away Places.
Far away places with strange sounding names, far away over the sea. Those far away places with a strange sounding name are calling, calling. Go into China, or maybe Siam. I want to see for myself those faraway places I've been reading about in a book that I took from a shelf. I start getting restless whenever I hear a whistle of a train. I pray for the day I can get underway and look for those castles
next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumas' magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
If you want to own your own home or business, send your children through college, or have financial security when you retire, keep this in mind. You can make your dreams come true by buying U.S. savings bonds. For when your bonds mature, you'll get $4 for every $3 you invest. So use the payroll savings plan where you work. Or if you're your own boss, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. You'll find that automatic savings is sure savings. Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. And for a wonderful story and color photo of your favorite singing star, Dennis Day, get the current issue of Radio Stars and Television Magazine, now on the newsstands. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Fellow Americans, stop dragging your feet. Wear kitties when you're going to go out on a date.
Look great.
But do you know your feet need a little love?
Kitty knows.
What an agonizing, enterprising, hard kind of day you spend working overtime. You.
Fib, it's small.
You. When you shop. You need shoes for it all. I say comfort and style. If you're young at heart or young enough to remember, come to Kitty and explore at the Great American Shoe Store.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Band and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with New Sun in the Sky. There's one thing car owners are learning now, many of them for the first time. You can't just put your car away and forget about it. Like any piece of good machinery, you've got to keep it up to keep its value up. That goes for the battery, for the tires, and it goes for the finish, too. Smashed bugs and road scum will damage the finish of your car if they're not removed. Even the dirt accumulation and temperature changes in a garage or parking space will cause damage. So even if you're not driving your car very much these days, you'll still lengthen the life of the finish and keep it new looking if you clean and polish it with Johnson's Car New. I can tell you that's an easy job, because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application, 2 jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid. You apply it, let it dry, wipe it off. It does an amazing job of bringing back your car's original showroom shine. Then, if you want to give the finish added protection, apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular Johnson's Wax. But first, clean and polish the car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Every man has his favorite dish. With the master, he thinks, of 79 Wistful Vista, it's pot roast. And here in the living room, inhaling the luscious aroma wafting in from the kitchen, we find a man with an appetite and a woman with a genius for doing something about it, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Baby, does that smell good? How long before we eat, Molly?
Now, don't get impatient, dearie. It won't be long now.
Yeah, but I'm starved. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse and chase the jockey.
For goodness sakes, Magee, you had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch.
Well, I've been working.
At what?
Oh, different stuff. Took me 3 hours to fix that automatic pencil of mine.
Well, no wonder you're famished, dearie.
Yeah.
My goodness, fixing a pencil all afternoon.
Oh, my poor little fingers to the bone.
Now, look, do you think at your age you should exert yourself like that?
Oh, quit kidding.
But just relax, dearie. The pot roast is almost done. 17 minutes more.
17?
I cook by the clock, Magee. I believe in perfection in my cooking.
I'll say you do. You cook the best pot roast I ever looped a lip over. If you ever hear any vicious gossip to the effect that I married you for your pot roast, it ain't vicious gossip. It's the ugly truth.
Well, thank you, dearie. Say, did you get that new crystal for your watch today?
Oh, I forgot. I might walk down to Gilly's jewelry store right after dinner and get it.
Are they open?
I'll find out. Give me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Gilly's jewelry store on 14th, just opposite Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, huh? Hey, we're having pot roast for dinner tonight, Mert. Yeah, what are you having? Huh? Oh. Well, watch out for the bones.
What are they having for dinner, Magee?
Her little sister's algebra teacher. What say, Mert? Yeah, it took a while. Okay, I'll let it go. Now, let's eat, Molly.
All right, Magee. I'll take up the pot roast while you wash your hands.
Oh, my hands are clean.
Go wash your hands.
But, Molly, my hands are as clean...
Magee!
Okay. How's my shirt?
Good enough. Besides, you haven't got time to change now.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Pot roast. If there's anything I like better than pot roast, it's a second helping of pot roast. I remember one time when I was president of the PTA...
The what?
Oh, maybe I never told you. I worked in a pet shop once, and we had a lot of parrots that wouldn't talk. So me and 3 or 4 other fellas started a business to teach parrots how to talk.
What'd you call it?
The Parrot Teachers Association. Well, sir... Oh, my gosh. Who's that?
I don't know, but I hope they don't stay long.
Well, if they do, they're going to have to talk to me over a bowl of hot gravy.
Well, now, listen, don't ask them to eat with us. I only made enough pot roast for 2.
Okay.
Come in.
Good day, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Magee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Won't you come in and sit down?
Oh, maybe he hasn't got time to sit down, Molly. Must be about his dinner time.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, Magee. Am I interrupting your dinner by any chance?
If you are, I hope it is by chance. Because we only got barely enough for...
Magee.
Enough for Magee. What's on your mind, Latrivia? I can spare you a minute.
Oh, nothing in particular, Magee. I just wanted your opinion on the new big bulletin board on the City Hall steps.
What's that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a huge poster affair, Mrs. Magee, upon which we post air raid information, rationing information, directions about enlistments, and that sort of thing.
Well, I think it's great. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. I'll be seeing you.
Now, listen, Magee. Don't be rude. Maybe the mayor wasn't through talking.
Oh, sure he was.
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
I value the personal opinions of the citizens of Wistful Vista.
You wouldn't value mine right now.
Must be a great help to a mayor to take sort of an informal poll of people's ideas, Mr. Mayor.
It is indeed. I like to proceed cautiously with these things. I go by the old aphorism, a stitch in time saves 9.
9 what?
9 anything.
Now, listen, if you tore something, Mr. Mayor, I'll get needle and thread and fix it for you.
No, it's just an old expression, a stitch in time saves 9.
Well, that's pretty silly. How can you take a stitch in time? They making clocks out of cotton now so you can...
I was merely quoting an old saw, Magee, to the effect.
Oh, if you tore something on a saw, Mr. Mayor, it must be pretty bad. Turn around and let me see.
I didn't tear anything, Mrs. Magee.
Well, then what you come busting in here for, yelling for a needle and thread? If you ain't the worst false alarm, Latrivia...
I didn't start yelling for a needle and thread, Mrs. Magee.
I never yell. It isn't ladylike, and besides...
I didn't say you did yell, Mrs. Magee. I merely said that...
Stop arguing with my wife.
Now, look here, Magee. My, something smells good. What is it?
Heavenly days, my pot roast. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, certainly.
Funny thing about the missus. The minute she gets dinner ready, she wants to sit right down and eat. And she loves pot roast.
Oh, I don't blame her. So do I.
Yeah. Well, I can take it or leave it myself. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. You got my okay on that bulletin board. What'd you do with your hat?
I didn't wear a hat, McGee.
Oh.
I like to walk in the open air bareheaded. Gives me an appetite.
Does, eh?
Certainly does.
Yeah, bet it does at that.
Yes, indeed. Really does.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Yes, sir. Gives me a great appetite. You know how it is. A bachelor like me eating out all the time. Has to work up an appetite.
Well, that's the best way to do it. All right. Brisk walk in the open air. Particularly at about this time of day. Well, I'm sorry you're in such a hurry, Latrivia, because...
McGee, why don't you ask the mayor to sit down? My goodness, anybody think you're rushing him out?
Anybody but him would.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I will sit down for just a moment.
Oh.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh, nothing. Well, what do you know, Latrivia?
Oh, nothing new, McGee. Say, I hope you're not having guests for dinner. I wouldn't want to intrude, you know.
No, Mr. Mayor. There's just McGee and me. And we usually eat in the kitchen when we're alone.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mrs. McGee. That's the way I like it, too. When I drop in on people unexpectedly and they suggest we have a pick-up meal in the kitchen, I'm just delighted.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty uncomfortable. Water's always dripping in the sink or percolator bubbles so you can't hear yourself think or something. I like to put on a little dog when I eat.
Oh, now, McGee. McGee, what are you doing?
Just tightening my belt a little is all.
Oh, losing weight, McGee?
I think I have, recently. Last few hours or so. Well, don't rush away, Latrivia. Just because we were going to grab a bite to eat don't mean...
Not a bit, McGee, not a bit. No, you go right ahead with what you were doing. Forget I'm here.
Now, we wouldn't think of it. Have you seen tonight's paper, Mr. Mayor?
No, and I always do the crossword puzzle, too. Here it is. Have you got a pencil, McGee?
Yeah, here. And be careful with it. I spent all afternoon fixing it. Take it with you, Latrivia. Take the paper, too.
Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor. McGee, may I speak to you a minute?
Huh? Sure. Excuse me, Latrivia.
Of course. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
What's an 8-letter word meaning a popular dinner dish?
Let me see. 8 letters. What does it begin with?
P-O space R.
I know, pot roast.
That's it.
Oh.
finished with the puzzle?
No, I've got quite a long way to go yet.
But ain't you getting kind of hungry, Latrivia?
Oh, I don't know. Are you?
Not a bit. How about you, Magee?
Me? Shucks, I had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch. Why should I be hungry? I can go for hours yet.
Yes, so can I.
Well, here we are, aren't we?
Sure are.
What's a 9-letter word meaning appetizing?
Vertical or horizontal?
Well, what difference does it make?
Well, it might make a lot. Asparagus is horizontal, and artichokes are vertical, and they're both delicious.
Thank you very much. Now, let me see. 32 vertical.
Oh, now, come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi there, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
You know Mayor Latrivia, Oldtimer.
Don't care if I do. Pleased to meet you, Sonny. Stranger in town?
Not exactly.
He's the mayor, Mr. Oldtimer.
Is that so? About time we had a new mayor. Got an awful stuffed vest in the city hall now. Name's Latrivia.
I am Latrivia.
Any relation?
Look, Oldtimer, this is that Latrivia. He's our mayor.
Congratulations, Sonny. Get in there and pitch. Can't do any worse than that, Latrivia.
Please, Mr. Oldtimer, this gentleman is Mr. Latrivia.
Can't be, daughter. Latrivia ain't a gentleman. Hey, Sonny, you look like a fellow I went to school with.
You don't say. I was Princeton 27, and you?
Lockheed 42. Welding school. Where are you working?
We just told you he's the mayor.
Glad to hear it. Whatever become of Latrivia?
Nothing. I'm still here.
Don't change the subject, young fella. I was talking about Latrivia.
But he is Mr. Latrivia.
Same name as the mayor, huh?
Doggone it, he is the mayor.
Is that so? Small world, ain't it? Hey, kid, sign this petition for me, will you?
Certainly. Let me take that pencil, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Right at the bottom there, daughter. That's it. You too, Johnny.
Okay.
Right below. Oh, and you, Sonny. What was the name?
Latrivia.
Name's familiar. We met before someplace?
You just met him here 2 minutes ago.
I did? Time sure drags, don't it?
You don't know the half of it. It's been so long since I ate, I think all my swallows have gone back to Capistrano.
That's pretty good, Johnny. That ain't the way I heard it. Way I heard it. Hey, did you sign this petition, Sonny?
Yes, I did.
Much obliged. Way I heard it. One feller said to t'other feller, see? They say it's going to be kind of hard to get gas after July 15th. That's great, says t'other feller. My radishes ought to be up by then. Much obliged, kids. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Oldtimer.
Just a minute, sir. That petition we just signed, I didn't read it very carefully.
Oh, we're going to impeach the mayor, Johnny. A fellow named Latrivia.
But I am Mayor Latrivia.
Well, now, don't worry about it. Common name. Met 3 fellas named Latrivia in the last 5 minutes. How's so long, kids? Glad I've met you, Mr.
Latrivia.
Criminy, another one?
Well, I've held some silly conversations in my day, but that one wins the Petty Point inner tube.
Don't you think you better trot down to City Hall and do something about that petition, Latrivia?
Certainly not. I'm a great deal more worried about you two good people. I'm afraid I'm keeping you from your dinner.
What on earth gave you that idea?
Yeah, just because we got the table all set and you smell a pot roast cooking on the stove, and I'm beginning to feel faint, and Molly keeps looking at the clock. You needn't jump to conclusions.
No. The longer a pot roast cooks, the better it is, I always say.
It certainly smells delicious. Very fond of pot roast myself, particularly when it's cooked at home. I think the sight of a well-browned pot roast with that delicately flavored gravy oozing out of it is one of the finest... Magee, don't you feel well?
Here, dearie. Sit down a minute.
I'll be all right. Don't mind me.
Do you think it's something you ate?
Whatever it is, it must be... It must be very painful. The poor lad's got tears in his eyes. Use your handkerchief, darling.
I haven't got one on me.
What's that up your sleeve there?
That's my napkin, Snoopy.
Hello, folks. What's cooking?
Pot roast, and hasn't it been a lovely day?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in on a dinner party. Or is it a dinner party? Oh, on second thought, it's so late you must have all had dinner.
That's two thoughts you've had today, Mastermind. So don't push your luck.
Hey, what are you so bad-tempered about, Fibber?
Well, he doesn't feel well, Mr. Wilcox. He feels kind of irritated.
What about, Fibber? What's your beef?
Pot roast.
Oh.
Or have I mentioned that?
I think Magee will be all right if we can only get him to eat something, Mr. Wilcox.
Maybe some crackers and milk, eh?
Oh, some tea and toast.
Magee, stop trembling.
No, I ain't trembling. I'm just quivering with happiness with everybody taking so much interest in me. What do you want, anyway, Wilcox?
Now, Magee, that's no way to talk to Mr. Wilcox. After all, he represents the sponsor. And if it wasn't for the sponsor, you wouldn't be eating. What am I saying? You'll have to make allowances for him today, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. Everybody feels like that on occasion. I met a fellow today who was snapping everybody's head off.
He must have been even hungrier than I am.
What did you say, Magee?
He's just talking to himself. What was the matter with your irritable friend, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it's a funny thing. He was subconsciously annoyed by the dull and dingy looks of his car. I showed him how easy it was to bring back that showroom shine with some Johnson's Car New. How it cleans and polishes in one easy operation in practically no time at all. And when he got through car-newing that automobile, he was the cheerfulest, happiest fellow you could ever hope to meet. Gay as a grig, so delighted with that gleaming finish and the simplicity of the whole car-new operation that he insisted on taking me out to lunch.
Lunch. Why doesn't everybody go away and leave me to my memories?
Say, it was some lunch, too. Ice-cold jellied consomme, crisp lettuce salad, a golden brown, light and fluffy mushroom omelet. Oh, hey, grab him, Matrivia. He's fainting.
I got him.
Somebody run and get a glass of pot roast. I mean water.
Hey, I'll dash down to the corner. There's a doctor down there.
I don't want a doctor.
I know it, but I promised him a car new demonstration today. See you later.
What's the matter with you, Magee? Every time anybody mentions food, you turn pale.
I think he's a little faint from loss of hunger, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm all right. I think maybe I better run up and go to bed.
Can you sleep on an empty stomach?
He sleeps on his side.
I can go to sleep, all right. All I got to do is just start counting politicians jumping over a pot roast. That'll always get...
Come in. Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. Magee?
Hi, Uppy.
Good day, Mrs. Uppington.
Mela Trivia, what a delightful surprise. I didn't know the Magees were having a guest for dinner. A lovely evening, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely
Won't you sit down, Abigail?
Oh, thank you. No, my dear. I just stopped in to see if you and Mr. Magee had any plans for dinner this evening.
Yeah, we had plans, all right. Anyway, I did. But as the poet says, there's many a slip twixt the skillet and the gullet.
I don't think Magee feels much like eating this evening, Mrs. Uppington. The very mention of food seems to upset him.
Yes, the poor lad. I think he has a touch of oral humidity.
Good heavens. Oral humidity? What is that?
My mouth waters. Why'd you ask, Uppy?
Oh, well, I was eating alone tonight, and my cook has prepared a simply delicious boeuf brassé, and I had rather hoped you would be able to join me. Oh, informally, of course.
Well, thanks, Abigail, but I don't believe we'll be able to. It was nice of you to think of us.
Yeah, I ain't much for those French dishes anyway, Uppy. I'm strictly a eat in the kitchen and holler for more ketchup guy myself.
If I didn't feel that I was deserting Magee when he doesn't feel well, Mrs. Uppington, I'd accept your invitation myself.
Well, I'm terribly sorry about it, Miss Magee. Perhaps some other time.
Okay, if I live. I think I got a bad case of malnutrition. My tummy is so wrinkled you could grab me by the head and feet and play me like an accordion.
Why, I wouldn't think of doing such a thing. But you know, I was so sure that you particularly, Mr. Magee, would enjoy a bit of boeuf brassé.
Oh, I don't think so, Abigail. He usually shies away from those foreign specialties. As he says, he's just a Yankee Doodle for a bean and a noodle.
Oh. Well, some other time, perhaps. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Abigail. Like to have gone over there, dearie, but everything's always so fancy.
Yeah, I always feel that I ought to be eating my olives with gloves on over there. Hey, Latrivia.
Yes?
You're an educated guy. What was this book brassy her cook dreamed up?
You don't know?
No, what is it?
Pot roast.
The King's Men sing the Bombardier song.
Said the bombardier to the pilot, give us a little ride. The pilot said to the navigator, won't you slide inside? The navigator, he looked around and said to the engineer, your hands are dirty, your pants are dirty, you're dirty behind the ear. Said the bombardier to the gunner, how are we fixed for lead? The pilot said to the radio man, how's the weather ahead? To the pilot, give us the pretty crate, and 5 degrees to the right will make it just as sure as fate. The ship belonged to the bombardier who opened his little bay. He saw the target, the enemy target, and suddenly, bomb away!
Look, Latrivia, if you'd left when Wilcox did, he might have given you a lift in his car.
I wouldn't think of leaving till I'm sure you'll be all right, Magee.
Oh, he'll be all right, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll put him right to bed.
With no dinner?
Oh, phooey on dinner. I think it does people good to skip a meal now and then. Good night's sleep is just as valuable.
Not to me. I've got to have my dinner. Oh. But if you're going to bed, I guess I'd better be going to a restaurant someplace.
Well, it's nice you dropped in, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're sorry we're not going with you, Latrivia. I get awful hungry for a good restaurant-cooked meal now and then.
Don't be silly, Magee. I smelled that pot roast.
What pot roast? Oh, that pot roast. Well, that's for lunch tomorrow. Well, good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night. Good night, Magee.
Good night, Latrivia. Oh, boy. Now for that pot roast. I thought that guy would never go home.
Looks like we'd have to start taking our meals behind locked doors, dearie.
Well, come on. I got just enough strength left to lift the first mouthful of pot roast, and then when I...
Magee, look at my pot roast is ruined.
Huh?
It's all cooked away.
Let's see.
Oh,
my gosh. Dear. Oh, my. Oh, looks like a retread on a retread. Doggone that Latrivia anyway. He's responsible for this. Next time I need him,
never mind that, Magee. Get your hat. We got to go out and eat now.
Huh?
Come on.
Oh, okay. So let's go someplace where they got pot roast.
All right.
I've been all puckered up for pot roast for 3 days. Come on, Molly, let's hurry.
Oh, my. I hope we can get a table right away, Magee. I'm starved.
You're starved. Gee whiz, I can even eat spinach. Hey, sis, can we get a table?
I think so, sir. I have one right over here. This way, please.
Thank you, dearie. You know, I almost felt sorry for Mayor Latrivia, Magee. I wish we'd asked him to eat with us.
Not me. The way that wolf moved in on us, I wouldn't split a pea with him.
Here you are, sir, and here's the menu.
Oh, boy. Let me study this a minute.
Magee, will you look? The specialty for today.
Where?
At the top of the page there. Pot roast.
Ah, baby. This is my lucky day.
Sure.
Hey, sis, bring me a double order of that pot roast. How about you, Molly?
No, just a bowl of soup and some green salad.
Okay.
Yes, madam, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you, sir.
Huh?
The pot roast is all gone. I just served the last portion of it to that gentleman over there.
Where?
The gentleman with his back toward you at the next table.
Oh, well, we can't have everything. Hey, Bud, how's the pot roast?
Excellent, excellent. In fact, oh, hello, McGee.
Trivia.
Maybe you've already noticed that I like to talk about wax. Well, it has so many uses that if I talked about a different one every week, I could go on for several years without repeating myself. But what interests me today is, what is the real purpose of wax? The number one reason for using it on your floors, furniture, and woodwork. That reason is protection. When you apply a coat of genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, to any surface, you are really protecting that surface against dirt and wear, adding to its life. That makes wax a very useful item today when one of our jobs is to conserve and make our things last. Now, of course, protection is not wax's only contribution. It does save you many hours of housework, and it does add rich, mellow beauty to your entire home. But you can count these as extra dividends. You'll get more than your money's worth just from the protection the genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, gives to your floors, furniture, and woodwork.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Navy wants and needs 30,000 pilots a year to be trained on a 12-month program of flight training. The requirements are simple. They want young men between 18 and 27, high school graduates, who have been American citizens for at least 10 years. All those successfully completing the course will be commissioned as ensign with pay and allowances of over $200 a month.
Yes, it's a wonderful and thrilling opportunity for young men to find a new glory under old glory.
Join the Navy and see the world made into a decent place for free people to live in. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly programs are shortwaved each week to our armed forces throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I found a recipe you won't find in a cookbook, but it's sure nutritious and a real money saver, too. Take a quart of Carnation Instant Non-Fat Dry Milk. Add a quart of whole milk. Mix, chill, and serve. You get 2 quarts of fresh-tasting low-fat milk and make a real savings on your milk bill. Carnation Instant Milk. Good for you and your budget, too.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
And we bring you the latest news of Bedlam News. Sees nothing, shows all. Spring is here, and the Bedlam News cameraman heralds arrival of vernal season around the world. New York City, first robin arrives at Central Park.
I say, officer, is that a robin?
Too cold for robins, lady. It must be a sparrow with a red vest on.
Kokomo, Nebraska. City opens municipal cedar closet to store taxpayers' heavy underwear. Mayor Fling presides at dedication.
Hooray! Thank you. As your mayor, it gives me great pleasure to throw in the first mothball.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Sulfur and molasses appears in Great American Home.
Take it home and it's good for you. Oh, gee, I don't want any.
Seattle, Washington. Salmon season opens in Columbia River. Washington, D.C. Prominent actor is allowed entertainment expenses on his income tax deductions. Interested citizens express opinions on this phenomenal ruling. Congressman Bellow.
My friend, it's not up to the actors to feed the critics. Congress should pass a bill forcing all critics to eat their words.
George Lean Hayton, well-known critic, speaks his mind.
It's a lot of hospital. I've never gotten any food from an actor.
When a ham invites me to dinner, I always bring my own lunch.
Roger Bozo Davis, burlesque comedian, has his say.
Oh, I've been getting rotten notices all my life. When last see Cincinnati, I took a critic into a dilly joint, but we both beat it out without taking a check.
Atlantic City, New Jersey, Pumfit Quake, first bather of new season, plunges into surf.
Oh, you'll catch your death of cold, Pumfit.
No, I've got to go in, men. Them newsreel guys are waiting.
Okay, Quake, camera's ready. Want to try a duck?
Well, here I go, boys.
You come out of there this instant, Pumfit Quake.
Will you say a few words for the Bedlam News, Mr. Quake?
I'm 42, happily married and soaking wet. My favorite song is Am I Blue?
And now for some songs from Bonnie, Scotland, brought to you by our singing troubadour, Theodore Webb, and our Salopatiker singers.
Heard Sweet Sue, a piano specialty played by the one and only Lenny Hayton, leader of the Ipana Troubadours. Now we rejoin Fred Allen in his Bedlam Detective Agency. Listen closely, for Detective Allen is sure to catch the crook of the month.
Bedlam Detective Agency. Oh, yes, Inspector Allen is here. Hold the line.
Hello. Oh, yes, Mr. Vandergilt. You've had another letter asking for money? That same gang, eh? They've been bleeding you for 6 months? Oh, you must be good and anemic by now. Listen, you better send them the money. I'll explain it later. Okay.
Is Mr. Vandergilt a blackmail victim?
No, the organized gang that's been writing him for money is the Income Tax Department.
You'll probably be next. Here's your mail.
Thanks. Any news from Insel?
No, sir.
Take a letter. Dear Sam, life is $1 dinner, period. After you finish with turkey, you get your desserts. We will all be glad to see your ship come in. Love and hi-ho.
Where can Mr. Insult be reached?
Try Snug Harbor, if you will.
Crime is a terrible thing, isn't it?
Crime's all right. It's the people running it that make it what it is.
Have you done anything about Dillinger?
Have I? Listen, I'm leaving jackknives and pieces of wood on every street corner in the country.
For what?
The minute Dillinger comes out to whittle, I've got him.
There's a suspicious-looking man to see you.
Don't be silly. That's my reflection in the mirror.
I know, but there's a tougher-looking guy outside.
Well, send him in. I'll grill him before he can open his mouth.
Good morning.
Who are you? What's your name?
Who are you and what's your name?
How old are you?
How old are you?
Where were you on the night of April 11th, 1933?
I was just going to ask you that.
Now, wait a minute. We're not getting any place.
Well, who's grilling who?
Are you guilty or not guilty?
Keep your shirt on, loudmouth. I'm no criminal.
Oh, no. I guess I know a con man when I see one.
Excuse me. Perhaps I can settle this.
Yeah, see what he wants while I think up a whooping third degree.
Have you any business here?
Yes, I came to take the census, but I guess somebody beat me to it. Good day.
That was a fine piece of work.
Well, anyone's apt to make a mistake. That's why they keep on printing marriage license blanks.
Excuse me. One of you is Detective Allen.
I'm Inspector Allen. My breathless annoyer.
Well, let's get down to business.
My dear fellow, is your business so low that we have to stoop to go into conference?
No. I'm Colonel Farnham. You've heard of Farnham and Haley's circus?
Oh, yes. How about some passes?
Not me. No passes with strange women. My wife's a knife thrower.
Well, Miss Clues is a bit forward.
Why, the idea?
No harm, baby. I'll slip you a couple of ducats later on.
You I deduce you've had some trouble at the circus, Mr. Farnham.
Trouble? Why, someone stole my lion, Barnaby. He's a man-eater.
Yes, I read that in the paper this morning.
You think you can solve this case?
Solve it? The case is solved, Mr. Farnham. What? Will you open the door, Miss Clues?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Come in, Gunner, and bring the lion.
Okay, Inspector. Come on, puss.
That's wonderful. That's my lion, all right. Come here, Barnaby.
I got your message, Inspector. Inspector.
Okay, Gunner, meet Mr. Farnham.
Punch the gristle, Mr. Farnham.
Ow! Oh, ouch! My hand!
Here's a splint. I give him with every handshake.
Gunner's the toughest guy in town.
Sit down, pansy.
How did you come to take Mr. Farnham's pet, Gunner?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. We live in a pretty tough neighborhood. And the missus don't feel safe in the house with nothing but a machine gun.
Well, don't my cat...
Quiet, Mug. The missus... You see, the missus have been wanting a watchdog. So when I went to the circus and seen this Pekingese...
Pekingese? Why, he's ferocious.
Yeah, where I come from, the mice chase the horses off the block.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, Gunner, I think we'll have to return the Nubian plaything to Mr. Farnham.
Okay, I was going to bring him back anyway.
Did your conscience smite you?
Nah, the neighborhood's too tough. I had to muzzle me kids to keep them from teething on your lion's tail.
Fine, Gunner. Mr. Farnham will give you the reward.
Yes, sir. Here's $50.
Oh, thanks. Now I can get the old lady a leopard to match the linoleum.
Well, good day, gentlemen. Come on, Barnaby.
So long, Mr. Farnham. Aren't you going along, Gunner?
Not yet. You and me's got a little business, Inspector. Stick 'em up.
What's that gun? Say, what's the big idea?
I gotta have $10.
Mr. Farnham just gave you 50, didn't he?
I know, but I seen in this morning's paper that the per capita wealth of the country is $60 per man.
So what's that got to do with me?
You're gonna give me $10 to make up my quota. Running out of the aquarium.
Good work, Mulligan. The call just came in.
Listen, I was in the aquarium on business, Inspector, old baby.
The only ones who have business in the aquarium are in tanks.
You're welcome, Inspector.
The city's official herring has been stolen, sir, and this guy Pinkbaum's guilty.
But I'm innocent, I'm telling you. Ye gods and little fishes.
Little fishes have nothing to do with this case, Pinkbaum. The city of New York has lost its official herring. This city is noted for its herring in the Empire State Building. Thousands of herring lovers this summer will be disappointed.
But I'm no fish snapper. I got a witness outside.
Bring in the witness, Miss Clues.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. You know Pinkbaum here?
Speaking of Portland, old kiddo.
Oh, yes. Mr. Pinkbaum runs Flanagan's Delicatessen.
Flanagan's? That's a funny name for a delicatessen, isn't it?
Yes, everybody goes in there to start a fight, but they generally buy something on the way out.
You see, it's an Irish neighborhood, so I'm calling it Flanagan's for protection.
Quiet, Pinkbaum. Tell us what happened, Portland.
Well, Mama had a bridge party this afternoon.
Yes?
Oh, it was funny. Mama forgot to buy prizes, so the girls were all playing for our furniture.
Did they win?
I'll say the bridge club went home with 4 of the best chairs and our sofa.
Fancy that. Wasn't Mama worried?
No, the winners are really the losers. They'll have to keep up the installments.
Could I explain the case, Sergeant?
Let's hear the truth first, Pinkbaum. Go ahead, Portland.
Well, it was late, and Mama knew that Papa would be home after a hard day at Radio City.
Is he scratching out a mural down there?
No, he doesn't exactly work there. Papa watches the men digging excavations.
Say, speaking of excavations, Captain, could I get out of this hole I'm in here? I got customers waiting.
Don't worry, I'll fix everything, Mr. Pinkbaum.
Yes, Portland, carry on.
Well, Mama said run down to Flanagan's Delicatessen and get a herring for Papa's dinner.
Knowing that fish is brain food, huh?
Oh, to some people, yes. But to Papa, it's just an entree.
Listen, Portland, stop beating around the onions. Get down to the herring, will you?
Yes, Portland. You know, a herring won't keep off the ice, you know.
You're telling me Mama mislaid a herring last year, and we had to move.
So much for gossip.
I could explain the whole thing, my buddy.
That'll be fun. Can I go, please? Papa's waiting for dinner.
All right, you can go, but you better forget about the herring.
I'll intimate. I'll get Papa some swordfish. That'll be fun.
Fun?
Yes, when Papa eats swordfish with his knife, it always looks like a duel.
I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Well, everything is bottoms up, old sloop. I guess I'll button along now.
Wait a minute, Pinkbaum. Did you intend to return this herring?
Well, certainly, my pal. When I took the herring, I even left the sardine for a deposit.
What made you think you could get away with the city's official herring?
Well, I'll tell you, see. I thought if it was missing, they would blame it on Tammany Hall.
Right this way.
Is that program still on the air?
Yes, and the band can't play till they find the conductor's baton. The announcer's been spieling his commercial talk for 25 minutes now.
The studio audience must be asleep by this time.
No, they don't even know the difference. Why, here we are right in here. Quiet.
So why not try a can of Axelrod's Axle Grease, ladies and gentlemen? The Axle Grease with a personality. There's nothing finer for slicking your hair. Try some on your pancakes tomorrow morning.
We better have some on Inspector Allen. He'll be weakening.
Yes, let's go out. I've got an idea.
From a secret recipe by the original village blacks.
Listen, Chief. I want to question everyone connected with this program.
I thought you would. I locked them all in this handy room over here.
Quiet, everybody. I'll soon get to the bottom of this.
Now, I have a suggestion to make.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Mr. Axelrod, the sponsor of this radio program.
Oh, yes, the sponsor. Mr. Axelrod, you didn't steal that orchestra leader's baton, did you?
Why, the idea. How dare you?
Tut. I know you sponsors.
Why should I steal it?
So that your announcer could talk about your axle grease for the whole hour.
Why, that's not true. I had nothing to do with it.
All right. Now, who was on the air just before this happened?
My two comedians, Hum and Bum. Oh, they'll convulse you.
Here we are. So you're the comedians, Hum and Bum, hey? The Hum is the Twifflers, I think. I suppose you've got your alibis ready.
Yeah. My mother used to sing me to sleep with an alibi.
Oh, that's terrific.
Quiet, Axelrod. Now, what happened after nobody laughed but the sponsor?
Well, the orchestra leader give us a call.
A call? What is this, a string band? Now, which one of you guys in the rented tuxedos is the orchestra leader?
I have never been so humiliated. My ivory baton presented to me personally by Tsar Nikolai Nikolaevich.
Never mind that. Waiting for a Tsar, I've heard that before. What happened? What happened when these alleged comedians finished?
I was laughing fit to burst. Then I was putting down my baton and listening intently to the talk about the axle grease. Very instructive. Comes my cue for the next musical number, and poof, my baton, it is missing.
And so the orchestra couldn't start playing?
Precisely. Without my baton to lead them, they can do nothing.
And what was the next musical number supposed to be?
Well, I was going to sing.
To sing what?
The Axle Grease theme song.
Axle Grease? How does it go?
Wagon wheels, Axelrod's grease on your wagon.
That's all I wanted to know. Gentlemen, the mystery is solved.
But yes, put down my baton.
I'll catch the thief in just a minute if you follow my instructions.
Anything you say.
Where's your trumpet player?
Well, I play the trumpet. What do you want, boss?
Can you read music?
Oh, I'm playing with my ears.
Can you remember the first 4 bars of Wagon Wheels?
Bars? You mean?
I mean bars. You know, notes. Notes.
And notes to you, wise guy.
Quiet. when I give you the signal, start playing Wagon Wheel.
Oh, sure,
And shall I sing?
No, one crime at a time, miss. Now, come on, everybody. Back to the studio. Quiet now. The announcer's still talking.
And Axelrod's axle grease is good for animals, too. Are your dogs tired? Well, mine are. Try Axelrod's axle.
Ready, Cornet?
It's the best.
Now.
No, stop it, no.
I thought so. It was the announcer.
Yes, I did it. I confess it. I took it.
Quiet, everybody. Come clean, Mr. Announcer. You admit you stole that baton, eh?
Yes. I've been the announcer on 22 programs since yesterday, and they all play Wagon Wheels. Wagon Wheels! Wagon Wheels! If I hear that song again, I'll go mad! Yes, I took the leader's baton. Try and find it.
Give me back my baton, you symphonic traitor. No, never.
Search me all you want to. You'll never find it.
Why not?
Because I swallowed it.
Ah, an inside job, eh?
But it's not getting you rid of it.
Here, let me loose. What are you going to do?
I will lead my orchestra by waving you in the air. Let us go. Quiet.
Pictures of him? Only some x-rays, eh? Okay. Send them over. Fine.
What makes him think the invisible man's at large?
He says a lot of queer things have happened around town. Someone applauded in an empty theater last night.
Oh.
Must have been the wind. It's funny, though. The chief said he saw a pair of pants chasing a skirt up Broadway.
Just a pair of pants? Gee, that's silly.
Must have been a seam walking, eh? What was that? We must be hearing things.
Oh, heavens. I've got the jitters. These silly stories. Ouch! Why, Mr. Allen, how dare you?
How dare I what? What are you talking about?
Just because I'm your secretary, it doesn't give you the right to...
Look, that chair is moving.
The whole tree is dancing.
Look out!
Did you ever hear a dream talking?
Miss Clues, call the police. Cancel my lease. Warn the whole countryside to look out for the invisible man.
About the invisible man. Oh, let's go, invisible man.
All police cars beat it. The invisible man is loose. All police cars scram. Invisible man meets Inspector Allen face to face. Invisible man gets the worst of it.
Hello? Yes, he's in. Inspector Allen.
Hello? Yes, Chief. I'm closing in on the invisible man. I found his diary. Some of the prettiest ghost writing I've ever seen. Yes, he's a gigolo at heart. Last night he tried to slip into a Turkish fast. It was ladies' night. What? Oh, now listen, Chief. Oh, I know I'm good at disguises, but I can't make up to look like Sally Rand without her fan. Well, all right.
Well, Inspector, have you any plans?
Yes, is that cop on guard outside?
Yes, Clancy's there.
See who's at the door.
Why, there's nobody there.
Shut that door, you fool, and keep it shut.
The invisible man.
Stop. Don't move. Take your hand off that phone. Put that gun down, Inspector.
What do you want?
Just a little chat with you, Inspector Allen.
Fine. Miss Clues, you go out.
No, she stays right here. Now listen. You found my diary.
Yes, and when I get through identifying that handwriting, you'll never be able to show your face again.
I want that diary back. Right now.
Why, you stuffed shroud. You can't scare me with your empty threats.
Listen to me. I haven't begun to tear this town apart yet. If I don't get my diary out...
Please, Inspector Allen, give him back his diary.
Oh, all right. Here it is right here. Take it, my porous friend.
Just put it down. You can't get me to fall for your tricks.
Why, you transparent upstart? Are you insinuating that Inspector Allen is not to be trusted?
Go on. You're as crooked as a Swiss Dewey tour. Now just put a match to that diary and let me see it burn.
Okay. Here she goes. Up in smoke.
Hey, be careful. You'll have this whole place on fire.
Put it out, Mr. Allen.
No,
let it burn. I'm insured.
Say, have you gone crazy?
No, but you're going to jail, you vaporized thug. Mr. Invisible Man, you're trapped.
Don't make me laugh.
Mr. Allen, we'd better get out.
No, not yet. Don't worry, Miss Clues. I planned this whole thing carefully. There's a sprinkler system here that'll put this fire out and make this fiend visible.
Water can't hurt me.
Wait, quick, Miss Clues. Get under this umbrella. Oh, there goes the sprinkler.
I'm getting out of here.
You can't. We've got you. Come in, Clancy.
Yes, Inspector.
Arrest this nudist Indian.
A naked Indian, eh? Well, I got him.
He's no redskin, Clancy. He's the Invisible Man.
Yeah, you outsmarted me this time, huh?
That I did.
Wonderful, Inspector. How did you do it?
Well, business is picking up. I took the red ink I had over from last year's budget and put it in the sprinkling system. When the red ink covered his body, he was no longer invisible.
Look at him. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
Oh, boy, is my face red.
Question box, along with all nature, is turning green, and this postcard marked, "Kindly write plainer, the postman's eyes are bad," comes from Mr. Edward L. Hammer of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Mr. Hammer says, quote, "I am taking a trip to Paris this summer and wish you would help me out. I don't want to starve to death over there, so please tell me how to order a decent dinner in a French cafe," unquote. I'm glad to hear that you are going to Paris, Mr. Hammer. France can certainly use a tourist this summer. To get good service in the Parisian cafe, walk in boldly and yell at the top of your voice, "Ici, garçon, comment allez everything? Où est Elmer?" The waiter will see that you are an American, whereupon he will instantly disappear into the kitchen for the next 3 days. If you are still there when he comes out, grab him by the arm and hold him until you can give your order as follows. Clear your throat carefully and say, "Garçon, donnez-moi du pomme du pain, slicé." If you like sliced pineapple, Mr. Hammer, this is it. Follow this with des œufs au jambon, un café au lait, un glace framboise. The waiter will say, "Qui voulez-vous manger?" and leave to bring you an interpreter. And then you can order what you want in English. You can order it, but you won't get it. I hope you have a pleasant trip, Mr. Hammer, and don't forget your voulez-vous. There's no voulez like an old voulez. Oh, Mr. Hammer. If you do have an international problem threatening your peace of mind, why not send it to me on a postcard? And I shall be happy to make you the talk of your town, even as I have assured Mr. Hammer of being the talk of Paris this summer. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Ipana, night, spelled Sal Hepatic. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
Who's there? Please let us in, Squire Bevins. We're orphans of the storm.
Weather report.
Thursday, hot. Friday, hot. Saturday, hot-cha-cha.
Stock market reports.
July oysters open strong.
And music.
Don't forget the dental charm contest, ladies and gentlemen. All you need, girls, is a photograph of yourself smiling. No work to do, no money to be spent. The contest closes April 30th, so don't delay. Enter it tonight. Pick out a photograph of yourself, any kind of photograph. Write your name and address on the back and mail it to IPANA, I-P-A-N-A, care of the station to which you are now listening. And if you don't clearly understand all the conditions of the contest, write to IPANA, care of the same station, and we'll be happy to send you full details. Good night until next Wednesday when Fred Allen and his company of stars, Lenny Hayton and his IPANA troubadours, Theodore Webb, our distinguished singing troubadour, and a noted guest artist will return to the air with another hour of smiling. Good night, and keep smiling.
Among the musical selections heard this evening on this program was included You're Devastating from Roberta. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Know how I save money? With unsweetened Kool-Aid. And sugar, just like my mom did. I remember how she'd mix a big pitcherful. Kool-Aid was so good and so inexpensive. It's still as delicious as ever. Today, with my sugar, it's about 12 cents a quart. Has vitamin C, too. I like giving Kathy what my mom gave me.
Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix and your sugar. You loved it as a kid. You trust it as a mother.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Stage from Hayes got here, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, that's good, Chester.
There wasn't nobody on it, though.
Oh, were you expecting somebody?
No, sir, but that ain't the point.
Oh?
How can they run a stage line without no passengers?
Well, I don't know, Chester, but the fewer people come to Dodge, the less trouble it means.
Yes, sir, but if people don't come here, you wouldn't have a job, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think everybody in Dodge right now is an honest, law-abiding citizen, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Is that what I said?
Is this the marshal's office? Yeah, I'm the marshal. Come on in, mister.
My name's Pat Clay, Marshal.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Chester? Marshal, I got bad news for you.
Well, nobody ever came here with good news, as far as I can remember.
But what I got, well, it might get you killed.
Oh, is that so?
Now, don't get me wrong. Not by me.
No.
No, sir, I don't shoot people.
But you know somebody who does.
Jim Beadle, that's who.
Jim Beadle?
Here, Marshal, read this. They told me to bring it to you.
Now, this looks like a court order. Who signed it?
Judge Miller. You know him?
Yeah, I know him. So Jim Beadle's squatting on some of your land you own up at Stone Point, is that it?
Him and his wife, Marshal. You see, they moved into a sod house I built, and they won't leave.
Well, how come they did that? Where were you?
Well, to tell the truth, I let him. I didn't need it for a while, and he was homeless, and so I took pity on him. But I told him only for 2 months, and it's 4 months now. They won't leave, Marshal, and they say they'll shoot me if I ever come near him again.
Now, you're saying they'll shoot me, too, huh?
Wait till you meet him, Marshal. You'll see.
All right, Clay. I'll ride out there tomorrow.
Look at that, Mr. Dillon. What was Clay talking about, a sod house? That's nothing more than a hut. It ain't even got windows, I can see.
Yeah, it isn't much, is it?
Hey, there's Beetle's wife now. Just come out. What's she carrying a rifle for?
Well, I guess Clay wasn't lying, Chester. I think this is far enough. We'd better get on. Miss Beetle?
Who are you? You know my name.
I'm Marshal Dillon, ma'am, from Dodge, and this is Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Beetle.
Who are you looking for?
Nobody, ma'am. I wanted to talk to you and your husband. Is he around?
He's inside.
Well, would you tell him that we're here?
Mr. Beetle?
What?
Come out here. Don't forget your rifle.
Where's that, Claire?
Marshal from Dodge.
What do you want, Marshal?
Beetle, I've got a court order here that says that you've got to move out of that house and off this land.
Clay sent you.
No, Clay didn't send me, but he got the order, and it's legal, and, well, it's my job to carry it out.
I don't know nothing about all that. We ain't moving.
Look, you can find some land of your own somewhere. Why do you want to squat on somebody else?
This is our land. All around Stone Point here's ours. Bought and paid for.
What do you mean, bought and paid for?
40 acres, paid $1.50 acre for it. Not more than the land is worth. We throwed in the hut and them hogs to boot.
Who did? Who'd you buy it from?
Clay's, who? Come around now saying we don't own it, wants us off of it. I told him last time I'd shoot him if he come near here again.
Clay says that he was letting you live here for a while, helping you out.
For $60, helping me out? I'm working this land, Marshal. I'm going to farm me some crops here.
It ain't very good land, but we'll make it.
Wait, if this is true, where is your deed for the place?
Deed?
You know, Mr. Beetle, that's that paper Clay gave us when we paid him the money.
Oh, that.
Well, do you have it?
No.
Oh, where is it?
Well, he took it. What he did?
What do you mean he took it?
Well, that was before he got mean about us moving off of here. Here's what happened. A few weeks back, Clay come by, said he'd be neighborly. He'd take a paper into Dodge and fix it up to the land office first. Something like that. Anyways, he took it.
I see. Then your deed hadn't been registered.
Marshal, I can't even read. I don't know what it was.
Well, do you have any proof that you paid him the money?
I don't need no proof. Other than I'm here and I'm going to stay.
Where did you get the $60, Beetle?
Worked for it. Where'd anybody get money less than they steal it? Clay stole mine. This land ain't worth $20. It's poor land.
Then why did you buy it?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe kind of like the name Stone Point. But I ain't moving, Marshal. Not for Clay, nor for you, nor for nobody.
Well, if you can't prove it's yours, you're going to have to move, Beetle.
Marshal, my old woman's as good a rifle shot as I am.
Practice every day.
You don't know if I'm lying to you or not, do you, Marshal?
No, I don't.
Well, maybe you'll never know. But we ain't moving. Not alive, we ain't.
All right, Beetle, I'll see what I can find at the land office. If your deed's been registered, well, then you're okay.
It don't make no mind to me about that, Marshal. Or about who's lying or who ain't, neither. But we'll kill us anybody comes a-bothering. Now, you get on back to Dodge. And you stay there.
It's no use talking, Chester. Let's go.
You tell Clay the same thing. I'll shoot him on sight.
No cigarette ever soared to such heights in so short a time. And still, L&M continues to break sales records everywhere, winning more and more smokers every day. What's the answer?
It's the filter that counts.
It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
This is why L&M gives you much more flavor, much less nicotine. A light and mild smoke.
Remember, only L&M gives you effective filtration. No other cigarette has anything like it. Buy a carton today and you'll say,
"This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip."
Join the trend to L&M.
king size or regular.
Both at the same low price.
When do you think Marshal Dillon will be back, Chester?
Well, he went over to the land office, Clay, looking up Beetle's deed. But he ought to be back most any time now.
I should have told you them Beetles are nothing but liars. They sure fooled me when I first met them.
They are kindly hard to get along with, I'll say that.
I'd do it again, though.
You would?
I mean, help people out just 'cause I got in trouble with them don't mean I ain't never going to help nobody again. I ain't that small a man. Oh, hello, Marshal. What'd you find out?
Oh, there's nothing at the land office.
Well, of course there ain't.
I went up to see Judge Miller. He's riding circuit through here now.
What'd he say, Mr. Dillon?
Well, the way things stand, the Beatles have got to move.
Well, I can't feel sorry for them the way they acted.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I want you to ride out there and tell them they got a week. 1 week.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that's settled. I sure hate to put you to all this trouble, Marshal, but a man can't lose his land.
No, of course not.
Even if it ain't the best land around. Well, I'll be going now. I'll see you next week, after they've got all.
Yeah, sure, Clay.
So long.
So long.
That ain't gonna be easy, Mr. Dillon.
No, it isn't, Chester.
Out in that flat country, you sure can't sneak up on nobody. And Clay says that sod hut's built like a fort. It's got no windows, and the door's 4 inches thick, and with a big bar on the inside, he says there's no way anybody busting in there.
Yeah, it's solid, all right.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, maybe Clay's lying. Maybe they did buy it from him.
Oh, that's a hard way to make $60, Chester. Sell some land and then get a hold of the deed and tear it up and then go to court and so on.
Yes, sir, it sure don't make sense.
Especially since they all admit the land's not much good.
Well, somebody's lying.
Yeah, but there's no way of proving who. Anyway, the law's on Clay's side, Chester. And I'll go with you. We'll tell him 1 week. And I hope nobody gets killed in this. Well, what are you doing in here, Kitty?
Hello, Matt. Sit down.
I was supposed to meet Chester here. I thought I was in the wrong place when I saw you.
I got tired of the Texas Trail, Matt. Got the Alafagans and might change my luck.
Are you going to work here from now on?
From now on's a long time, Matt. Yes, Chester, just came in.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give him time for a beer.
I was talking to him this afternoon. He says you're taking on the Beatles tomorrow.
Yeah. They've had their week.
From what I hear of them, I sure don't envy you that job.
I'm not looking forward to it, Kitty.
I met Jim Beetle once. He's a tough old turkey.
Well, I wish I knew whether he's a liar or not.
Hard to tell with a man like that. He's a darn thin brain.
Well, he's still smart enough to be a liar.
So's Clay.
Yeah?
Clay's no killer, though. But I'll bet it wouldn't keep old Beetle awake nights shooting somebody.
No, I don't think it would. But why all this trouble over some land that neither of them think is any good?
Maybe they're both crazy.
I'm beginning to think they are, Kitty. Hey, what's the matter, Kitty? You want some water? Huh?
I'll be all right.
Well, what started that?
I don't know, Matt. Suddenly got a whiff or something. Like breathing the fumes off a match. You know?
Yeah, I know. Kitty, that's the best cough you ever had.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
No, I mean for me it was.
Oh, that makes sense.
Chester's finished his beer. We got some work to do.
Good luck with the Beatles tomorrow, Matt.
I think we'll have it, Kitty. Thanks to you. So long.
I sure do wish there was a moon tonight, Mr. Dillon.
A man can get shot in the moonlight, Chester.
Well, the Beatles ain't going to shoot us if we can't even find them.
Well, it's right ahead of us. We better go afoot from here.
Yes, sir.
You got everything, Chester?
Got the bag of sulfur and saddle blanket, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, now here's what we'll do. We'll sneak around back of the hut, and I'll help you up onto the roof.
Well, that ridgepole might not prove stout enough for me and all that sod on it, too. What if it busts through, Mr. Dillon?
Well, if it does, we're in trouble.
You mean I'm in trouble?
You're lighter than I am, Chester.
Okay, sir.
Now, there are only two openings in that hut, the door and the stovepipe.
So far, they is.
Look, if it's medals you want, Chester, you better go back to the Army.
Well, forevermore, can a man complain just a little?
Yeah, sure, but later, huh? We're wasting time. Now, when you get up on the roof, you crawl over to the stovepipe and pour that bag of sulfur down it. The coals in their stove will do the rest.
Then I'll cover the pipe with this saddle blanket and just make it worse for him, huh?
That's right. I'll be waiting near the door for him. But you jump down and be ready to help me in case they come out fighting.
This is going to make them awful mad, Mr. Dillon. You know what burning sulfur does to you.
Well, I know what it does to Kitty. Well, you all set?
Much as I'll ever be.
I helped Chester up onto the roof and then moved around to the door and waited. My biggest worry was whether the Beatles would have time and think fast enough to come out armed and ready for trouble. The only thing I was sure of was that they'd come out. Sulfur fumes could drive a she-bear away from her young. I was thinking about that when I heard them inside. Okay, Chester, they left their rifles. Come on down.
Oh, give it in!
Well, jump!
Who is it? I can't see it.
Beetle, you and your wife stay right there.
It's a marshal, clear.
Mr. Dillon, one of them was on the roof.
Hey, Montclair is getting a horse.
You don't have to run. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Mr. Dillon!
Come on, hurry.
I can't find my gun.
You wouldn't shoot us on.
Come on out of there, Chester.
I'm coming.
You hurt?
Well, I had my leg caught, but I got loose. I knew that doggone thing wouldn't hold.
You're limping. How bad are you hurt?
Oh, I just bruised it. It ain't nothing. Where's the Beatles?
That's them.
You mean they got away?
Oh, we weren't trying to arrest them, Chester. All I wanted was to get them outside unarmed so I could make them pack up and move out.
Well, they've moved out. What with that roof all busted in. Oh, ain't it a mess?
We'll carry out what stuff of theirs we can and load it on that wagon. They can pick it up and dodge.
Tonight?
No, we'll camp here tonight. Do it in the morning.
I don't know about them Beatles, Mr. Dillon. They ain't gonna quit this easy.
Maybe not. But at least we got them out in the open.
I'm thinking it was more comfortable when they wasn't out in the open, Mr. Dillon.
This is it. L&M filters, this is it.
Light and mild.
Coast to coast, smokers are saying,
Better tasting filter tip cigarette.
this is it.
L&M filters, L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Never before have smokers spoken so enthusiastically about a cigarette and backed up their words with record-breaking sales.
Dorothy Kilgallen, the famous columnist, said, "There's nothing like L&M's filter. Gives you more flavor, too."
And this from actor Maurice Evans. My doctor suggested this filter. I recommend it to you as the best.
Mrs. Charles Evans Hughes III told us, "Your L&M has the perfect filter. What a wonderful smoke you get."
Yes, it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter cigarette.
Join the trend to L&M.
L&M, king size or regular.
And both at the same low price.
Matt! Oh, Matt!
Oh, evening, Doc.
Sit down and help me watch Front Street, Matt.
Okay, Doc, I'll join you for a while.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you got nothing better to do than sit out on the hotel porch here and stare at your fellow man?
Fellow man? Oh, not my fellow man. All I have in common with most of these thieves and scallywags is fingers and toes and bones and skin and things like that.
I thought doctors were supposed to like people.
Oh, yeah, well, who told you that? Some hard rock miner? Yes, what does a miner know about doctors?
You make it tough, Doc.
I make what tough?
Talk.
I see. Well, I heard about how you talked the Beatles into getting off Clay's land out at Stone Point. Oh, you did real fine there.
Well, we got them off anyway. They came into Dodge for their belongings this afternoon.
Yes, I saw them, too. Oh, those poor... Oh, what are they going to do now?
Find some land of their own, maybe.
You don't believe their story?
I'm an agent of the law, Doc. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. The law demands proof, and they didn't have any.
Oh, I understand, Matt.
What?
That's right down the street, Matt.
Yeah. You better come too, Doc.
Yes. It's a little early in the evening for shooting, isn't it?
Who told you that, Doc? Some hard rock miner?
But I guess you're right, Matt. Yes.
Well, anyway, maybe it's just some cowboy trying to bring down the moon.
Well, there isn't any moon. And besides, there's a crowd up there, too.
What happened, Chester?
Oh, I seen the whole thing. I wasn't 30 feet off. I was standing back there talking to Mr. Green about his
happened,
rope window.
Chester?
Yes, it's Clay, Mr. Dillon. You better get up there, Doc. Looked like he was shot bad.
Who shot him?
Jim Beadle. He walked right up to him on the street there and pulled out a gun and shot him twice.
Where's Beadle now?
That first alley, he ran up there.
Doc, go take care of Clay.
Yes, I'm going.
You come with me, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Here. All right, you wait here, Chester. Unless he gets me.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Don't you come no closer, Marshal.
You killed one man, Beadle. That's enough.
Kill me a lot of men if I have to.
Beadle. Throw your gun out.
I told you, don't you come no closer.
I have to, Beadle. No, wait there, Chester.
get him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I got him. Find a couple of men and go take him up to Doc's, will you?
Well, here's Doc now.
That's all. Somebody else been killed here?
Beetle, Doc. He tried to shoot Mr. Dillon.
Clay's dead, huh, Doc?
Yes, he was killed instantly, Matt. 2 bullets right through his chest.
Well, I guess the law wasn't much help to him after all.
Well, you did what you could, Matt.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah.
My name's Keller, Marshal. I'm an agent for the Santa Fe Railroad.
Okay, Keller, but if you want to talk, come to see me at my office later. A couple of men have just been killed here.
It's Clay I want to talk about, Marshal.
Oh?
Yeah. His land out of Stone Point.
What's your interest in Stone Point?
The railroad's planning ahead, Marshal. We want to build a station at Stone Point. I came out here to close the deal with Clay.
Close the deal? You mean you've already talked to Clay about this?
Oh, over a month ago, Marshal. Yeah, he said he owned all but 40 acres and was going to get that back.
Oh, I see.
We didn't want to buy his land. All we wanted from him was a free lease for where the station will stand. Well, that was fair enough, don't you think? The station there, Stone Point land, will become pretty valuable property.
Yeah. Look, you come see me at noon tomorrow, Mr. Keller, and I'll have the rightful owner of that land in my office.
But I don't understand.
At noon tomorrow, huh?
Oh, okay, Marshal. Good night.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Let's go find Miss Beadle. And tell her that Stone Point belongs to her. I know it's too late, and I don't suppose it'll do any good, but I want to tell her how sorry I am.
Yes, sir. That'd make me feel better, too, Mr. Dillon.
And now our star, William Conrad.
If you're smoking a filter-tip cigarette, I'm certain you'll enjoy L&M filters, either king size or regular. L&M's give you much more flavor, much less nicotine. They're just what the doctor ordered. Try 'em, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Jeanette Nolan, and Joe Cranston. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
I can't believe this. You know, Gravy Train's really been improved. Look how the guys go for it. It's a big improvement because Gaines just added a natural beef flavor. Improved Gravy Train even looks different. And dogs can taste the difference, wet or dry. Tests show they prefer its new beefy taste over old Gravy Train 3-to-1. It's fully nutritious, too. New gravy train. A big improvement in taste. Right, guys?
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I've Got a Heart Full of Music from Cowboy from Brooklyn. When your mother sat down to the dinner table back in the early 1900s, she was probably dressed in a stiff starched shirtwaist and a skirt with 100 tucks. But when she brought on the dessert course, more than likely it was the same dessert that you and your family enjoy so much today, Jell-O. For some styles don't change, and Jell-O is still, as it always has been, America's favorite gelatin dessert. That name is a trademark, and it tells you what it told your mother, that here's one of the most delicious desserts anybody ever tasted. But you must be sure to ask for genuine Jell-O when you buy. For that name is your guarantee that here's the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect, for the name is the property of General Foods. So if you want to enjoy Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor, Jell-O's fresh, tempting goodness and gay, glowing colors, don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O.
Yes? Yes? What's that? Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I know you're the producer of the picture, but I'm the star. And after all, I have some rights. All right, I'm stubborn, but I will not do that scene where I'm hanging out of a window upside down by my heels. Imagine me hanging out of a window. I'm supposed to be a lubber, not Monday's wash. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow.
Jack, we're on the air. The program started.
I know, Don. I'll have to call you back later, Mr. Hornblow, but I want this thing ironed out or Mr. Zucker will hear of this. Goodbye. Nothing but trouble. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that happy-go-lucky fellow, that carefree comedian, that bubbling personality.
All right. That's enough. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. I tell you, Don, it's enough to drive a man crazy.
Well, what's the matter this time?
The same old thing. Every time I make a picture, Paramount wants me to kill myself.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
Do something about it? I've been walking around the studio all week with a sign on my back saying fragile. But they still won't change the story.
Say, Jack, is that the same picture you were rehearsing last week with Rochester?
Yeah.
You know, where he was reading Joan Bennett's part?
Yes, Phil, but I had to give up reading lines with Rochester.
Why?
Well, we were commencing to sound like Amos and Andy. Anyway, fellas, I don't like the whole setup. I have to go through all sorts of...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. I have to go through all sorts of physical contortions. I have to jump over walls, fall down flights of steps, and worst of all, hang by my heels out of a window.
Gee whiz, Jack, you ought to have a double for those scenes. You know, a stuntman to take your place.
That's what I told Paramount, but they claim it's too dangerous. I rehearsed that scene yesterday with Joan Bennett. You were there, Mary.
I'll say.
Now get this, Don, for a silly idea. Joan Bennett is passing by on the street, and I want to propose to her. So Paramount has me hanging out of a window upside down to do it. Fine picture.
But you know, Jack, you look much taller when you're hanging by your heels out of a window.
Well, no wonder my knees fly out of joint. Well, anyway, Don, I rehearsed that scene 4 hours yesterday, and believe me, I was all in.
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Oh, it wasn't that important.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was hanging by his heels upside down talking to Joan Bennett.
Well, sure I was. That's what I was supposed to be.
Was your toupee supposed to fall off, too?
Well, that was just an accident.
No kidding, Mary. Did that really happen?
Yes, Jack's toupee fell off and landed right on Joan Bennett's head.
It did?
Yeah. She thought it was a spider and fainted.
And not only that, the guy that was holding my feet went out for lunch in the middle of the scene. I fell right on my head.
On your head? Did you hurt yourself?
No, Don. I've always had a short neck. Did I hurt myself? And Mitch Lyson, the director, he was a big help. He just stood there laughing at me.
Oh, Mitch Lyson.
Yeah.
Say, he's a swell director, isn't he, Jack?
Yes, but he's so temperamental. See, I made one little mistake at rehearsal the other day, and he bit me. I tell you, fellas, someday I'm going to make a real picture and handle the whole thing myself. I'll be the star, the writer, the director, and the producer.
You'll be the audience, too.
I don't know about that. My picture will do business if only my relatives go to see it.
You ain't kidding.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. They'll have to rewrite the story or else. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes, he's right here. It's for you, Jack. It's Mr. Zipper of Paramount.
That's Mr. Zucker. Gee, I wonder what... Hello? Hello, Mr. Zucker. Yes. Yeah, but look, Mr. Zucker, all I said was I will not play that scene. Absolutely not. But I do want to make pictures. Gee, I even went on a diet.
If you don't shut up, you'll stay on us.
Quiet. Now, look, Mr. Zucker, I'm the star of this picture, and I certainly have a right to discuss it. Why, even Washington didn't cross the Delaware without talking it over with someone. I said Washington. I know he isn't in the picture. Now, Mr. Zucker, I'm the star, and if I'm going to fall out of a window on my head, I got to get more money or a helmet. I'd like to get both. Well, how about my having lunch with you tomorrow, and we'll talk about it? Oh, right after lunch? Okay. Goodbye. What I have to go through to make a picture. I wish vaudeville would come back. Play, Phil. The way I'm treated, no rights, no respect, no nothing. Phil Harris and his orchestra playing Jungle Love from the picture of the same name. And Phil, that was very realistic. I don't know, I could just smell the jungle.
You could?
Yes, I could smell the music, too.
I didn't mind the music, but how can you smell a jungle?
The monkeys are wearing Christmas night.
Well, that's about the corniest routine we've done in a long time.
Yeah, to top it off, here comes Kenny.
No, I'm cooked. Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. How am I doing?
How you doing? You just got here. But you're looking good, Kenny. You got a sunburn and everything. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been to Lake Arrowhead for Decoration Day. I just got back.
Oh.
I took my girl and her mother. Gee, I had a swell time.
You had a lot of fun, eh?
Yeah. Her mother lost her glasses.
Oh, I get it. Did she find them yet?
I don't think so. I dropped them in the lake.
Why, you little devil, you. Say, Ken, did you do any fishing while you were up there?
Yeah. And a funny thing, Jack, everybody around me was catching trout and bass, but all I got was a barracuda.
Kenny, a barracuda is a saltwater fish. What was he doing in Lake Arrowhead?
I only catch them, I don't explain them.
Some fisherman. You couldn't catch a herring in a delicatessen if you used schlepperman for bait.
Oh, I could, too.
Say, Jack, did you go anyplace over the holiday?
No, I had to stay here and worry about my picture. I wish I had it easy like you fellas, nothing to think about but have a good time.
Well, if you'd relax a little more, you'd be better off. Every time you make a picture, you try to run the whole works.
Well, Mary, I have to protect myself. After all, I'm the star.
Star, that's all I've heard.
Well,
You're no more star than a $3 sapphire.
is that so? Well, let me ask you something. When my picture comes out, what do you see on the marquee in front of the theater?
Jack Benny and free dishes.
Well, if you can see me and pick up a soup tureen for the same price, I suppose that's bad. Anyway. Yeah. Don laughed at that. Anyway, I'm the star. So let's forget artists and models and get on with Tom Sawyer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will overlook our silly arguments, we will present the third and final episode in the adventures of Tom Sawyer. Now, as you may remember, our play last week ended with... Oh, darn it. See who that is, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes, he's here.
Who is it this time?
It's Mr. Winkler. He says he's Joan Bennett's manager.
Oh, I wonder what he wants. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, yes, Mr. Winkler, but I didn't mean that I was the only star in the picture. I know Miss Bennett is, too. What? Now, wait a minute. You've got the wrong slant on this, and I'm not a termite. I don't care how I photograph. But, Mr. Winkler, but...
Shut up, Jack. You sound like a motorboat.
Well, all right, I apologize. Goodbye. It's a fine time to call me up and argue about billing. And now, folks, getting back to our dramatic offering, I will be the star of Tom Sawyer. There'll be no arguments about that. And Phil Harris will be...
Well, say, Jack, I don't mean to keep harping on your picture, but are you really going to make them change the story?
Yes, I am, Don. Why?
Well, I was just wondering, isn't there some place in the script where you can talk about Jell-O?
Well, I don't know, Don. I would if I could find the proper place for it. If you...
Well, I just thought that while you're proposing to Joan Bennett, you could say something like this. I love you, Joan, because you're beautiful. And I love Jell-O because it has 6 delicious flavors.
Well, Don, I could, but that doesn't seem to be quite the right spot for it.
Well, then, Jack, take that scene where you're hanging out of the window upside down.
Well, what about it?
Well, couldn't you just have a couple of boxes of Jell-O fall out of your pocket?
Look, Don, that scene is not going to be in the picture. That's what I've been fighting about. I'm not going to hang out of a window.
Is that what they want you to do, Jack?
Yes, and I'm not a chimpanzee. That I know.
Does Paramount know?
Apparently not. I've got bars in my dressing room. Anyway, I'm not going to do it.
But, Jack, I'd be a little careful if I were you. You're not so big that you can go around telling Paramount what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do, Phil, but I'll be darned if I'll play a love scene upside down. The blood will rush to my head and I'll forget my lines.
If you haven't got any more lines and you have blood, don't worry.
Well, anyway, that scene is out, so for heaven's sake, let's get back to our own play. Now, Mary, you'll be Becky Thatcher again. And Phil, for the third consecutive week, you'll be my half-brother, Sid, a big sissy.
Gee, I wish that part would last one more week.
Why?
I'm making a doily and it's nearly finished.
Well, you'll have to finish it on your own time. Now, let's see. The part of Aunt Polly will be... Oh, heavens to Betsy. Is that the phone again?
Hello? Yes? Oh, Jack, it's Mitch Lyson, your director.
Well, I might as well talk to him, too. Hello, Mitch. Yes. Yes, and I mean exactly what I said. I'm not going to hang out of a window by my heels to play a love scene. I fell on my head once already, didn't I? Stop laughing. What? I don't care if I do get the Academy Award. I still want a round head. All right, tell Mr. Hornblow, see if I care. Goodbye. Well, if this isn't getting to be a joke or something, I tell you, I'm going nuts.
Oh, Jack, let's do our play Tom Sawyer and forget all about it.
All right, but I'm in a fine mess. I've aged 10 years tonight, and I'm supposed to play a 9-year-old kid. Oh, well, sing your song, Teddy. Maybe that'll soothe me a bit and quiet my nerves.
Okay, Jack.
What's it gonna be?
I'm going to sing Let's Sail to Dreamland. Now dedicated to the United States Navy.
I'd like to hit him with the SS Pennsylvania.
I close my eyes and dream you are near me. I hate to wait, for day will take my dreams away. A paradise is mine when you're near me. My dreams live on, although each dawn will find you gone. Let's sail to dreamland on a silvery sea. With love beside us, a dreamboat to guide us, what more can there be? Let's sail to dreamland in the blue of the night, the land of kisses where heaven and bliss is and stars are so bright. We'll build a love nest, just a cozy high above nest, and stroll in stardust that falls just like the dew. Let's sail to dreamland on a silvery sea, where dreams are making and romance is waiting for you and for me. Let's sail away.
Was Let's Sail to Dreamland, sung by Kenny Baker. And now for our play, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. As you may remember, in our last episode, Mrs. Newton, the school principal, had promised the children a picnic at the old Indian cave. And this is the big day. The scene is the home of Aunt Polly, where we find her getting Tom and Sidney ready for the picnic. Curtain, music.
Come on now, children. Hurry up. It's time for you to leave.
I'm ready, Aunt Polly.
I'm ready, Aunt Polly. You big gumdrop.
You stop calling me names, Tom Sawyer, or I'll scratch you.
Children. Children, behave. Thomas, did you brush your hair like I told you to?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, then put it on and get going. Now, I want you to be good little boys when you get to the picnic. Is your basket all packed, Sidney?
Yes, Aunt Polly. I got my sandwiches, my milk, and a book to read. It's so thrilling.
A book? What's the name of it?
The Campfire Girls at the Cotton Club.
That sounds mighty interesting. Thomas, is your basket packed?
Yeah, I got my peanut butter sandwiches, my jelly roll, my lady fingers, and a can of beer.
Let's see that. Why, you bad boy, you forgot your can opener.
I don't need one. I got a buck, too. Comes in handy, too.
All right, now. Now run along, both of you. And remember, be good little boys. Hello? Who? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Tom. Mr. Hornblow.
Hornblow? Give me that phone, Aunt Polly. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. What? Now, wait a minute. I don't care what Mr. Lyson says. I'm not going to hang out of a window by my heel.
Have you been in mischief, Thomas?
Quiet, Aunt Polly. Well, go ahead and tell Mr. Zucker. I don't care.
Hurry, Thomas, or you'll be late.
Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I haven't time to argue with you now. I'm going to a picnic. Goodbye. They think they can bulldoze me into making that picture. They got another think coming.
Now, hurry, children. It's getting late.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. You're as bad as Hornblow.
This is a fine play. Our audience won't be able to follow without a Ouija board.
Quiet.
So Tom and Sidney go on their way, and a little while later we find them at the picnic grounds by the old Indian cave. The picnic is in full swing.
Hey, Skinny, let's go my turn. Tag, you're in.
Children, not so noisy, and stop slugging each other. That's it. Aren't we having the nicest time?
I'm having a lovely time, Mrs. Newton.
Gee, this food is good.
Hey, look at Puddinhead Wilson. He's got a 10-decker sandwich. Hey, Sidney.
What?
I'll trade you a big piece of custard pie for your ham sandwich.
Okay, here's your sandwich.
Thanks, and here's your custard pie.
Mrs. Newton!
I told you I'd get you.
Hey, Tommy, there's Becky Thatcher, your sweetheart, over there under the oak tree.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Becky.
Hello, Tommy.
Tommy loves Becky. Tommy loves Becky. Becky loves everybody.
That isn't true, is it, Becky? You don't go out with other boys, do you?
No, Tommy.
Hey, Becky, can I hold your hand?
Yes, Tommy.
Can I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
Can I hold you tight and hug you?
Yeah.
Can I have some of your potato salad?
What a cluck.
Oh, I get it. You want me to kiss you.
Gee, even I knew that.
Here you are, Becky. Wow, how was that?
I should have given you the potato salad.
Well, you kissed me anyway.
Tommy loves Becky. You ought to see them necky. You better go down and save her.
And Jell-O has 6 flavors.
Cut it out. Jell-O has 6 flavors. Say, Becky, I got a swell idea. Let you and I go over in the big cave. Huh?
No, I'd be scared. They say the place is full of goblins and ghosts and all kinds of creepy spooks.
Ah, who's afraid? Come on, let's go.
Hey, where you going?
We're going in the cave. You want to come along, Skinny?
Sure.
You won't be afraid, will you?
Who, me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nothing. Come on, both of you.
Gee whiz.
Becky, we ain't even in the cave yet. What are you shaking for now?
My nerves are having a preview.
Well, come on, let's go.
And so Tom, Becky, and Skinny steal away and enter the old Indian cave. For hours, they wander deeper and deeper into its mysterious caverns. And now we pick them up. They're trying to find their way out, but they are lost.
Gosh, this is awful. Hang on to me, Becky, so we won't stumble over this ledge. Huh?
All right, Tommy, but be careful.
Yeah. Oh, boy, this is spooky. And it's getting darker, too.
I'm scared.
Now, let's stick close together so we don't get separated, huh? Wait, what's that?
There's something hitting me in the face. Ouch!
Don't be scared, Becky. It's just bats.
Gosh, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, get away from here, you old bat.
Watch your language, young man.
Gee, they talk, too.
Hey, Tommy, listen. This time somebody coming towards us.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Maybe he can tell us how to get out of here.
I'll find out who he is. Hey, mister, are you a caveman?
No, I'm an Eskimo.
An Eskimo? What's an Eskimo doing in a cave in Missouri?
What was that barracuda doing in Lake Arrowhead?
I don't know. Say, mister, how do you...
Gee, he's gone.
Go on, say, we gotta get out of here.
What'll we do, Tommy?
Let's crawl on our hands and knees through the tunnel. It may lead somewhere. Come on, follow me. Gee, that's scary. What's that noise?
Just my bubble gum.
Now, don't chew so loud.
Look, Tommy, we're coming in a great big cavern.
Yeah, gee, look at the size of this place. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, there's an echo in here. Listen. Hello there. Hello there. Gee, there's an echo, all right.
Gee, there's an echo, all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
A fine echo.
A fine price you're paying me.
Echoes, bats, Eskimos. We gotta get out of here.
Hey, Tommy, look. Look down there.
Where?
Right underneath this ledge. There's a big hole with daylight coming through.
Gee, that means we can get out.
Yeah, but how are we going to get down there?
That's easy. Skinny, you hold on to my ankles, and I'll hang down by my feet over the ledge and let Becky down first. Come on, Skinny, grab my ankles.
Okay, Tommy, I got him.
Now, come on, Becky, give me your hand.
Gosh, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be scared. I can hold you.
All right.
Now, hold my ankles tight, Skinny, while I bend over the ledge. Now, here we go down over the ledge. How did that door get in this cave? Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
That's fine, in the middle of a play. Reach up and take it, Mary.
Okay.
This burns me up.
Oh, Jack, this telegram's from Paramount.
What is it? Paramount? What does it say?
It says if you can hang by your heels on your program, you can do it in your picture.
Oh, there's no use. We might as well give this up.
No, this is fun.
Shut up. Play.
Here's a swell idea for tomorrow night's dessert. Homemade ice cream. Rich, smooth, creamy ice cream, the kind that will make a special occasion out of an everyday meal. And here's the way to have it. Make your ice cream with Jell-O freezing mix for the best tasting ice cream you ever dipped a spoon in. One of the flavors you'll want to try first is that swell maple walnut. It's made with the flavor of real old-fashioned maple syrup, the kind you get way up in New England when spring is on the way. And it's chock full of walnut meat, just lots of them, crunchy and inviting. The family will love it, and you'll love the ease and speed and economy of Jell-O freezing mix. Just open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour right into the freezing tray. You get 6 servings of rich, creamy ice cream with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. Jell-O freezing mix comes in 6 luscious flavors in all. Maple walnut, chocolate, real vanilla, and delicious fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juice. Strawberry, tutti frutti, and orange pineapple. You'll find the Jell-O freezing mix is the perfect answer to hot weather desserts. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O freezing mix.
This is the last number of the 36th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Am I going to be Becky Thatcher again next week?
No, Mary, we're all through with Tom Sawyer.
Is that right, Jack?
Yes, Phil.
Then take this.
Out! And Polly! And Polly!
Good night, folks.
Jell-O!
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When can I pick up the pictures?
Thursday.
Thursday, okay, let me make a note of that.
You gonna write it down there?
Well, it's going to,
Well, then let's say Tuesday.
You mean 2 days earlier?
No, 5 days later.
5 days later, I
Uh-huh.
thought as much.
If this customer were at a Photomat store, we'd be introducing him to our brand new picture pickup promise. Photomat's way of telling you exactly when your pictures will be ready.
That quick?
Sure, and if it doesn't work out, you get a free roll of film.
Oh, no. You get in trouble for
It's
that.
no problem.
Huh?
It's a Photomat policy.
The Photomat picture pickup promise.
Is there a Photomat store around here?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Myrna Loy in After the Thin Man. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When Edgar Allan Poe popularized the detective story, he found the great common denominator of American entertainment. Millions of us have stayed up past bedtime to explore the fascinating realm of whodunit, including the President of the United States. And you can find devotees in every walk of life, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, and probably policeman, too. Perhaps we haven't investigated this branch of the drama quite as often as we should in the Lux Radio Theater. But when we do engage a manhunter, we get the very best. Tonight, our play is After the Thin Man, adapted from the MGM picture, and naturally starring the same two players that go with a Thin Man story, Myrna Loy and William Powell. It's an occasion for great rejoicing, but we also must hang our heads a little, because it's exactly 4 years since Miss Loy was last at this microphone. There's more to the story of After the Thin Man than just the exciting quest of a criminal, because our detective is the extraordinary Nick Charles, and Nick has a lovely wife named Nora. They happen to be very much in love. But even love can't keep Nora from interfering with her husband's business when she has an idea. And Nora is a girl with many ideas. Together they can solve just about any problem you give them. But you don't really need a detective to discover that Lux Flakes is the simple answer to your household problems. It's a deduction that millions of women have made after giving Lux Flakes a trial. Now, if your wits have been thoroughly sharpened and you're ready for anything to happen, we'll raise the curtain on the first act of After the Thin Man, starring William Powell as Nick Charles and Myrna Loy as Nora. The railroad station in San Francisco. Into the dim maze of tracks rolls a mighty streamliner, sleek and shiny after its mad dash across the country. With a final throb of its powerful engines, it comes to rest. From the gate tumbles a crowd of reporters and photographers. They rush breathlessly up and down the length of the platform, eager to be the first to greet the arriving celebrities, Mr. and Mrs. Nick Charles.
He's probably in that car over there.
Come on, let's get a statement from him.
Is Nick Charles in this car? Mr. Charles, 2 cars back.
Thanks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Nick.
Hello, Nicky. How does it feel to be home?
You going to stay with us a while now?
I'm from the Chronicle, Mr. Charles. Can I have a statement?
Easy, guys, easy. One at a time. Darling, these are the gentlemen of the press. Gentlemen, my wife. Glad to know you, Mr. Charles.
How do you do?
How's about a statement, Nick? Are you going to keep on with your detective work?
No, gentlemen, I've retired. From now on, I'm just going to take care of my wife's money. So I'll have something in my old age.
Oh, you said you'd retired before, but I noticed you took that Thin Man case in New York.
Yeah, that Thin Man was a beaut. They're still talking about it.
You'd take a case like that now, wouldn't you?
Not a chance. I just took that to please my wife. She wanted some excitement.
Well, I guess you had it, Mr. Charles.
Oh, it was wonderful. 2 men tried to kill him. But he's not going to take any more cases. You can print that.
That's the girl. So long, gentlemen. Come on, darling.
Goodbye, nice to meet you, Charles.
Goodbye. Nice to have met you. Nick, slow down. I can't keep up if you're going...
What? Excuse me, lady. I guess I wasn't looking where I was going.
No. I guess you weren't.
Hiya, Fingers.
Well, Nick Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. How's business, Fingers?
Business? Oh, I quit that racket.
Nick, my purse. It's gone.
Oh, that's a shame. Nora, I want you to meet Fingers McCoy. This is my wife, Fingers.
Your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Say, I didn't know she was... Oh, I'm sorry about your purse, Mrs. Charles.
What'll I do, Nick? I know I had it with me.
Oh, it'll turn up. Won't it, Fingers?
I certainly hope so. Sure.
Well, so long, Nick. Glad I bumped into you. Goodbye, Mr. Charles.
Goodbye. Nick, I've got to go back to the train.
No, I wouldn't bother, darling. Let's get home.
I just can't go off.
Come on now, come on. You don't want to embarrass him, do you?
What do you mean?
Fingers. He's a purse snatcher. Think of his feelings.
A purse snatcher? Well, he must have taken it.
Certainly, but you see, he didn't know you were my wife. You'll get it back in a morning mail, darling. He's a very honest pickpocket.
Oh, Nick, you do know the nicest people.
Hiya, Nick. Welcome home.
Hiya, Bumps. How's the boy?
Ever better, Nick. In the pink.
See you around.
A prize fighter, darling?
No, wrestler.
Oh, a wrestler. Well, that's different.
Hiya, Nicky. What's the good boy?
Well, hello, Slats. How's everything?
I'm doing okay. Glad to see you, pal.
Likewise.
Now, there's a sweet character. He ought to be in jail just to play safe.
He got out last Tuesday.
Oh. Welcome home, Nora. Oh, hello. Thank you.
Nice to see you, my dear.
Thank you very much.
Now, who are those people, darling?
You wouldn't know them. They're respectable.
Oh.
You know, darling, the best thing about going away is coming back home.
I suppose you remember that tonight is New Year's.
I know. Got your keys, darling?
Yeah. I also suppose you've got some ideas on the subject.
Very definite ideas.
I was afraid of that.
I want to lock the doors and plug the bells, cut off the telephone, and crawl into bed for months.
Mrs. Charles, you're a woman after my own heart. I won't be awake at midnight, so I'll kiss you now. Happy New Year, Nora.
Happy New Year, darling.
Hiya, folks. What you standing out there for? Come on in.
Hey, what is this?
Well, it's our house, all right.
Come on. Make yourself at home, folks.
Well, let's go in, darling. He says it's all right.
Oh, well, as long as we're invited.
There's the bar right in there. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
What's the celebration?
We're giving a surprise party to Nick and Nora.
Nick and Nora?
Sure. Don't you know Nick and Nora?
No, we don't.
Neither do I. But that's not going to spoil my fun. It's New Year's, so what's the odds? Go on in. Fake it. It's a cinch.
Oh, thanks for the tip.
Sure. Get in there and get some of that Napoleon brandy before it's all gone.
Oh. May I have this dance, Mrs. Charles?
Thank you, sir. You're a gent. Who are all these people?
Now, let's see. That looks like Mo Stone over there. He's a bookie. That fellow with him is a police captain. And I believe the gentleman in the loud suit runs a pool room. That fellow in the fireman's hat...
Never mind. I get the general idea.
Mrs. Charles, welcome home, madam.
Thank you.
How are you, Peters?
Never better, Mr. Charles. I'm sorry about the party, sir, but they forced their way in.
Yeah, knowing my friends, I can believe that.
Nick, I smell something burning.
Probably just the living room rug or,
If I may be allowed to suggest, sir, that's probably Mrs. Charles' aunt. She's been calling all day and very much annoyed. She wants you to come to dinner this evening, Mrs. Charles.
Oh, dear.
Goodbye, darling. See you next year.
She expects you too, Mr. Charles.
Me? Aunt Catherine wants me to come to dinner?
Well, there must be some mistake. She couldn't want you, Nick. I'll take it in the bedroom, Peters. Nick, come with me.
If it's your Aunt Catherine, get out of it. No more family dinners. I wouldn't go through that again if you had twice as much money.
Hello?
Hello, Nora.
Who is this?
This is Selma.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling, Aunt Catherine?
Shut up. It's my cousin Selma. How are you, Selma?
Nora, I had to call you. I wanted to make sure you were coming tonight.
Well, I'm afraid not, Selma. You see...
Nora, you've got to come. I'm in terrible trouble.
What?
Please, I can't tell you now, but you must come. I'm desperate. Oh, wait a minute. Selma, put down that phone. I won't. I'm speaking to Nora.
Hello?
I told you not to call anyone.
Hello, Selma.
Give me the phone. Hello, dear.
Hello, is this...
How are you, Nora? This is Aunt Catherine.
Well, what's the matter with Selma?
Oh, nothing at all, dear. You know Selma well enough not to pay too much attention to her. We'll see you tonight, Nora.
Well, you see, it's New Year's Eve, Aunt Catherine.
The old battle axe.
Shut up.
What?
Excuse me, Aunt Catherine. I was talking to the dog.
Oh. We'll expect you at 7:30.
All right, Aunt Catherine. We'll come. Goodbye.
What did you say?
I said we'd be over for dinner.
Oh, my own wife.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but I had to do it. It's Selma. She's in trouble. You like Selma, don't you?
Not as much as that.
But she sounded so funny, as if she'd been crying.
Living with your Aunt Catherine, I can't say I blame her.
Fibber. Selma, stop that crying. Do you want the servants to hear you?
I don't care, Aunt Catherine. I'm going crazy. I can't stand it any longer. I'm going to call the police.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Haven't we paid out enough to hush up his other scandals?
He never did anything like this before. How do we know but what he may be dead?
I told you I'd handle this.
I can't go on this way. Robert's my husband, and then
Be quiet. Yes, Henry?
Beg pardon, madam, but shall I set a place for Mr. Robert tonight?
Certainly. Mr. Robert will be here.
Very good, madam.
You know he won't be here, Aunt Catherine.
I know nothing of the sort. Now go upstairs and make yourself presentable.
When Nora comes, I'm going to tell her.
You will not tell her. I will not have that husband of hers snooping into our family affairs.
I don't care. He can help us. I'm going to tell him the whole story.
Nick. Aunt Catherine wants to speak to you.
What did I do now? Use the wrong fork?
Nick, listen. Do you know why Robert wasn't here tonight?
Sure, because he's smart.
I'm not fooling. He's disappeared.
That's swell. Now, if we could only get rid of Aunt Catherine, we'd be all set.
Come on. She's in the library with Selma. Here he is, Aunt Catherine.
Oh, Nicholas, I'm sorry to take you away from the family.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's quite all right. Well, what's all this about, Selma? How long's Robert been gone?
3 days. 3 days without a word.
You notified the police?
Certainly not, and we're not going to.
Oh, no. Robert may be kidnapped. He may be lying dead somewhere, but we mustn't do anything about it. Our precious name might get in the paper.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her. She's exaggerating the whole affair. However, to please her, I thought you might investigate the matter quietly. With your experience as a flatfoot. And I didn't mean to be as blunt as that.
Why not? It's all in the family.
Selma, have you any idea where Robert might be?
No, but there's a woman mixed up in it. I know it.
Selma, you know nothing of the sort.
What about the vanity case they sent me from that Chinese restaurant?
It was a stupid mistake on their part.
Mistake? Some woman left it. He was there with some woman.
Selma, you know that Robert worships you.
How can you say that? You know he hates me. He only married me for my money. He never did love me. Sometimes I wish he were dead.
Well, I'm a little confused. Tell me, Selma, do you want him back or don't you?
Of course she wants him back. Don't, Selma, please. Come, Selma. I'll take you up to your room. Dr. Keller will be here in a moment. He'll give you something for your nerves. Excuse me. Nora, Nicholas. Well, Nick, what do you think about it?
I'm not thinking at all. What are you getting me into? There are lots of detectives in this town, men who need the job.
But no one as good as you, Nicky.
That won't get you a thing. I've retired.
But this is different. This is for Selma. You will help find Robert, won't you?
Why? I didn't lose him.
It's your chance, Nick. It'll get you in right with the family.
That's just what I'm afraid of.
Nicky.
Get your hat, darling. We're going to get out of here while we still got the chance. Well, where's it going to be? Still New Year's Eve. We ought to go someplace.
All right, let's go look for Robert.
Now, listen, my sweet.
Hello, Nick. Hello, Nora.
Oh, hiya, David.
David, how nice to see you. What are you standing out here for?
Oh, they don't let me in the house anymore. Selma said she'd try and meet me later.
I'm afraid she won't be able to make it. Did you know that Robert had disappeared?
If he has, it's the only decent thing he's ever done.
What's he been up to lately, David?
The last thing he pulled on me was a couple of days ago. Called up and said that if I'd give him $25,000, he'd go away and leave Selma to me.
Lovely boy.
What did you say?
I asked him to give me a couple of days to think it over. You know, $25,000 would be cheap if he'd really go.
Why don't you take up a collection? There are a lot of people who'd like to contribute.
Tell me, did you see Selma? How is she?
I'm terribly worried about her.
I know, I am too.
Come on, David. We're going to go someplace and get the taste of respectability out of our mouths.
Thanks, but I couldn't.
Oh, David, why not?
I've got too much on my mind. Well, I'm glad you're back anyway. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Selma was a fool not to have married him instead of Robert.
They can't all be as lucky as you, darling. Well, where are we going?
How do you feel about some Chinese food?
Awful.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Because we're going to that Chinese restaurant that sent the compact to Selma, the Lai Chi. Please, darling.
Now, see here. I'm not looking for Robert.
Of course you're not. I am.
Hey, Marge.
Yeah?
Fella here wants a table.
Well, tell him we're all filled up.
I did. He says to tell you his name is Nick Charles.
Nick Charles? Where is he?
Over by the door.
This is more like it.
You must feel right at home in a place like this. Too bad we didn't bring Aunt Catherine.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Hello, Dancer. Tell me, haven't any tables?
Oh, I guess I can find one, seeing as it's you. You just slumming?
That's all, Dancer. Why?
Just wanted to make sure. I don't like business calls on New Year's. Oh, say, I want you to be my partner. Hey, Lum Key, come here. Yes? I want you to meet a friend of mine, Lum Key. This is Nick Charles.
And Mrs. Charles.
Oh, I'm your friend. You bet you.
You sent his brother up, Nick. Lum Ying, remember?
Oh, yes. He's the one who spread a tongue war out to include sticking up a bank.
You bet you. You catch my baller. You play trick on him.
Don't play trick on him, don't catch him, you bet you. He's still in jail?
Oh, you bet you. 5 years more. Goodbye. Have a nice time, please.
Is he a Tong man, too, Mr. Dancer?
No, but you never can tell how close brothers are. I thought you might like to know, Nick.
Thanks.
He's a good guy to have liking you. Oh, there's a table over there by the wall.
This way, Mrs. Charles.
Nicky, there's Robert.
I know, I saw him before.
Why didn't you tell me? Robert?
Oh, hello. Good evening, Robert. Happy New Year.
Is it?
Robert, what are you doing in a place like this? We just saw Selma, Robert.
Yeah?
She's terribly worried about you. Don't you think you'd better go home?
Sure, I'll go home. When I feel like it, and not before.
Robert!
No, let him go.
Got your table, Nick. Oh, is that fellow a friend of yours?
On the contrary, he's a relation.
He's been hanging around here drunk for 3 days. He's got a case on our prima donna.
I wish you'd toss him out. His wife is going crazy.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll speak to his girlfriend.
Well, I've done my duty.
Hey, Polly. Polly, come here.
What's up, Dancer?
Now, listen. That boyfriend of yours is pretty drunk.
So what? I thought that was the idea. Keep him happy.
Sure, but a couple of his relations just blew in.
Relations? What do we do?
Well, give the customers one more song and then knock off for the night and take him out of here.
Okay, but I'm getting sick of that guy.
It'll just be Lamar, honey, and then he can turn him loose.
Tomorrow's a holiday. The banks will be closed.
That's right. Well, then the next day. What's the difference? Ain't it worth it?
I guess so.
That's the girl. I'll make it snappy, Polly. I'll keep an eye on her.
Hey, Polly,
Yeah, what?
I got a message for you.
What is it?
Your brother's looking for you.
My brother? Where is he?
In your dressing room. He wants to see you right away.
Hello, Polly. What's the matter? You don't look so happy to see me.
Please, Phil, don't try to start anything. I'm in a hurry.
You've been in a hurry ever since I got back.
Can I help it if I gotta work?
That's not what I'm kicking about. What's going on with this drunk Robert Landis?
Nothing.
Oh, no? Then what's this check doing on your dressing table?
Give me that.
A check made out to you, signed by Robert Landis.
Get out of here. What are you...
Shut up or I'll smack you right in the teeth. I'm in on this, you know.
Phil, please.
If you don't cut me in, the party's off.
I can't cut you in.
The check's yours, ain't it?
Yes, but...
But what? But what?
Let me go. Let me...
Sure. But this is just to remind you that I'm in on the deal.
You big lug. Look what you've done to my face. How am I going to explain that?
There's a lot of things you'll have to explain before I'm through. You and Dancer are taking this Landis guy for plenty of dough, aren't you?
What about it?
How much? Come on, how much?
25,000.
Did you get it yet?
No.
Go ahead, spill it.
Some friend of his wife's is putting it up to get him to leave her alone.
So you're going to keep him drunk and then collect it for him. When?
I don't know.
When, I said.
Tomorrow night.
Okay. I'll be around the next morning. Early.
What are you doing here?
Hiya, Dancer. Just leaving. So long, Polly.
What did that heel want?
Nothing. It's okay, Dancer.
Now, listen. There's a switch in the plans. I just heard that dough is being handed over tonight.
Tonight?
That David guy is meeting Landis in front of his house. Now, you better be with Landis, see?
I'll be there.
I told Nick that you were taking Landis home. Now, make sure they see you as you go out.
Sure.
And when the dough's delivered, you know what to do. I'll be across the street just in case something goes wrong. Now, get going. And no slip-ups.
And see if Robert got home.
Oh, well, come on. There must be a phone in Dance's office. He won't mind. Hello, Dancer. Come in.
What are you doing in this office?
Just calling a number. Any objections?
Once a gum heel, always a gum heel. I don't like gum heels, and I thought you'd quit it when you married a pot of money.
Did he call me a pot?
I don't like to be critical, Dancer. You know, it doesn't look quite right when you and your partner and your prima donna and your best customer all go out at the same time. It gives the place a sort of a vacant look.
Have you ever been thrown out of a place, Mr. Charles?
How many places was it up to yesterday, Mrs. Charles?
How many places have you been in, Mr. Charles?
Hello? Aunt Catherine? This is Nick. Nicholas. What? When? I see. Yes, I will. Bye.
But if you're through in here, you can beat it.
What's the matter, Nick? Bad news?
Dancy, you'd better.
Ah, Polly, come in. Another of our travelers has returned. Now, if only Lum Key... No sooner said than done.
Oh, someone call me?
Quite a gathering of the clan, isn't it? I wonder which one of you would be most surprised if Robert Landis walked in now. You know there's no chance of that, don't you? All of you.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, get out of here.
What is it, Nick? What's happened?
Robert's been killed.
Killed?
He was killed on the front steps of your aunt's house. Police are questioning Selma.
What's that got to do with us? Go on, get out.
You said that before, Dancer, and it's foolish. I'm not going to get out. On the contrary. We're going to have a lot more people in.
Listen, you...
Hello. Nick Charles speaking. I want to get hold of Lieutenant Abrams, the homicide squad.
Why are you calling him? It's a cinch none of us shot Landis.
That's so. Well, then maybe you'd like to explain how you knew he was shot.
The curtain falls on Act One of After the Thin Man with Myrna Loy and William Powell. During this short intermission before Mr. DeMille presents Act Two, we introduce a very charming guest. Strike up the band, Lou. That music, ladies and gentlemen, welcomes a real Southern belle, Miss Mary Nell Porter from Memphis, Tennessee. In private life, she's a debutante, but this spring she's touring the country in a very important role as Maid of Cotton, representing our huge cotton industry. We're certainly delighted to welcome you to the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. I'm so glad to be here.
I hear that you've been doing quite a little flying the last 3 months.
I certainly have. Over 12,000 miles.
And on top of that, I understand that you've had a staggering schedule of fashion shows and radio speeches and personal appearances in 30 different cities.
It has been a very interesting experience, and I've enjoyed meeting so many nice people all over the country. We've had such large crowds at all our cotton fashion shows.
Well, I'm sure the women want to hear about that.
And I'd love to talk about it. You know, cotton is terribly smart this year for play suits and street dresses and evening frocks.
Now, here, just a minute, please. How about giving us some details?
Well, there's a very good-looking red and white striped daytime dress with big sleeves, and has a very full skirt with the cutest Dutch boy pockets. I wear it with blue shoes.
That sounds very patriotic.
It surely is. Red, white, and blue is awfully fashionable this year. A lot of the dresses on our show are patriotic.
I see where the stripes fit in, then.
Well, they're smart, too, and so are flower prints. My bathing suit has tropical flowers scattered all over it.
Oh, so cotton goes swimming.
I should say it does. And dancing, too. You should see one evening dress in our fashion show. It's a brilliant red muslin with large white Hawaiian flowers all over it.
Straight from the South Seas.
Well, straight from a storybook. It has the sweetest puff sleeves and a long basque bodice.
Well, tell me, is cotton all glamour?
Goodness, no. It's simply wonderful for wearing in town, too. Things like gingham or piquet or seersucker make beautifully tailored suits. They're cool as can be and awfully easy to take care of.
Miss Porter, don't you find it hard to keep all these lovely cottons fresh on your trip?
Not at all. You see, the whole wardrobe is Luxable. Even some of my shoes and bags.
That makes things easy, doesn't it?
I should say so. Why, new Quick Lux Flakes are simply wonderful. They take such beautiful care of all the lovely new cottons. You know, everything safe in water is safe in Lux.
Ladies, please note, this year's smart cottons are really fine fabrics, and they must be treated gently, just like washable silks, rayons, and woolens. New Quick Lux is so mild, it keeps them new-looking longer.
That's why we use it for everything in our cotton show.
Well, we've certainly enjoyed having you with us tonight, Miss Porter.
Thank you so much. I'm mighty glad to have met you all.
Well, good night, and good luck on your trip home.
Thank you. Good night.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of After the Thin Man, starring William Powell as Nick Charles and Myrna Loy as Nora. It's 2 hours later. With mystery shrouding the death of Robert Landis, the police have been questioning Selma, who discovered the body. Now the grilling is over, and her nerves are worn to the breaking point.
They're going to arrest me. They're going to arrest me, Nora.
No, of course they won't.
They all believe I did it. Aunt Catherine, everyone.
They don't, Selma. They don't think that at all.
I know. I heard them.
Now, darling.
But I didn't kill him, Nora. I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. I couldn't have.
What? What do you mean?
Nora, you'll help me, won't you?
Tell me what happened. Everything.
He came to the house at midnight to get his things. He said he was leaving me. I tried to stop him. He pushed me away and went down the stairs. I followed him to the front door. While he was letting himself out, I went to the library table. There was a gun there.
A gun, Selma?
I didn't mean to use it. I only wanted to frighten him, to make him come back and listen to me.
All right. Go on.
I went to the door. He was standing on the steps looking up and down the street. And then there was a shot, and he fell.
Where did the shot come from?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, darling, never mind. You've been through enough. You'd better lie down now and rest.
I can't rest. I've got to think. Nora.
Yes?
David.
What about David?
He thinks I'm guilty, too. He thinks I killed Robert.
Selma, how could...
He must think so, or he wouldn't have taken...
He wouldn't have taken what?
Nothing. But he mustn't think that. I couldn't bear it. You must tell him. Tell him I didn't do it.
Couldn't you tell him?
No, somebody might be listening. You go to him. Tell him. Hurry.
Who is it?
It's me, Nora.
Hello, Nora. This is a surprise. Come in.
I got over as soon as I could, David. Selma
What's the
said
matter?
that...
Is there anything wrong?
Oh, you mean you don't know?
No, what? What's happened?
Well, Robert's been killed.
Killed? That's impossible.
What do you mean?
I saw him only a little while ago.
How long ago?
About 10 o'clock. I met him in front of the house and gave him $25,000 in bonds.
Wait a minute. This is too much for me. Where did he go then?
He went inside the house to get his things.
Oh, then it was when he came out again that he was shot.
I've got to see Selma. Will you come with me?
Come on.
No, you don't. Stay right where you are, the both of you. What is this? Who are you?
Detective Malloy, Homicide Squad. We've had our eye on you, buddy. Trying to make a getaway, huh?
Are you crazy? Listen, someone's been kidding you, officer.
Sure. Maybe you were kidding, too, when you were seen throwing that gun into the river.
David.
It's all right. There's been a mistake. Tell Selma, will you?
All right.
Come here, sister. You're not telling anybody anything. You're going along with us.
Where?
Down to headquarters.
Oh, oh, you don't understand. I'm Mrs. Nick Charles.
Oh, yeah? And I'm Mother Goose. Come on, step on it.
Hello, Nick.
Yes?
This is Abrams down at headquarters.
Oh, how are you?
Say, Nick, we picked up a woman a few minutes ago in David Graham's apartment. She claims she's your wife.
My wife?
Yeah. Says her name's Nora. What about it, Nick?
Nora. Oh, sounds like a phony to me. You better put her in the jug till I get down there.
You're the doctor, Nick. In the jug she goes.
Right down here, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Matron.
Nick, here I am over here.
Well, hello. Fine way to start the new year, getting thrown in the can.
Nicky, get me out of here.
How long has this thing with David been going on?
Oh, Nick, stop that and get me out of here. I've got something to tell you.
About the case?
Yes.
Oh, no. I'll get you out on one condition. No more cases. No more detecting. Promise?
But this is important.
You want me to let her out, Mr. Charles?
Definitely not.
Nicky, please.
Well, promise?
I promise.
All right, let her out, Matron.
Nick, have you been working on the case?
I've been giving it my undivided attention.
What have you found out?
Nothing.
Oh, Nick.
The only new development is that Polly has a brother. Where, we don't know.
What about her and Dancer and Lum Key?
All in the neighborhood at the time of the shooting. We've established that, but we can't prove a thing.
But, Nick, somebody killed him.
Yes, I think that's been proved.
Mrs. Charles?
Yes?
Lieutenant Abrams wants you for questioning.
Questioning? Nicky, they don't think I'm mixed up in this.
Don't worry, darling. If they find you guilty, I'll write you every day.
This way, please.
Nicky!
Now tell me, Mr. Graham, were you and Robert Landis on good terms?
Decidedly not.
On bad terms, Mr. Graham?
Very bad.
You and Mrs. Landis were once engaged, weren't you? Until Landis came along?
Yes.
Ever ask her to divorce him and marry you?
I may have. But she never said she would.
But you hoped she would. And you thought that with him out of the way, she might.
I didn't kill Robert.
No, of course not. But you did pay him to go away.
Yes.
Lieutenant Abrams, my wife.
Oh, come on in. I got to ask her some questions, Mr. Charles. I'm sorry.
Quite all right. Go ahead.
Now, Mrs. Charles, why did you go to Mr. Graham's apartment?
What?
Maybe I'd better leave.
No. Selma had a silly idea that David thought she killed Robert. She wanted me to tell him that she didn't.
Why, I can't imagine how she could think a thing like that.
ridiculous. I haven't seen her for a couple of days.
Here's Mrs. Landis, boss. No, will you come in, Mrs. Landis?
David. Oh, I didn't want you dragged into this.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear.
Mrs. Landis, why did Mr. Graham think you killed your husband?
I never said that. I never thought it for 1 minute.
Don't, David. He had every right to think I did it. He's just trying to protect me. He heard a shot. He rushed up to me and saw me standing near Robert with a gun in my hand. But I didn't fire the shot. It came from the street.
You mean you didn't kill him?
No, look at the gun, David. It hasn't been fired.
Oh, Selma, forgive me.
Oh, of course I forgive you.
Well, that's all cleared up. Go on, Nora.
It isn't cleared up as far as I'm concerned. I've got to have something more than that. Where's that gun, Mrs. Landis? I've got to see that gun.
Well, I haven't got it.
What?
Well, David took it from me. David, where's the gun? What is it, David?
Selma, I thought you were guilty. I thought I was doing the only thing. I threw it away.
You threw it away?
I threw it into the river.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But they can get it. I'll show them where I threw it. I'll get divers to go down after it. They'll find it. They must.
Bowie, she don't want that gun back any more than you do. Hey, Mac, swear out a warrant for the arrest of Mrs. Robert Landis on suspicion of murder.
Nicky, are you awake?
Hmm? No, I'm not.
Oh, I thought you were. Did you say something about scrambled eggs?
No, I didn't. I suppose that means you'd like me to go up and fix some for you.
Oh, no. I don't care about them.
Sure?
Really?
Good. Good night.
Good night. After all, if I want scrambled eggs, I can get them for myself. Of course, I'm not as good a cook as you are, but... Oh, well, don't bother about me. You go on sleeping. I love to watch you sleep. You look so cute. Nicky, have you any pictures of yourself taken as a baby?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to see what you looked like.
I'll have one taken in the morning.
Poor Selma. Poor David. Nicky, can you reach the water?
Huh? Oh. Yes, I suppose so. Yes.
Oh, I didn't want it. I just wanted to be sure you could reach it.
Nora, please go to sleep.
I can't. I keep thinking of Selma down in that jail.
Darling, there's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow they'll find the gun. It won't have been fired. Selma will be free.
Then you don't think she did it?
For the 10th time, no.
You're not saying that just to make me happy. You really mean it?
Yeah, I mean it.
Of course you're right. She didn't do it. She couldn't have done it. I don't think I'd kill you if you ran off with another woman.
Thank you, darling.
I might, though.
Nora, don't be morbid. Go to sleep. What in the name of...
Nick, the window.
Keep your head down.
Nick, somebody smashed the window.
No, really?
Look, there's a rock with a note attached to it. Nicky, a note.
Let's see.
What is it, Nick? What does it say?
Silly little woman. I told her to stop writing to me.
Oh, darling. Please, read it.
Mr. Nick Charles, if you want to know something about the murder of Robert Landis, get a line on Phil Burns, the guy Polly says is her brother. He's an ex-con and was married to Polly in Topeka, Kansas 3 years ago.
Married 3 years ago?
What are we supposed to do, send him an anniversary present? Look at the way this fellow spells Topeka, Topeker.
What's the matter with that?
Nothing, darling. Good night.
Oh, Nick, you can't go back to sleep now. Phone Abrams.
What, and have him here, keeping us up all night?
Well, don't you see? If Phil is her husband, then he shot Robert because he found out about him and Polly. Oh, Nicky, you've got to call him.
Just as you say. You hand me the phone?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Everything's working out beautifully. All we have to do is find this fellow Phil Burns, and we've got the murderer. Here, darling, call him and tell... Now, who can that be?
Oh?
Hello, Nick. This is Abrams.
Oh, I was just going to call you.
Yeah? Well, maybe you better get down here. You know that guy, Phil Burns, Polly's brother?
Yeah, what about him?
We traced him to his hotel.
You find him?
Yeah, but somebody else found him first. He's been murdered.
Well, there he is. That's the way we found him, Nick. Dead for 2 hours at least. Strangled.
Yeah.
Looks like he was beaten up a bit before the strangling set in. Any fingerprints?
All over the place. We're checking on him now.
What else did you find?
Nah, nothing much. He had a 38 in his drawer, 6 bullets in it, and a little dough. Oh, yeah, and this key. I guess it's the key to Polly's apartment. It's got her number stamped on it.
Another good guess would be that Solomon Landis didn't do this.
Fair enough. But he wasn't killed the way Landis was either.
Might be a good idea to check the chambers on that 38. He might have fired it and slipped in a new shell.
Okay. Anything else on your mind?
Yes. That key to Polly's apartment. Could I borrow that for an hour?
Sure. Here.
Maybe you better give me a skeleton key, too, just for good measure.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I have the faintest idea, just a hunch. Call you later.
Okay.
Nick, what did you find in there?
Dead man.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
Where are we going now?
Well, I don't know about you. I'm going to visit Polly Burns.
At this time of night? Without a chaperone?
Nora, this is purely business.
For me, too. Come on, darling. She's not home. Miss Burns keeps late hours, doesn't she? Nick, where'd you get that key?
From Abrams. It was in Phil Burns' pocket.
Oh. It's good you had an answer for that.
Go on in. Be quiet.
Here's a light switch.
You turn it on?
What do you expect to find in here?
I don't know.
Well, how do I know what to look for?
Don't look for anything. Go over there and sit down.
Suppose she comes in. What do we do?
Tell her it's a surprise party.
Anything in the drawers?
Hey, give me a chance.
Nick, what do you suppose people want a hole in the ceiling?
They don't.
Some people do. Look up there.
Where?
Up there. See. In the corner. A little hole in the plaster. What could that mean?
Well, it might mean that the ceiling's falling down. Or it might...
What?
What's the number of this apartment?
3D.
I wonder who lives in apartment 4D. Let's go upstairs and find out.
Here it is. 4D. This is right over Polly Burns' apartment.
What's the name on the bell?
Anderson. Say, where did you dig up all these keys?
We're going to visit Mr. Anderson.
Or Miss Anderson. It doesn't say which. Anybody home?
Put on the light. Let's see. That hole in the ceiling downstairs was right under this corner. If I'm right, these floorboards ought to be loose. Uh-oh.
I get it. Somebody took this apartment so they could see what went on downstairs.
Exactly.
Look through the hole, Nicky. What do you see? Well?
That's funny.
What is it?
Can't see anything. The hole's been plugged up from the other side.
What? But how...
There's somebody down there now. Somebody who knows about this peephole. Whoever it is plugged it up while we were coming upstairs.
Nick.
You stay here.
No, Nick, it may be the murderer. Nicky, wait.
Let's see who it is.
Listen. Whoever it is just left. I can hear him going downstairs. Nick, let him go.
No, we better catch him before he gets to the street.
Nick, wait for me. Well, did you see who it was?
No. He went through that door at the end of the hall.
That must go to the cellar.
Wait here and don't move.
Nick, be careful. It's black as pitch down there.
Right back, darling.
Would you like to come on upstairs? Or do I have to come and get you? All right. Have it your way. Come on, I can see you over there. Come on out or I'll...
Nick, are you all right?
I'm okay. Come on down.
I can't see. Nicky, did he get you?
No, but I didn't get him either. He got out through a window over there.
Oh, darling, I was so scared. Where are you? Oh, put your arms around me, darling. Are you sure you're all right? Oh, Nicky, you're bleeding.
What are you talking about? I'm not bleeding.
Nick, where are you?
I'm here.
Well, then who's this man over here?
You have just heard Act Two of After the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. During this brief intermission before Mr. DeMille presents Act Three, we bring you another story about Mary.
She's washing dishes. Oh, boy, is she mad. I say, look at her hands. They're all red. And coarse. Here, let's see your soap, Mary. Oh, it's harsh. And soap that's harsh pecks away at your hands. No wonder they're red and rough. Here's a friendly tip.
Try New Quick Lux. It's so kind to your hands. So mild, so pure. I want you to hear about our one-hand test of 5 dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Now, here's the story in the words of one of the women who took the test, Mrs. Hugh Rennie of New York. She says,
For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, and that's just about the time I spend doing my own dishes, I dip one hand in Lux suds and the other in suds from another soap.
Mrs. Rennie took that test for several weeks under conditions similar to home dishwashing. She goes on to say,
At the end of the test, my Lux hand was still nice and smooth, while the other hand was coarse and red. I hadn't realized there was such a difference in dishwashing soaps. I'll never use anything but Lux.
Hundreds of women took that one-hand test with similar results. It proved Lux kindest to hands. Try it yourself and see. Ask for the generous large box of New Quick Lux tomorrow and use it for dishes every day. It's so thrifty. Even in hard water, it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. It's fast, too, yet it costs you no more. Remember, New Quick Lux in the same familiar box. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of After the Thin Man. In the thick blackness of the cellar, Nora has bumped into a man she thought was Nick. Now she discovers her mistake, and Nick rushes to her side. With quick, tense fingers, he strikes a match. There, in the wavering light, a man stands, propped against the wall. As they stare at his gleaming white face, he slumps to the floor at their feet.
Nick!
All right, take it easy.
What's the matter with him? Is he...
Yeah, he's dead. Shot.
But when was he? I've seen that man before.
You know him? Who is he?
Light another match. Quick.
Well?
Of course I know him. His name is Pedro Dominguez. He used to be my father's gardener about 6 years ago.
Your father's gardener? Well, that does a lot of good. Come on, we better call Abrams. What'd you find out, Lieutenant?
Was I right about his name?
Yes, you were, Mrs. Charles. Pedro Dominguez. But he wasn't a gardener anymore. He was janitor of this building. Probably shot about 5 hours before you found him. But here's a very funny thing.
Go ahead. We could stand a laugh right now.
The telephone company tells us that about 11:30 last night, that'd be just before he was shot, someone here called up information and asked for Nick Charles' number.
Our number? What would Pedro Dominguez be calling Nick for?
I don't know. Do you, Nick?
I can't imagine. I haven't even heard his name for 6 years.
Did you remember him when you saw his face?
No.
That's funny, seeing he used to be Mrs. Charles' gardener.
Who remembers the gardener unless he squirts a hose at you?
Did you recognize him right away, Mrs. Charles?
I had to look twice. He's a lot grayer than he used to be.
By the way, what did you find out about the person in the apartment over Polly Burns?
Not a thing. Not a fingerprint in the place. Not a stitch of clothes. Only a hunk of lead pipe and a ladder.
Piece of lead pipe and a ladder. Well, that's interesting. Anything in Pedro's books?
No, just that someone named Anderson took the apartment a week ago, paid cash in advance.
That's all, huh?
That's all. And the name is Anderson. No front name. No Mr., Mrs., or Miss.
That's just dandy. You know, I got a feeling that if we could just find out who took that room, we might have our murderer.
Well, what do you think we ought to do?
Get them all together in the Anderson apartment.
Everyone that's mixed up in this. Let's shake them all up and see what happens.
You're on.
Are you going to take the murderer tonight?
Well, we're going to try.
How are you going to do it, Nicky?
I haven't the slightest idea. I'm just going to listen. Pray that somebody makes a slip. Just one slip. Lieutenant, get them all here?
All set and waiting, Nick. Picked up Dancer and Lumkey at the Lychee. Polly was with them. Then there's that David Graham guy and your wife's cousin, Selma Landis.
Anyone else?
Yeah, a fat dame they call Aunt Catherine. I brought her along for luck.
Swell.
Oh, say, before you go in, I checked Phil Burns' apartment. Dancer's fingerprints were all over the joint.
Dancers, you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
You haven't told him, have you?
Not yet.
All right, don't.
What's your plan, Nick?
Build up a case against each of them. Throw all we've got at them and throw it hard enough to bounce.
I'll make it bounce, all right.
And keep them talking.
Nick, come on. The party's getting dull.
Coming? Evening. Shut that door, please, Lieutenant.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I asked you all down here because we've just found that another murder has been committed. He's a man I think you all know. Pedro Dominguez.
Pedro killed?
Yes. What do you know about it, Polly?
Nothing. I only saw him a couple of times when I went down to pay my rent.
What about you, Dancer? You're in and out of this apartment. You must have known him.
Sure, I know him. So what?
You, Lumkey?
I never been in this house before.
You knew him, Selma.
Well, no, I don't think
You remember Selma. He was our gardener 6 years ago.
Oh.
David, you remember Pedro Dominguez?
Yes, vaguely. A man with long white mustaches.
What did you know about him, Mr. Graham?
Nothing. That was 6 years ago. I haven't seen him since.
Nicholas, I can't see what possible connection this can have with us.
It's very simple, Aunt Catherine. You see, Pedro and Robert were both shot with the same gun.
I have nothing to do with it.
Now, there was some monkey business going on we want to find out about. It seems that 1 week ago, Pedro rented an apartment to someone calling himself or herself Anderson. Did you ever see this Anderson, Polly?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone in the apartment just over you?
No.
I thought not. This Anderson intended to climb down into your apartment one night with the aid of a ladder and polish off Robert with this lead pipe. Then he was going to climb up to his place again and leave you holding the bag for Robert's murder. Now, do you know anyone who would be interested enough in you to do that?
Why, no.
You're Dancer's girl, aren't you?
I work for him.
That's not what he asked.
Well?
Did Dancer know that you were going away with Robert?
Why?
Come on. You told us before.
You said you'd keep that a secret. I'll never trust a cop again.
If you've made a dicker with the police, okay, Polly. But that ladder stuff's a lot of malarkey, Nick. No one did come down that ladder, and Landis wasn't killed in her place.
The only reason the murderer didn't kill him that way was because he was found out. Pedro came in yesterday to clean up Anderson's apartment and discovered the loose boards on the floor. He didn't like the looks of things, so he put a new lock on the door. When Anderson came in, he found he was locked out. He heard Pedro telephoning me, and he killed him.
So what?
So, who is Anderson?
I'll bite. Who?
Polly. Phil had a key to your apartment, and Dancer had one.
Yeah.
Who else?
Nobody.
He's trying to hang this murder up on us to protect his own family. That Selma dame. She knocked her husband off. Everybody knows that.
I didn't.
And then you got your boyfriend, David, to throw away the gun.
That's a lie.
Now, just a minute, please. Look, Dancer, let's come clean. You and Polly and Lum Key were out to shake Robert Landis down for $25,000, right?
Oh, sure. Then I suppose I knock him off and stir up all this fuss before I get the dough. What kind of a stumble bum does that make me out to be?
You're the kind of a stumble bum that left your fingerprints all over the room when you killed Phil Burns.
Phil's dead?
Yes, strangled.
Well, I didn't do it.
Then why did you go to his place?
Because I thought he'd gummed up my game. I figured he'd try to stick up Landis and had to kill him. So I pushed him around a little to learn the manners. And when I left him, he had a split lip and a couple of dents in him. But he was just as much alive as you are, if that means anything.
Polly, who knew Phil was your husband?
What?
You were married, weren't you?
Yeah, but...
So Phil was your husband?
As if you didn't know.
I never knew till now. But I wish I had, Polly.
Didn't you ever tell anyone that you were married, Polly?
No.
Would Phil have told?
No.
Did you and Phil talk about it?
Yeah, one night last week. But no one could have heard. We were alone, down in my room.
Alone? Don't forget Anderson could hear everything that went on in your room. Lieutenant, when was Phil Burns killed?
Oh, about 2, near as we can figure.
At 3:30, Anderson threw this note in at my window. He was beginning to use some of the information he'd gathered while he was up here. Dancer, how do you spell Topeka?
None of your business.
This note is a poor attempt at illiteracy. The easy words are spelled wrong and the tough ones right. Like to see it, Lumkey? It was meant just to steer me down to Phil's place to find his body. And your fingerprints, Dancer. Someone's framing you, Dancer.
Yeah?
You say you don't know this Pedro, Lumkey?
No.
Well, I've got a picture of him right here. This picture was taken about 6 years ago when...
Nick, what is it?
Nothing. Except that all this time I've been waiting for someone to make a slip, and someone has made it.
Who?
We've been wrong. This wasn't a killing for money. It was a murder of hatred, of revenge. Polly, what did Phil go to the pen for?
Blackmail.
Blackmail. David, when were you supposed to give Robert the money to go away?
This morning.
In cash?
Yes.
But when he decided to go last night, you had to give him bonds.
Yes.
Where were you going to get cash on New Year's Day? A bank holiday.
Funny, I forgot about that.
No, you didn't, David. You never meant to give Robert that money. You didn't want him to go away. You wanted to kill him. You were going to get even with him for taking Selma away from you.
Nora, is he fooling?
Sure. And you were fooling when you said you hadn't seen Pedro for 6 years. You said Pedro had long white mustaches. Well, he's got long white mustaches now. But look at this picture. There he is 6 years ago. His mustache was neither white nor long. You didn't notice him 6 years ago any more than I did. You remember him as he was last night when you shot him. You killed him, and then you killed Robert. Phil saw you do it. He was going to blackmail you, so you had to kill him, too. And then you threw that note in my window, hoping to put me off your trail.
David, don't let him say these terrible things. Tell him it isn't true.
Ask him why he threw away your gun, Selma. He knew it hadn't been fired. He knew you only had to show it to prove your innocence, yet he threw it away. Ask him why he did that.
David, why don't you speak?
Wasn't it because you hated her as much as Robert? Wasn't it because you wanted to get even with her, too? Wasn't it because you wanted to see her hang for Robert's murder?
David.
Tell her the truth now, David. You don't have to pretend anymore.
That is the truth. I've hated you, Selma and Robert, ever since you threw me over for him. I've been watching, waiting for the time when I could get even with you for having ruined my life. I did kill Robert, but not the way I wanted to. It was too easy, too quick. I wanted to see him suffer the way he'd made me suffer. And you, I wanted to see you go gradually madder and madder as the day came when you were going to hang. Well, I'm not going to see you hang, but I'm still going to see you die.
Put out that gun.
Don't be a fool, David.
Get out of the way. I've got 6 bullets. One for her and one for myself. And the rest for anyone who tries to stop me. Get out of the way, Charles. Get out of my way.
I get him. Okay, Graham. I'll take that gun now.
Nice work, Lumkey. Nice work.
Nick, he saved you. And you sent his brother up.
Oh, sure. Mr. Charles sent him up. #1 detective. I don't like my brother. I like his girls. I'm your friend. Oh, you bet you.
Tired, darling?
Not very.
Well, can you believe it? We're alone. No reporters, no friends, no surprises.
I suppose we really should decide where we're going.
Oh, do you care?
No, but I haven't any clothes.
All the better. You won't have to pack. All I need in the world is you and a toothbrush. Hey, what's that you're doing?
I'm knitting something.
Oh, you haven't gotten very far with it.
Yes, I have. There, it's done.
Done? Why, say, that looks like... Is that a baby's sock?
And you call yourself a detective?
Why, Mrs. Charles.
We draw the curtain on After the Thin Man. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars. While we're waiting, let's talk about babies. You know, families often speculate on the chances of the stork bringing twins or triplets. Well, here are some figures that may interest you. The chances of having twins is about 1 in 84. Of having triplets, 1 in 7,500. That makes triplets a pretty rare occurrence. Mrs. Frances Bardall of Holbrook, Massachusetts, was one of the mothers who drew the lucky number in 1939, and she's doubly lucky now because she has new Quick Lux to help her in caring for her 3 small babies. She says,
"The triplets have such sensitive skins, I wouldn't dream of washing their clothes in harsh soaps or rubbing them with cake soap. I just won't take chances on having woolens or diapers getting rough and scratchy."
She's a wise mother, isn't she? She goes on to say,
New Quick Lux is so mild and gentle. It's the only thing I'd use for the baby's clothes. It's so safe for everything, safe in water alone. I can depend on it never to make woolens harsh and scratchy or fade the pretty colors of little dresses and sunsuits.
Yes, new Quick Lux is so wonderfully gentle. And so easy to use, too. So fast. In water as cool as your hand, it dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Ask for the generous big box of new Quick Lux tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package and costs you no more. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
As Bill Powell and Myrna Loy return to the microphone, we offer our congratulations to the Thin Man on some first-class detective work.
Cecil, you're seldom wrong, but I'll have to mark that one up against you. However, if it's any consolation, everybody makes the same mistake.
Brace yourself for a shock, Mr. DeMille. Bill is not and never was the Thin Man.
He isn't. He never has been. Mercy, Myrna, can't we even believe what we see in the movies?
Just for the record, the Thin Man was murdered in the first Thin Man picture. We haven't seen him since.
Except in the title, where he seems amazingly healthy.
What's in a name? Call the picture by any name you like, so long as you and Bill remain as our favorite detectives. What's going to happen next to Nora and Nick?
Well, there's another Thin Man picture planned, but we haven't started making it yet.
It's called The Shadow of the Thin Man. Very promising manhunt.
I have entire confidence in both of you.
By the way, Cecil, didn't I hear you say that you're going to do Showboat next week?
You certainly did, Bill, and we are.
Who's going to be in your cast, Mr. DeMille?
We'll have Irene Dunn, Alan Jones, and Charles Winninger. They were all in the cast of the motion picture, and they'll all be here on this stage to bring us the exciting drama of Showboat and the great song hits by Jerome Kern. We embark at the usual time next Monday night for this cruise of adventure and romance along the Mississippi, and we hope you'll all be on board.
Showboat is practically a command to listen. Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll call you two on another case soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn, Alan Jones, and Charles Winninger in Showboat. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Julie Bannon as Selma, Fred Mackay as David, Edward Marr as Abrams, Mary Lou Simpson as Polly, Warren Ash as Dancer, Wally Mayer as Lum Key, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Abe Reynolds, Walter White, Inez Seabury, Tristan Coffin, Eric Snowden, Russell Fillmore, Lou Merrill, and Fred Shields. The American Red Cross needs millions of dollars for European war relief work. They're asking for your contribution now. Anything you can give. The place to give, your local Red Cross chapter. The time, as soon as you possibly can. William Powell and Myrna Loy appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. They will soon be seen together on the screen in If I Love You Again. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hi, I'm Sandy Duncan, and like most everybody, I am a snack lover. In fact, right now, I love some Wheat Thins. Wheat Thins taste really good, and they're full of natural whole wheat. So they make a terrific snack right out of the box, or you could put something on top. Look, when you're having a snack, why not have something really good? Wheat Thins. They call them the light little cracker with the big wheat taste from Nabisco. Love them.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Bill. Do you have a free minute?
Of course. Run over, sit down.
Thanks, Bill. I really appreciate your taking time to listen to me.
Ken, I'm always glad to take time to listen. Now, what's on your mind, fella?
I've got a large-sized problem.
Oh?
Well, to make a long story short, Conrad shot Mr. Prince 2 days ago.
He didn't. Not Mr. Prince.
It's true. I don't know why, but he did. Oh, he says the dog was on his property, so he had a legal right to do it. I found our Mr. Prince 10 feet across the fence line with a rifle bullet in him.
Dead?
No, not yet. The vet says he has a 50-50 chance.
Oh, this is terrible. Why, that dog never hurt anybody in his life. How's Julie taking it?
Well, that's the case in point. Julie isn't taking this very well at all.
I'm sure sorry to hear that. She's in love with her dog.
I'll say she is. Mr. Prince is the apple of her eye, and now she cries all the time for him.
Even at night?
Yes, even more so then. You see, Prince is her guard when she sleeps. He always lies in the hallway in front of her bedroom door, and no one can get by without him knowing it. She misses her puppy terribly. I remember when we first decided to get her dog. I remember it very well.
Daddy, are you taking a nap?
I was until you woke me up, you little ball of fire.
Daddy, you said I could have a dog after we moved here to the ranch.
I did?
Don't tease me. You know you said it, Daddy. And my ears were real open when you said it, too.
Are they ever anything but real open? What's on your mind, little one?
Here. Mommy says that there's a collie puppy for sale, and I should ask you if I can have it.
A collie puppy?
Yes. Mommy says he's sable and white.
A collie? Great day in the morning, child. You're after a small horse, not a dog. Why, they get to weigh about 70 pounds.
Yes, Daddy. I want a big one.
Well, you sure do, all right. Why, he'd eat a pound of beef like you eat a hamburger.
Please, Daddy. Please. You said you'd let me.
Yeah, I know what I said. Well, let's get in the car and go look at this puppy horse you want.
Oh, please, Daddy. Please, can I have him? Isn't he the cutest thing? Oh, he's just the cutest puppy I ever saw.
How much do you want for him, Mr. Nichols?
Well, let's say $20.
What's wrong with him?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with him. Can't you see that, Daddy?
Julie, please. Mr. Nichols, how come you're asking only $20 for the dog? Isn't he a pureblood?
See for yourself. Here are his papers.
Daddy, I don't care if he does have dirty blood. I love him anyhow.
He is a pure blood, Julie. And I want your daddy to buy him for you because I know he's going to get a good home.
Here's your money, Mr. Nichols. And thank you. I know the going price on this dog is $50. But if you say 20, I'm not going to argue.
Well, thank you, sir. The pup has been moved twice now, and this will be the third time. The other folks wanted him badly, but there were too many small children and very busy mothers, and they didn't want the dog neglected.
Oh, you are my very own. My very, very own. I'll fix up a little house.
I can see why Julie is upset, Ken. Children certainly get attached to their pets.
The child has cared for her dog like a trooper and lavished great love on him. And now this. I'm going to have to do something, Bill. But I don't know what.
Ken, you're a Christian. Have you taken this problem to the Lord in prayer?
I've tried, Bill. The Lord knows how I've tried. But I can't.
I don't understand. Why can't you take it to him in prayer?
Bill, whenever I try to pray about it, I hear Julie crying. And I also see Conrad's face screaming, I have a legal right. I have a legal right.
You talked with him?
Talk? No. We screamed at each other. After the doc removed the bullet from Mr. Prince, I went to see Conrad and almost shoved the rifle ball in his teeth. He screamed, legal right. Legal right. That man has got to learn there are more rights than legal rights. How do I explain legal rights to my heartbroken daughter? Tell me, Bill. How do I do it?
I don't know what to tell you, Ken. Except that you better pray the bitterness and hatred out of your heart before it destroys you.
Listen, Bill. You don't have to watch a broken-hearted little girl sob her heart out day after day. But I do. What am I going to do? Ask the Lord to make her stop weeping and shout for joy?
You could ask the Lord to give her strength to bear this grief and heart sickness, to ease the pain of her anguish. Have you asked him to do that?
Bill Jefferson, if our dog dies, I'll get my revenge on Conrad Flom. Do you hear me? I'll get my revenge.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hello, Conrad. What's ailing Black Thunder?
I think that stallion is going slowly insane. Gets ornerier by the month. He weren't so valuable, I'd get rid of him.
Perhaps you should anyhow, before he kills someone.
No, I won't do that. Well, maybe a dog or two, but not a person. He's got an awful fear of dogs, hates them.
He does, huh? Why?
When he was cold, a pack of dogs set on him and the mare. But the mare drove him off after she kicked a couple of the dogs to death. That stallion goes wild-eyed, stark mad when he sees a dog.
Is that why you shot Mr. Prince?
Oh, so they've gone to the law, eh? Bill, that cur was on my property. I had a legal right to shoot him, and you know it.
Yes, you did have a legal right, if the dog was trespassing with malicious intent.
That's what he was about to do.
You shot him just 10 feet inside your fence line.
Now, you listen here, Mr. Chief Ranger. I know my legal rights, and you can't touch me. What I do is my business. And everybody else can mind their own, and I mean that to include you.
Over here, Bill.
Hello, Ken. Julie.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Jefferson.
Glad to see you outside in the sunshine, Julie.
Mr. Prince isn't out here in the sunshine. He's going to die in the animal hospital.
Bill, will you stay with Julie a minute? I have to make a phone call.
Sure, I'll be glad to.
Thanks. I'll be right back.
Julie, you say Mr. Prince is going to die in the hospital.
He is. I know he is.
Has the veterinarian told you this?
Oh, no, he hasn't. Not really.
Then how do you know Mr. Prince is going to die?
I just know. I hate that mean and nasty Mr. Flom. He killed my dog.
Ah, Julie, stop crying and listen to me.
I hate him. I hate him.
Don't look so shook up, Bill.
I sure didn't intend to get her excited.
I know you didn't. What do you think about the problem now?
Ken, this is beyond my wisdom. And when I get in these spots, I just stop and give the Lord time to talk to me.
Well, while you're waiting, I've got something to add to the tightness of the knot.
Your phone call?
Yes. It was to the vet. Prince is getting worse. He has a 40-60 chance to live now.
Conrad, is your fence strong enough to hold Black Thunder?
Yep. It'll hold that crazy stallion all right. Say, ain't you back here kind of soon?
Perhaps. I was just over talking to Ken and Julie.
So? You don't have to get my permission to talk to him.
Mr. Prince is getting worse. The vet says he has a 40-60 chance to live.
Yeah, why are you telling me? I did only what's my legal right.
Your legal right. Your legal rights. Do you ever think about anyone but yourself and your legal rights?
Well, listen, Bill, don't preach to me.
Don't push me, Conrad. I'm trying very hard to be fair in this problem and look at both sides of the picture in their true light. But I happen to like that dog very much. He's a fine and gentle animal. As far as I know, the only animal he's ever attacked is a wolf. I'd say you ought to be man enough to recognize you made a mistake and make restitution of some kind.
I got no use for dogs on my ranch with my horses.
Your logic is faulty. A bad experience with 2 dogs doesn't mean all dogs are bad. You forget, Conrad, that Mr. Prince is a ranch dog.
Don't try to cover up the fact that the dog was trespassing on my property. I had a legal right to shoot him.
Do you know how long 10 feet is?
Of course I do.
You shot Mr. Prince when he was only 10 feet across the line. Very peculiar that you should happen to be right there just after he crossed onto your property.
Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do. I'm within my rights.
You could have shagged the dog and called Ken and warned him about the dog trespassing. Now you've broken a little girl's heart. Made your neighbor nail-spitting angry.
Good day to you, Mr. Jefferson.
Conrad, there are a few things you have to learn about the rights of other people. They have the right to consideration, Christian love, and a chance to correct their mistakes, if they will. Yes, sir, Mr. Flom, one of these days you're going to find out just what I'm talking about.
Good day, Mr. Jefferson.
Now, one more thing. You'd better make sure that stallion is inside a good fence. He's a killer. If he ever gets loose, somebody might get hurt.
Julie, girl, please don't cry. Please, for Daddy's sake.
I'm sorry, Daddy. But I'm so lonesome for Mr. Prince.
I know. But we have to be patient now until he gets well.
But he isn't. I heard you tell Mommy he's worse.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry you heard that. Didn't want to make you feel more unhappy than you do.
Oh, I hate that Mr. Flom. I hate him. Something awful.
No, you don't, baby. You mustn't hate anybody. You mustn't.
But I do. I hate him real hard.
Come on, Flom. Get out of bed and open this door. Open the door, Flom.
What's the idea of beating my door down at 4 o'clock in the morning? Who do you think you are?
Listen to me, Flom, and listen good. I just got a call from the vet to bring Julie and see her dog because the dog is failing fast.
Go on, get out of here before I get my rifle.
But now you're going to shoot me, too. Let me tell you, Flom, if that dog dies, you're the one that had better worry about getting shot at, not me. Understand?
You threatening me?
You won't shoot me from ambush like you did Mr. Prince. I called Bill Jefferson, and he's going to pick up Julie and me and go with us to the animal hospital. If Mr. Prince dies this morning, I'll get my revenge on you for shooting our dog and breaking my daughter's heart.
Don't scare me. I know my legal rights.
We're here. Let's go in right away.
Sure.
Wait just a minute.
Bill, this is no time for talk.
Please, Mr. Jefferson, we've got to hurry.
Mr. Prince is still alive. I just checked with the doctor on my radio telephone when I came out to pick you up. There are a few very important words I want you both to hear before we go in. Now, Julie, I know you're old enough to understand what I'm going to read. So listen closely. In Proverbs, the 3rd chapter and the 5th verse, it says, "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding." Now, before we go in to visit Mr. Prince, I want you to think about what the Lord has to say about our own understanding of things that happen. You and I aren't able to second-guess the Lord. We can't understand everything that happens in our lives. But the Lord knows why, for those of us who are Christians, we must trust Him and not lean on our own understanding. We become bitter and hateful. And hate and bitterness have no part in a Christian's life.
It isn't your dog that's dying.
She's got a point there, Bill.
Let's go inside.
Oh, we've waited so long. I hope Mr. Prince is still alive. Poor Mr. Prince. My poor puppy. Can I pet him, please, Doctor?
Perhaps you'd better not, Julie.
Oh, it won't hurt him. Just don't go near his chest and the bandages. You can pet his head and scratch his ears all you want.
I'll be real careful. Do you think he can hear me?
Well, I don't know, Julie. Your dog is very sick and close to death. He hasn't responded to me at all in the last 12 hours.
Isn't there anything else you can do for him?
Unfortunately, there isn't.
Maybe Julie fussing over him will make him worse if he's so close to death.
It might do the reverse, Ken. It might give him the fight to live.
Do you really think so?
It's certainly worth a try. Let's leave the child alone with her dog for a while and just see what happens. She might get through to him. I'm sorry I can't do more for Mr. Prince, even though veterinarian medicine has come a long way in the past few years.
What are his chances now, Doctor?
Well, not good at all. He's got about a 30-70 chance to pull through this.
Please, Mr. Prince, won't you even wag your tail? Just one little wiggle for me, huh? Please.
Honey, we'd better let him rest now.
Please, Princey. Can't you open one eye? Just a peep? Just for me, huh? Please. Please, you mustn't die. You mustn't die.
Julie, please don't start crying.
Look. He's opened his eyes.
He heard me. Mr. Prince heard me. Oh, he's going to live now. I know it. I know it.
What do you say, Doc?
I'd say he's fighting now. Fighting to live.
You really think so?
Oh, I sure do. That's more response than I've gotten from him for several days.
Wonderful. Julie, we've got to go home now. Daddy has to go to work, and you have to go to school.
Can I stay here, please, Daddy? Can I? Please? Mr. Prince needs me to stay.
You're a hard man if you say no, Ken.
All right. You may stay with your dog, Julie.
Do you hear that, Mr. Prince? I'm going to stay right here with you all day. All day, Princey.
Julie.
Yes, Mr. Jefferson?
You seem so sure that Prince will live now.
Oh, I am sure.
Why?
Well, you said we should trust the Lord and not be bitter and have hate about what's happening. And that's what I'm doing.
I'll teach you to attack me, you dirty, no-good stallion. I'll whip you within
Hey, what's going on in there?
Just giving this big gorilla a lesson or two on manners. Let me get out of this stall here.
Someday that stallion's going to kill you, Conrad.
Yeah, not while I'm looking, he ain't. I suppose you'll come to yap at me again about that dog.
No, I stopped by to tell you the dog is recovering now. He's at home and coming along slowly but surely toward total recovery. And all because of one little girl's faith in the Lord and love for her dog.
I don't know why you bother telling me. I'm within my legal rights.
Yes, you're within your legal rights. But someday, somehow, you'll find out that there are more rights than what the law states. You'd better not shoot that dog again, unless he's in the act of attacking your horses or causing other damage. Come here, Prince. I'll scratch your ears. Shake your paw.
Doesn't he look good, Mr. Jefferson?
He sure does, Julie. You're taking real good care of him. I stopped to see Conrad and tell him the good news.
That was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Now, you know it. However, I warned him he'd better not shoot this dog again, unless Prince was attacking his stock or destroying his property.
He would never do that.
I know it, Julie. Now, if I were you, I'd stay away from his line fences. By all means, keep Mr. Prince away.
Oh, but definitely. Julie, don't ever go on the other side of Conrad's line fence for any reason. I don't care what it is. Keep Prince in strict obedience when you're close to the line fence. In fact, you'd better keep your dog on a leash when you have to go near Conrad's place.
Oh, I will, Daddy. Can we walk down the road past his spread?
Oh, of course. But Prince must be on the leash just in case. He's obedient, but we can't risk him getting another rifle bullet.
Well, I'll have to be running along now.
Thanks for all your help, Bill.
Bye, Mr. Jefferson.
Bye.
Will he come back soon to see us, Daddy?
Of course he will.
Prince and I are going to take a walk down the road.
Okay. But remember what we said about Conrad's line fence.
There's Mr. Fromm's line fence, but he can't hurt you as long as we stay on the road. That must be Black Thunder way off there. He's a mean one, all right. Prince, what's the matter? Is something wrong with Black Thunder?
Help, Julie! Help me!
Prince, look! It's Mr. Flom lying on the ground. Let's go to the fence and see what's wrong.
Julie, I'm hurt. I need help.
Oh, Mr. Flom, I'm sorry you're hurt. I'll run for help.
No, don't leave me alone. Black Thunder will come back here and kill me.
Black Thunder? Did he hurt you?
Yeah, he attacked me and I played dead, but he'll be back to make sure I'm dead. My hip is broken. You gotta keep Prince here to drive the stallion away while I crawl to the fence and under it.
I'll run home real fast and get Daddy.
No, you gotta keep the dog here to protect me.
Daddy and Mr. Jefferson said I can't let Mr. Prince off the leash when we're near your fence because you would shoot him again if he got on your property.
Julie, please listen to me. That insane stallion He's standing up there on the rise, watching to make sure I'm dead. As soon as I begin to crawl for the fence, he'll be down here in full fury and finish me off. You gotta let the dog loose so he can drive the horse off.
Oh, I can't let Mr. Prince go over the fence. You might shoot him.
Julie, how can I shoot him if I ain't got a gun?
But you shot my dog before and he almost died.
Yes, I shot your dog, and maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know right now, even though I did have a legal right to do it. Maybe I was wrong.
That's the word. That's the word.
What word?
Legal right. I haven't any legal right letting my dog on your property.
Julie, I'm gonna crawl for the fence. Crawl on my stomach. I can't stand up or fight back. You gotta help me. Please, you must.
You shot my dog, Mr. Flom, and now you want me and him to help you. Prince, sit.
You must protect me, Julie. You got it.
You shot my dog. I love my dog, and you almost killed him.
The stallion, he's coming in for the kill. Please turn Prince loose.
You shot my dog, and you might do it again. I can't take the chance.
Julie, please help me.
I can't. I can't let Prince go on your property.
Help me, Julie.
Bitterness and hate have no place in a Christian's life.
But Daddy said not to cross the line fence for any reason.
Lean not on your own understanding why things happen. Trust the Lord.
Daddy said to keep Prince on his leash.
You mustn't hate. Revenge belongs to the Lord.
Julie, help!
Love, not hate. Love, not hate.
Julie, only 10 feet and I'll be safe, but I won't make it. Please turn the dog loose.
Prince, get him. You did it, Mr. Flom. Prince drove him off.
Where's Prince?
They wouldn't let him in the hospital, Mr. Flom. He's waiting out front.
Oh, thank you, Julie, for saving my life. And when I see Mr. Prince, well, I'm going to thank him, too. And I want you both to come to my home and visit me.
But I don't have a legal right to go on your land.
Oh, yes, you do have a legal right to come to my land, and so does Mr. Prince.
That's quite a switch in your thinking, Conrad.
Boy, I'll say it is.
Well, you know the old saying, some people almost have to get kicked in the head by a horse before they smarten up. And I'll never use the words legal right again. From now on, it's love and tolerance and consideration for rights other than what the letter of the law says.
Well, boys and girls, I don't think there's any comment I can add because the story speaks for itself. Just remember, if there's one thing better than being legal, it's being Christ-like. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago.
I hereby dub you the Easter Bunny.
Wednesday, a special family presentation narrated by Fred Astaire.
The Easter Bunny is coming to town today. Let's all have a happy Easter.
The Easter Bunny's coming to town.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on the show and his orchestra, from singing glee with the Smoothies three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. It's time for fun with Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam and eggs. Just open a can of Spam, cut off slices of this delicious meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Man alive, how those golden brown, sizzling hot slices of tender, juicy, taste-tempting meat make a hit. The family will say, "Gee, Mom, that's the best breakfast we've had in a long time." That's because Spam is different. A combination of pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy, and the ham meat it takes to give Spam that extra flavor and goodness. Look for this sentence, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added, on the label of the Spam can. Then you'll know you're getting the real thing, the genuine S-P-A-M Spam. Of our great big happy family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, tonight is election eve. Tomorrow is the big day. You go to the polls and you vote for the man you'd like to have with you for the next 4 years.
Oh, swell.
Who are you going to vote for?
Clark Gable.
Gracie, Clark Gable is handsome, romantic, a great lover, has a lot of personality, but he knows absolutely nothing about politics.
Well, nobody is perfect.
Look, try to understand. In order to run for office, you have to belong to a certain party.
That's Clark Gable.
What party does he belong to?
Carol Lombard.
Look, Gracie, I'll try to explain election to you.
Good.
Let's start at the beginning.
Good.
Now, where did you register?
Good.
No, where did you register?
Oh, at the corner drugstore.
Good.
So that's my store.
Never mind. Now, tomorrow, when you go into that drugstore, someone at the door will hand you a folded piece of paper. Do you know what's printed on it?
Giant size malted milk special today, 11 cents.
No, it's the ballot listing the candidates. Anyway, in the drugstore, you'll see a voting machine.
What's that?
What's at the polls that votes every 5 minutes?
My brother.
Gracie, did you read your ballot?
Oh, I know it by heart.
What's proposition number 5?
Let's park here, babe. I ran out of gas.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to you. Will you come a little closer?
That's proposition number 4.
Gracie, proposition number 5 is daylight saving time.
What's that?
Well, there's a certain amount of daylight in each day.
Yes.
They want to add 1 more hour to give us more sunshine. And I say, let's squeeze in the extra hour.
That's proposition number 3.
Look, Gracie, when I go to the polls, I'm voting against you.
Bueno, ¿y qué es eso del día, de la noche, de la hora, el cambio ese? Yo no entiendo qué cosa es eso.
Well, the kid is tired again. What is it, Senor Lee?
I know who you're going to vote for, Senor Burns. When you were talking on the telephone, I was eavesdropping.
It's not dripping, it's dropping.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
We're having unusual weather?
Quiet, guitar player.
Say, George, does daylight saving time affect the whole country?
Well, yes, it does. You see, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
You know, it's too bad it doesn't rise in the west and set in the east.
Why?
Well, then you could drive to work in the morning without having the sun in your eyes.
Gracie, for thousands of years, the west has been in the west, the east has been in the east, the north has been in the north, and the south has been in the south.
That's the trouble with this country. It's in a rut.
Leave the country alone. It's doing fine.
You know, I think it'd be a lot better to put the Atlantic Ocean where the Pacific Ocean is and the Pacific Ocean where the Atlantic Ocean is.
Wait a minute.
And
Wouldn't that be rather confusing?
well, that's the idea. It would fool the other navies.
Yeah, well, you haven't thought of an idea for Pikes Peak, have you?
Mm-hmm. I'd level it off.
You'd level off Pikes Peak?
Well, sure. So on a clear day, the people in Denver could see Catalina.
Marty, what are you going to play tonight?
The blues from William Grant Still's Lenox Avenue Suite, George.
Well.
By the way, I got it all in, too. George, who was that beautiful girl you were dancing with at Ciro's the other night? You really had a grip on her.
Well, for your information, wise guy, she happened to be my aunt.
Brother, if that was your aunt, somebody ought to tell your uncle.
Gee whiz. A fella can't go out with his own aunt without somebody making up a wisecrack. Fella's got to have a little fun. After all, you take all the sunshine out of life, and what have you got?
Daylight saving time.
That isn't what I meant.
George, I never knew you had any aunts.
Well, I have.
Yeah, the way he did that rumba, he must have ants.
Well, as long as you fellows want to talk about something, it wasn't my aunt. She happens to be Fifi Lamont, star of the Follies Bergère.
Star of the Follies Bergère?
That's right.
She must be costing you plenty.
Oh, yeah? Yesterday, she cooked dinner for me, and right after dinner, I wiped the dishes with her.
Well, is that easier than using a dish towel?
Imagine a girl like that falling for an old thing like you.
Oh, yeah? If I'm such an old thing, how come the first time I met her, she took me for 25?
Well, maybe that's all the money you had.
Anyway, Fifi is coming up here tonight, and you'll really see a beautiful girl. Gee, I wish I knew something to say in French.
Well, say what my uncle said the first time he met a French girl.
What did he say?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, but it must mean something. They're married now and have 12 children.
Play. Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? that was swell, Artie. You really stepped out on that clarinet.
Oh, say, George, when is Miss Fifi of the Follies Bergère getting here? I'd sure like to meet her.
Oh, she'll be here. When she gets here, you'll really see something. She's really a doll face. And her nose is so cute, the way it turns up.
How long has it been lost?
Imagine her being stuck on me. You know, she's a Follies Bergère girl, and she's got stage door Johnnies.
Are they anything like the measles?
Gracie, don't you believe me? Look at my face. Can't you see it in my eyes? This time it's really love.
That's proposition number 3.
Bud, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, please, George, this is so sudden.
I don't mean that.
Oh, I know what you mean. I'll never forget once I met a fellow in the movies. He was sitting on an end seat, and there was an empty seat in the middle of the row. So I sat down in his lap, and I was watching the picture, and all of a...
Gracie, look, if there was an empty seat, why did you sit on his lap?
Oh, I hate to make people get up in the middle of a picture just so I can get a seat.
So you sat down on his lap?
Yes, and all of a sudden I felt his hand on my shoulder, and did I get mad? And I said to him,
Gracie, the man wanted to see the picture. After all, he couldn't see through you.
Yeah, but I could see through him, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
And before I knew it, he grabbed me, and he hugged me, and he kissed me.
Well,
and
why didn't you call the manager?
I did. And he made him leave the theater and get in his car.
Well, that's the end of that.
No, I had just as much trouble with him in his car.
Well, anyway, wait till you meet Fifi. She's really something.
Well, I was out with a showgirl the other night, George, who was really something.
You, Bud Heaston, went out with a showgirl?
Oh, shh, not so loud. I don't want my scoutmaster to hear.
You a Boy Scout going out with a showgirl?
Well, you don't think the fellows call me Lone Wolf Heaston just because of my merit badges?
Well, what happened with this girl?
Well, the first night I met her, she threw her arms around me and kissed me for 22 seconds.
Well, how did you know it was exactly 22 seconds?
Well, because while she was kissing me, I said to myself, Spam is such tender, juicy, delicious meat. Spam is made of pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. That's why it's different. Spam makes a meal that sticks to the ribs and needs no refrigeration. And that always takes 22 seconds.
You know, Bud, as a lover, you're something less than a C. Aubrey Smith.
Say, George.
I thought that would get something. We had such a big argument about that.
Well, look, George, if you want a few hints on how to impress Fifi, listen to me. Now, first of all, you dress all wrong.
I do?
You should wear a dark suit and a red tie and a black shoe and a brown shoe and a carnation in your lapel.
Just a minute.
And...
I wear a black shoe and a brown shoe?
Well, certainly. You don't want her to think you only have one pair of shoes.
Well, all right. I'll go right out and get myself a black shoe and a brown shoe.
Open-toed.
Open-toed?
Well, you do want her to think you haven't any socks.
Well, thanks for the advice.
Oh, it was nothing. And when you take Fifi into a restaurant and you're drinking coffee, be sure to hold your little finger out.
Hold my little finger out?
Yes.
That's smart, huh?
Well, it's not smart, but you've got to have a place to hang your donut.
You know, Gracie, I'll make an impression on Fifi without your advice.
Senor Burns, if you want to make a hit with a girl, why don't you do what I do?
What's that?
Last night, I took my girl to a movie and bought her some orchids.
It's not orchids, it's orchids. The CH is pronounced like K.
Oh.
What movie did you see?
The Dictator with Carly Kaplan.
Well, I'll not only take her to the movies, but I'll also buy her a bottle of Campaign. Didn't I get it over? Gee, I wonder what's keeping Fifi. I'm going out to phone her. Sound man, open the door. Gee, it's 7:45.
7:45, oh.
Sound man, hey, 4 years in Harvard. What are you yelling about? What happened?
Forgive me, Mr. Burns. That was my draft number.
Well, they probably won't get to you for a long time, Harvard.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to suggest somebody to take my place when I'm called. You see, it'll take me 8 or 9 months to break him in.
How can it take anybody 8 or 9 months to learn how to open and close a door?
He happens to be a Yale man.
going out to call Fifi. I'll be right back.
Hey, can you imagine George going out with a girl from the Follies, Brashear? He's really a fast worker.
At his age, you gotta work fast. Come in.
Bonjour. Pardonnez-moi, mais je suis très tard et je cherchais monsieur... Oh, I say, I am looking for George Burns. He is here? Yes? No?
Now I know what George means. Boy, she's beautiful.
Yeah, should happen to me.
I'm just a little bit late, and I hope George is not angry with this Fifi.
Why, Sadie Smith!
Gracie!
Well, I haven't seen you since you and my sister were waitresses in the chili bowl.
Yes, say, whatever happened to Bessie?
Oh, she gave up her job. She doesn't have to work anymore.
You mean she got married?
No, she got divorced.
Oh.
Sadie, how long have you been in the Follies?
Me? Oh, I'm still a waitress at the chili bowl. But listen, don't tell George. I must always be Fifi to him.
Oh, that's a swell joke on George. He'll be right in.
Okay, then I guess I better go out and come back in again. I don't want him to get wise that you know me. Well, au revoir.
Demi-tasse.
Well, well. So George's French beauty turns out to be a waitress in the chili bowl, huh?
Shh, here he comes. Oh, I just called up Fifi and there's no answer. I wonder when my little lamb will get here.
Well, as soon as Fifi brings it.
Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Trade Wind.
Ooh, listen to the trade winds blow down where the trade winds play. Ooh, down where you lose a day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded hearts way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Ooh, flowers were in her hair. Under a morning of silvery boughs, we traded vows the night that I sailed away. Old trade winds, water vows that love was made. Old trade winds are the only made to break. When it is way again, ooh, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, it's not the same. She traded her name down where the trade winds play. Old trade winds, water vows, what are the vows that all the lovers make? Trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, my love is burning. Still, it's not the same. You know, what love is so. Trade wind, blow, you gotta go. Oh, blow, blow, you gotta blow. Trade wind, blow, blow.
Look, Gracie, you can help me out. You've been out with fellas.
Not since this morning.
Well, anyway, when Fifi gets here, she'll probably want to go to a nightclub, and I'd much rather drive to the beach. After all, a fella... Well, anyway, what does a fella say to a girl when he wants a spoon?
Well, that all depends whether you want a teaspoon or a tablespoon.
Teaspoon or a tablespoon? I'd like to know what goes on in your mind.
I'd like to know what goes on in every woman's mind.
You would?
You know, I got to thinking about you women in cities, towns, and villages all over this country, and the questions you must have in your minds when you go shopping. Being the wise shoppers that you are, you naturally are greeted with all sorts of claims and counterclaims about the food your family eats.
But when are you going to tell them about Spam?
Oh, right now, Gracie. Here's something you should know about Spam. The thousands of you who use Spam regularly have discovered that Spam is really delicious meat. Easy to use, handy to keep on hand because it doesn't need refrigeration. You know Spam is an ideal mealtime aid because fried, baked, or served cold, Spam really makes a hit. There's a reason for that. Spam is different. And to take the guesswork out of your shopping, we tell you right on the label just how Spam is made. Always look for this sentence on the label of the Spam can. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. There's the difference. Spam is nothing else but those two choice cuts. We use pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy. We use the ham it takes to give Spam the extra flavor and goodness that simply would not be there without it. That's why Spam's meaty flavor, its tender goodness, has made it the most popular meat item in a generation. So whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam. That's the way to ask for extra flavor, extra quality.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Now listen, everybody. When Fifi gets here, I may act kind of bossy, and that's only because I want to show her that I'm the fellow that runs all the stuff around here, you see?
So you want to give her the impression that you're a big shot. You're going to lay it on thick, huh, George?
Well, yes, I'm going to lay everything on a platter.
Do you think she'll be able to lift it?
And another thing, Fifi never listens to the radio, and she doesn't know that I'm a comedian.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never find it out up here.
Well, in case I say something witty, I'd appreciate it very much if you'd laugh it up a little bit.
You mean like Don Wilson?
Well, not so much. Oh, well, that's her now.
Oh, quick, George, fix your tie. Your knot is loose.
My knot?
Yeah, oh, pardon me, it's your Adam's apple.
Oh, yes. I guess it slipped a little bit. Come in.
Ah, there you are, George, my darling. Now that I see you again, I am, how you say it, très content, très heureuse, très charmante, très ravissante.
Ah, Fifi, you are lovely tonight.
Ah, you are très, très jolie.
Gracie, doesn't she talk a snappy French?
Yeah. You can notice it by the way she handles those trays.
Well, anyway, Fifi, this is Gracie Allen.
Oh, I am so very happy to meet you.
And Gracie, this is Fifi Lamont, star of the Folies Bergère.
How do, Fifi? Pull up a counter and sit down.
Please, and Fifi, this is Artie Shaw.
Oh, bonjour. Je suis très contente de faire votre connaissance. Monsieur Shaw, you are so ooh la la.
Fifi, you are so à la carte, à la mode, table d'hôte.
Well, don't mind him, Fifi. He probably learned his French off a menu. And this is Bud Heaston.
Oh, you American man, you are so merveilleux.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, that means terrific in French.
Oh, Fifi, spam.
Spam? What does that mean?
Well, that's terrific in any language.
You know, that Bud always says the right thing.
Oh, yes, he's smart. Want to see him make a fire with 2 sticks?
A little later, not now. Fifi, now you've met the whole Spam family.
Poopsie, you're so busy you forgot to kiss your little Fifi.
Well, Fifi, you see, kissing, well, I read someplace that it shortens one's life.
Well, who wants to live forever? Come here, baby.
Never mind, Artie. I'll kiss Fifi. Come here, Fifi.
Oh, some kisser.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Please, Gracie.
You know, that Poopsie has really turned out to be quite a romantic kid.
Romantic? Here, read this poem you just
The
sent
poem?
me.
Oh,
No,
let me
Fifi.
see it.
No, come on.
Poopsie
Fifi,
writes
we've
poems.
got to go. We've got to get to the bowl. There's a concert.
Oh, well, goodbye. Oh, Fifi, if you don't show me the poem, it may be chilly at the bowl, if you know what I mean.
Now, don't do it, Fifi. Let me give you a little tip.
Put it under the plate.
Quiet.
Oh, the poem, well, here it is.
Oh, isn't this
Gracie,
cute?
give me that poem.
Now, please,
I won't
George.
let you read it.
Please.
Give me that poem.
George.
Well, Fifi, I'll talk to you later.
Fifi, you for me-fee. And to put it very briefy, if you will be my weefy, I'll be down to get you in a jiffy.
Oh, stop laughing. My name is George Burns, not Robert.
Never mind, Senor Burns. Your poem sounded like it was written by Keats.
The immortal Keats?
No, the dead-end Keats.
Well, come on, Fifi. Let's go.
Au revoir. Goodbye. Oh, and George, I want to congratulate you. Fifi's a lovely girl. You can depend on her.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
No matter what happens, she'll always be waiting.
Do you really think she'll always be waiting?
Unless she gets lucky like my sister Bessie and marries one of the customers.
What? Well, this is silly. Come on, Fifi, let's go.
Goodbye, Fifi, and make George take you in for something to eat.
Yeah? Well, don't worry about me being tight. I took her into Ciro's last night, and we had lobster, and you should have seen the one Fifi ate.
Ay, caramba, qué barbaridad. That's my draft number.
What's your draft number?
158.
Oh, this is silly. Well, goodbye, everybody. Come on, Fifi. We better
Say,
go.
Gracie, I can't let this thing go any further. I'm going to tip George off.
You mean you're going to tell him who Fifi really is?
Yeah, I'm going to give him a few hints. George!
What is it, Ollie?
Come here a second, will you, George?
Well, pardon me a second. I'll be right with you, Fifi.
Look, I'm in a very funny spot, George. I've been taking out a certain girl,
Yes.
and she fooled me by passing herself off as a big, glamorous star.
Yeah?
I just found out she works as a waitress in a restaurant. What do you think I ought to do, brush her off?
Brush her off? Why don't you do what I'm doing?
What you're doing?
Yeah. You see this glamorous French brave Fifi? Nothing. Sadie Smith works in a chili bowl.
You mean you knew that all the time?
Certainly.
And you're still taking her out?
Taking her out. Where else can you get a girl who looks like Hedy Lamarr, kisses like Ann Sheridan, and gives you a 10-course dinner for 39 cents?
Look, folks, Spam, a combination of meats originated by Hormel, has become a new word for something good to eat. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Hundreds of thousands of families from coast to coast are already using it regularly. Now, you've been listening to Burns and Allen each week. Are you one of the people who has promised yourself that you'd try Spam soon? If you haven't, now's the time. You're really missing something. Spam is handy, convenient, easy to serve, and downright delicious. Go to your food store tomorrow and ask for SPAM Spam.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, just a minute, George. Before we go, I'd like to say something to all voters of this country.
Well, that's a lovely thought. Voters of this country, Gracie has something to say to you. Go ahead, Gracie.
Hello.
Good night, all.
Listen again next Monday night, same station, same time, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothie, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. This is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The American Eagle. Goodyear's symbol for its all-American kind of radial tire. Goodyear is committed to product innovation. We introduced rayon cord in tires. We created the polyglass tire and the polysteel radial. And now the American Eagle with belts of Flex 10 cord instead of steel. Flex 10 is made from a flexible man-made aramid fiber that's pound for pound stronger than steel.
The tire for America, the American Eagle, the tire.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Flames of Wrath. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before our story, here's an important message. Do you know that half of all the nation's Pullman cars and 1 out of every 3 coaches are in constant military service? And here's another important fact. Despite a 3-fold increase in passenger mileage since the start of the war, the railroads have less equipment today than they had at the beginning of the First World War. Today, railroads are war roads. Civilians must forego all travel that's not absolutely necessary. This includes trips to other cities to visit friends, weekend trips home, sightseeing and shopping trips, trips to the races and other amusements, and particularly trips over the Labor Day weekend. Remember, curtailed civilian travel is the only answer to the transportation problem. Pleasure and non-essential trips must wait. And now, the Green Hornet. Great excitement along the waterfront. Ed Lowry, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice as he phoned the story to his paper from a nearby telephone.
Yeah, that's right. The warehouse on Pier 36 is blazing like the devil. Yeah, they got about the whole fire department down here fighting it. Well, the warehouse is full of war material for shipment abroad. Huh? What's that? No, nobody knows how it started. Yeah, I'll stick around and call in later. So long.
The next morning, Britt Reed, young man about town and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office talking to Lowry.
That was quite a story you got on that fire last night, Lowry. Evidently, there was a big loss in vital war material.
I'll say there was, Chief. You know, that was the second pier fire within a week, too.
Yes, I know. Strange that both fires had such a headway before they were discovered.
Yeah. Seems like they both started inside the warehouses.
I understand those piers are extremely well guarded. It doesn't seem possible anyone could get inside the warehouses and out again without being seen.
No, you're right. Nobody could.
Learn anything from Sergeant Burke this morning?
No. Burke said that so far, investigations didn't come forth with any sign of sabotage. But as far as I could see, there wasn't enough left of the warehouses to find any kind of evidence, even if there was any around.
Well, they'll probably double the guards around the other piers from now on. So I guess if there has been any underhand work going on, it'll come to an end. Of course, from what you say Burke told you, there's no reason for us to suspect sabotage in the case of those 2 fires.
Well, looks like whatever started them is going to stay a big secret. But to my way of thinking, it looks funny. Mighty funny.
Early that evening, a long black car of unusual type and power sped through the darkness along the river road.
Good thing no one observed Black Beauty in the vicinity of here, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato. That's why I had you park in the shadows while I did a little investigating.
If I be picked up near where fire took place, I have difficult time explaining I'm not spy, perhaps.
Yes. And I'd have a hard time explaining what my Filipino valet was doing driving the car of the Green Hornet.
What'd you find out?
Just what I expected, Cato. The piers are doubly guarded on all sides. No one would have a chance of getting into any of the warehouses.
Then you think your hunch about saboteurs is mistake, perhaps?
Well, it looks that way.
Police, Mr. Britt. Car pulled out from side street and coming behind us.
Yes. Evidently, the police are on the watch down this way. We'll have to lose them. Then we'll return to the apartment. There's nothing more we can do down here. Step on it.
In the meantime, several miles away, On the highway leading into the city, two men were following a trailer-type truck.
Our plan of sabotage is foolproof, Max. It's so simple, and yet no one suspects.
They don't give us credit for being persistent, Goss. These Americans are easy marks now for our work.
You're right. Because the Allies are sweeping over France, because Paris has fallen, they think we will give up. They think victory is already theirs.
Yeah, but they've not yet reached Berlin. And all our agents over here have orders to do everything to stop the flow of supplies.
And we are doing our share, eh, Max?
Yeah. Look, the truck has stopped up ahead.
As we hoped, the drivers have stopped to eat. That'll give us the chance we've been waiting for. Put out the lights, Max, and stop the car a short distance in front of the truck.
Yeah. And if we work fast, we can finish the job and be on our way before they come out, just as we did with the others. Yeah, before the night is over, we'll hear of another pier in flames.
Well, you ready to go, Ed?
Yeah, that Java sure hit the spot.
Here you are, buddy. Keep the change.
Stopping again, fellas.
Right. Well, it's time we got rolling, Joe.
Hey, look. Somebody running away from the truck.
Well, I'll be... Hey, you!
He's getting in the car.
That sneak was up to something.
I'll switch on the light.
See anything wrong in here?
Nope. Whatever he was up to, we must have scared him off just in time.
Yeah, it's lucky we come out when we did. Well, we might as well get rolling. No harm done.
Gas, do you think?
No, I got plenty of gas. Sounds like we might have blew a gasket or something. No telling.
Maybe that guy we saw did something to the motor or something.
Could be. Oh, doggone it. We would have been at the pier warehouse and unloaded within a half hour if this hadn't happened. No telling how long it'll take us to find the trouble and fix it. Well, grab the tools, Joe, and come on. There. I'm sure it'll run now, Joe.
That is some job. We sure lost a lot of time locating the trouble and getting it fixed.
You said it. Nearly 2 hours. Well, get up in the cab and step on the starter to make sure it'll run. There's no use of me picking up all the tools until...
Hey, look. Smoke coming out of the back of the truck.
What the... Joe, our load's on fire. There's flames coming out, too. There's a fire extinguisher in the cab here. We gotta work fast. Now, come on, hurry.
Following morning, Britt Reed entered the outer office to find Lenore Case, his secretary, scanning the headlines in the early edition of the Daily Sentinel.
Good morning, Miss Case.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed.
Is the Sentinel crowded with scoops this morning?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly. You know, I was just thinking, isn't it funny the way things run in threes?
What made you think of that? 3 more war victories?
No, I was thinking of those pier fires.
Pier fires? Was there another one of them?
No, not exactly. But a big truck en route to one of the piers and loaded with war materials of some kind caught fire on the highway last night.
Oh?
Well, there's just a short item about it, but it caught my eye and made that thought about things happening in threes come into my mind, which adds up to practically nothing at all.
Well, you never can tell. Oh, by the way, who gave in that item of news, do you know?
I heard Lowry mention it, so I guess he phoned it in last night sometime.
I see. Speaking of Lowry, when he comes in, tell him I want to see him in my office.
Yes, Mr. Reed. I'll call the city room and leave word for him to come up just as soon as he comes in.
Oh, you want to see me, Chief?
Oh, hello, Lowry. Yes, sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, what's cooking?
I understand you phoned in that item about the truck burning out on the highway.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
Well, I'm curious to know a little more about it.
Like what, for instance?
Where was it coming from? What was it carrying? And what started the fire?
Well, off the record, Chief, it was coming from a new war plant out at Maywood. It was loaded with parts for a new secret weapon, crated stuff.
I see. And it was going to one of the pier warehouses?
Yeah, that's right. I was hanging around cops' headquarters last night with nothing much happening, so when the report of that truck fire came in, I went out there with Burke.
Well, what caused the fire? Did you find out?
No, the guys on the truck didn't know. Seems the truck broke down, a short circuit or something, and they worked on it for a couple hours getting it fixed. And just about the time they're ready to roll, they got heft of smoke pouring out of the body of the truck.
Just like that, eh?
Yep, just like that, Chief. Hey, why all the interest in that truck?
Because truckloads of war material don't burst into flame without cause, Lowry.
Oh, some of those dopes get careless where they throw cigarette butts or matches, Chief. Or there was a little open window in the front end of the trailer body, so they could have done it easy enough.
Maybe so. But it seems to me it would take something stronger than a cigarette or a smoldering match to start wooden crates blazing like that.
Maybe so. Anyway, that's the only thing I can think it could have happened.
Well, it still seems strange to me.
Well, if you're thinking of sabotage, it'd be a dumb way to try to slow up supplies by hitting it one truck at a time, and it carrying only a part of one secret weapon at that.
Have it your way. And then there was nothing suspicious to your way of thinking.
No, not in regard to the fire. Oh, of course, the driver did say that a couple hours before, they come out of an eating joint along the road in time to scare some mug away from the truck.
You mean they saw someone tampering with the truck?
Well, all they saw was, it was just somebody running away from it. He hopped into a car and beat it. But if he had set that fire, it would have blazed up long before it did.
You say the contents of the truck started burning 2 hours or more after they saw the unknown man run away from it?
Right, Chief. That's what both the driver and his helper told me. They think the guy was only trying to steal tools or something out of the truck cab. They got the fire out before it did too much damage.
Well, that was fortunate anyway.
Yeah. Anything else you want to know, Chief?
Oh, I guess that's all, Lowry. You've told me enough to satisfy my curiosity.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't give you any dope that put you wise to a good spy story, Chief.
Well, anyway, Lowry, I'm not overcome with disappointment. Thanks for the information you did give. At least it gave me something to think about.
That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, we're going out tonight in the Black Beauty.
Oh, you still think maybe saboteur is responsible for fires at riverfront warehouses, Mr. Britt?
I'm rapidly coming to that conclusion, Cato.
Then we go to do more investigating along riverfront?
No, Cato. I heard something today that gave me a hunch about how those fires were started. Also, it convinced me that saboteurs are at work. The only way to convince anybody else is to catch them at their work. And that's a job for the Green Hornet. Let's get going, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. Tomorrow, August 30th, marks the 31st anniversary of naval aviation. Throughout the Pacific today, mighty carrier task forces are spearheading the widespread offensive against the Japanese homeland. Fast, hard-hitting teams of Navy ships and planes led the way for the occupation of Guam, Saipan, and the Marshalls. The officers and men of naval aviation are highly trained specialists. The Navy pilot has the longest, most expensive, and most thorough flight training in the world. The air crewman, too, is expertly trained in each of two specialized duties, making him of double value to his Navy air crew. Tomorrow, as naval aviation celebrates its 31st anniversary, let America pay tribute to the officers and men of this flying and fighting branch of the naval service. And now, back to our story. Convinced that the pier fires were the work of saboteurs, and deciding that the truck fire had something to do with the plans of the foreign agents, Britt Reed directed Cato to drive the Black Beauty along the highway well outside of the city. Soon the gleaming car was parked in a side road off the highway. Not knowing what Britt Reed was planning to do, Cato's curiosity was aroused.
Why we have Black Beauty parked in side road off highway, Mr. Britt?
We're waiting for a truck to come from the direction of Maywood, Cato. Also, I have a feeling that not far behind the truck there'll be
a truck coming down, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I hear it.
What we do now?
Wait a minute. If what I think is true, there ought to be a car trailing that truck.
Not seem to be any car.
It may be that the ones I'm looking for will be waiting for the truck a little nearer the city. All right, Cato. We'll follow the truck a ways. Get going.
Hey, Joe, been noticing that car trailing us?
Yeah, I was just going to mention it. Wonder what's the idea?
I don't know. We're going to find out plenty quick.
What are you going to do?
Look, since last night I got a gun with me, see? Now, right after we get around that turn ahead, I'm going to swing the truck across the road and stop.
Are you nuts? I don't get it.
Well, look, we'll be blocking the road, see? As soon as we stop, we hop out of the cab. When that car comes to a stop like they'll have to, we'll jump on the running board and take them by surprise. They better do some good explaining, or else.
Truck out of sight around curve, Mr. Britt.
Speed up a little, Cato. I don't want to lose sight of them.
Soon we see them around this curve.
Look out, Cato. The road's blocked.
Sit still, you mugs. I got this gun on you.
Hey, look. It's a Green Hornet.
You'd better put down that gun, fella.
Don't you try to bluff me, Hornet. You're the sneak who tampered with our truck last night. And Hornet or no Hornet, I'm going to see you get what's coming to you once and for all.
For an instant, Britt Reed and Cato were taken completely by surprise. And as Britt Reed glanced at the two men who stood on each running board of the Black Beauty, he realized that the husky truckers wouldn't be easily scared off. Also, he could tell that one with a gun in his hand meant business. Unseen by the truckers, he made a slight motion with his hand, which Cato immediately understood. Then, to gain a few seconds' time, he spoke.
Put down that gun.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. But no go, Hornet. I got you dead to rights.
I not think so.
Oh, watch out! Oh, no, you don't.
Get off that running board.
I'll get you for that.
Good work, Cato. Turn around, quickly.
Me turn around fast as I can, Mr. Britt. Me try hurry. They not know you here to help them, Mr. Britt.
No, and I don't want to have trouble with them. Step on it, Cato.
Sometime later, Goss and Max headed their car out the highway from the city.
Do you expect to follow the same routine as last night, Goss? Wait until they stop at that eating place we just passed?
That seems to be the only place along the highway the truckmen stop to eat, Max. We don't dare stop them forcibly, or our plan wouldn't work. It's necessary that they don't know anyone's been near the truck.
Yeah, that's right. Look, there comes the truck now. Are we going to follow that one?
If it's one of the trucks from the plant at Maywood, I'll be able to tell in a minute. Yeah, that's one of them, Max. Stop and turn around. We'll follow it.
Yeah. That talk breaking down last night certainly interfered with our plans. Do you think anyone became suspicious?
No, I don't think so. Even so, we must take the chance, Max.
Now, why do you say that?
Because the warehouse to which the trucks from Maywood are going on Pier 51 is stacked with a very vital war material. All the parts of a new secret weapon, ready for shipment.
Have you found out what it is?
Yes. Hundreds of improved super robot bombs for use against our homeland.
You mean they have better robot bombs than we're using against England?
Sad to say, these Americans are smart. Yes, robot bombs that are much better, much bigger.
Such a weapon would be a death blow against the fatherland.
Yes, perhaps. Look, the truck is stopped at the eating place. Park in front of it as you did before.
I hope this time there's no hitch.
Our plan worked the other 2 times, Max. Last night was unfortunate, that's all. And we... Max, did you see what I saw as we passed the parked truck just now?
Yes, we better not stop. It's a trap.
Stop the car, Max.
But they're not in the eating place, Gus. We both saw the 2 men crouched down inside the cab of the truck waiting.
Of course, Max. It must be the same 2 men who drove the truck that burned last night. They saw us following and planned to trap us. But they don't know we saw them waiting.
Now, what'll we do?
We'll get out and walk back. As if we don't know about them. As we get alongside the cab, we'll attack them.
But what about getting in the truck to the pier?
We'll take their jumpers and badges, and then we'll drive the truck to the pier ourselves. And get away before the damage. Come on.
They're coming, Joe. Better be ready with that wrench.
Hey, I'm positive that ain't the Hornet's car. I noticed it when it passed by.
I know. Probably somebody's gang. Whatever they're after, they ain't gonna get it if I can help it. Here they come. Let them go past and we'll pop out at them.
Keep down low.
What the? Just this. Oh, hey, you can't get away with that. Don't come.
Good work, Max. I was afraid they'd make a lot of noise before we could quiet them.
What do we do now?
You have the necessary tool with you?
Of course, here it is.
Then go into the trailer and get to work on the crates. I'll get the jumpers and badges off these 2. When you come back, we'll drag them over into the bushes. I'll hurry. Someone in the eating place may come out.
Yeah. And tonight we will not fail, Gus.
Not able to go very fast. Hope we not meet car while we run without lights on, Mr. Britt.
If we see the headlights of a car coming toward us, we'll turn them on, Cato. But we're nearing the place where the truck drivers eat. I don't want to give warning of our approach in case someone's watching.
Oh. Look like rear lights of parked truck up ahead on the side of road, Mr. Britt.
That's it, all right. Pull over and stop. Then we'll go the rest of the way on foot. And I hope we find what I'm expecting to find.
Max, are you almost finished?
Just about finished.
Be sure you pull the little clip before you use those things, Max.
Yeah, but I need one more. I only had 2.
I'll bring you one.
Here, give it to me. I'll set that one, then we get started.
Don't forget, you have to help me remove those 2 men, so hurry before someone comes along. I'll go back out there and wait. Come on, Max.
Yeah, I'm finished. Now we get them out of the way and take the talker.
Oh, those Nazis! We're discovered. Turn the flashlight, Max. Yeah, who is it that...
Gus, look.
Well, the notorious criminal, the Green Hornet.
So you know me, huh?
Anyone would know you with that mask, Hornet. Why are you interfering in our business?
Because I think it's a rotten business. That's why I'm here to stop it.
We won't let you stop him. Jump aside, Max. I'll shoot him.
I think not.
Take a Nazi. You...
Now for the other one.
Careful of gun. He still have gun in hand.
Yes, and I'll use it, too.
That's enough out of you, skunk.
That do trick, Mr. Britt. What now?
Help me lift them into the truck, quick.
Yes, sir. No, other one. We switch crates now for this?
No, we haven't time. Here comes the man from the eating place and one of his customers. I'll just search this fellow out. Look, Cato. This is what we've been looking for. I'll leave it beside him. The police will know what to do.
What's going on there? Who's shooting?
Come on, Cato. Let's get away and quick. He'll get the police.
Hey, stop! Wait! I'll get the cops!
Good morning, Miss Case.
Oh, good morning. Lowry's been up here looking for you.
Really? What's on his mind?
Well, maybe he wants you to pin a medal on him for the scoop he phoned in last night.
Oh, that. Well, it was quite a scoop, all right, as that. Lowry deserves a lot of credit.
And here he comes to get it.
Hi, Chief. What do you think of that story?
Great, Lowry. There's some details missing, though, seems to me.
Oh, Gunnigan's got them all now. You know, I suspected those pier fires were the work of saboteurs all along.
Uh-huh.
And can you imagine the way they were working it?
How were they working it, Lowry? It's still a mystery to me.
Well, they watched the war plants to see where they were sending their stuff for shipping. And then they'd follow a truck, wait until it stopped, and while the driver was in getting coffee, they'd get inside and insert incendiary pencils into the crates.
So that was it, huh?
Yep. And when I got out there last night with Sarge, two of the guys were out cold in the back of the truck. One of them had one of the incendiary pencils. And when Sarge and the boys looked at the crates, they could see where the pencils were put in. So we all got busy and got them out in a hurry.
I suppose the idea was to run the crates into the warehouses and leave them. And after a certain length of time, the incendiaries would burst into flame.
Yeah. And that's the way they started those other two pier fires, Chief.
Well, didn't you say that when you got out there, the two spies were out cold, Lowry?
Yeah, that's right. And so were the truckers.
How could that happen, Lowry?
Well, the guy at the roadside beanery said that when he heard a shot, he ran out just in time to see two other guys running away from the truck. They were the ones who knocked the others out.
Then some of the Nazis responsible for those fires are still at large, Lowry.
Yeah, that's right. But they know who one of the two is, Chief. I guess he fell out with a gang.
Know who he is?
Who? Why ask? It's the guy who's always mixed up in anything big around this town, and then always leaves his pals to take the rap.
I know, Mr. Reed. Lowry's speaking of the Green Hornet.
To the millions of American fighting men who will be spending December 25th overseas, Christmas won't be Christmas unless their gifts from home arrive, and arrive on time. The Army and Navy will do their level best to see that Christmas mail is delivered safely, but they can't do the entire job alone. Those of us who send the packages must help in every way we possibly can. Please remember these important facts. Wrap your gift securely in a strong box, not a shoebox. Remember that your package must not weigh more than 5 pounds when wrapped, and it must not measure more than 15 inches in length. Address your package completely and correctly on the inside box as well as the outside wrapping, and plainly mark it Christmas Gift Parcel. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
It's not too sweet. It's refreshing, crisp, and neat. Canada Dry Ginger Ale, it's not too sweet.
It's not too sweet. I repeat, it's not too sweet. Canada Dry cools your thirst. It's a taste that can't be beat.
It's not too sweet. It's a cold, refreshing treat. Canada Dry Ginger Ale, it's not too sweet.
Regular or diet, it's more refreshing because it's not too sweet.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Oh, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, cattle rustlers and outlaws roamed the range country. They were more than a match for the local sheriffs, and they knew the country so well that no posse could overtake them after one of their raids. It was for this reason that the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and it was through his efforts that law and order was finally established on the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of Wolf Cutler! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Mort Bowman, a wealthy rancher, was seated at a table in the living room of his home. On the table were several papers that had been given him by the short, thick-set man who stood beside him. Across the room, anxiously watching the two men, was a young girl, Nellie Bowman, the rancher's adopted daughter, and...
You're quite certain these papers state the facts, are you, Higgins?
Just what do you mean, Bowman?
Well, this one is an affidavit to the effect that you really are Clem Higgins, and that your home was in Curtisville 16 years ago.
Are you doubting it?
No, I didn't mean to imply that. But naturally, you understand, I have to be sure of the facts. I can't simply take your word for it that you're Nellie's father.
I ain't asking you to take my word. I've give you proof there in writing, and I aim to have my rights.
Your right?
I reckon a father's got a right to his own flesh and blood.
Well, then, assuming you're Nellie's father, I don't understand why you ever gave her up.
It wasn't that I wanted to. It was just that I'd had hard luck. Nellie's ma died, and I didn't have no work, and I was troubled with a sight of sickness, and... Well, I reckon you savvy how them things are without my telling you. It didn't seem like there was nothing left for me to do but leave the young'un with the preacher.
He told me at the time I adopted Nellie that she'd been left on his porch when he was away from home.
That was the way of it.
You didn't have the courage to tell the preacher what you planned to do?
Say, now, look here. I don't just like the tone you've been taking with me, Bowman.
No?
No, you bet I don't, and I've had enough of it.
What do you propose to do about it?
I'll show you. Either you act reasonable or we don't come to terms.
Terms?
You heard me. Nellie's my girl. If I'm a mind to, I got a perfect legal right to take her and walk right out of here.
Just a moment.
And I'd like to see you try and stop me.
Not so fast, Higgins. I think there's several things you fail to understand. In the first place, I adopted Nellie in good faith. She's been my daughter for 15 years, ever since she was a year old.
That don't mean nothing to me.
She's not only been my daughter, but she's also the heir to my estate in the event I die before she's married. I've had big plans for Nellie. Her happiness is my one concern, and I don't propose to trust that happiness to a man who's a stranger to both of us, unless he can prove something more than a mere legal right to its guardianship.
What are you getting at?
I mean, you've got to satisfy me that Nellie would be happy with you.
Happy with her own paw? Why, of course she'd be. Ain't that right, Nellie? You'd like to be with your real paw, wouldn't you?
No, I don't like you. I don't want to leave here. I won't leave.
Well, I think that answers you.
Not by a blame sight it don't. If she don't want to come willing, then she'll come anyhow. I told you I know my rights, and I'll have them.
I doubt very much that your rights are as great as you claim, Higgins.
Are you hinting again that them papers don't tell the truth?
I know nothing about that. But a father who would leave his year-old child for strangers to bring up wouldn't get far in any court of law, I'm afraid.
Why, blast you, I'll...
Wait.
Don't you threaten me.
I've stated my belief. But I think there's another way out of this.
Yeah?
I wonder. Perhaps a money settlement.
Money? Who for?
Look here, Higgins. If I decide your claim is valid, would you be willing to relinquish all your rights in exchange for a cash payment?
How much cash? It'd take a heap of cash, Bowman, to make up for the way a father feels about his only living young'un.
Let's say $10,000.
No, I reckon you mean well. But the more I think about it, the more I see where I'm mighty fond of Nellie.
15,000.
20,000?
15.
I reckon you don't think much of family ties.
I said 15,000. I still suspect this is nothing more or less than blackmail, but it's worth that to get rid of you. Refuse it, and I'll fight you in every court in the land.
You're a mighty hard man, Bowman.
Well?
But I'll take it.
Very well. Of course, I'll check on these papers first.
You can do like I said afore. Write to the sheriff of Richmond County. He'll tell you what's written in them papers is facts. And he'll tell you I'm a real upstanding man.
I'll write him.
Then when you do, you...
Oh, pardon me. Yes?
It's Walt, boss.
Oh, come in, Walt.
Howdy, Nellie.
no.
Boss, all I want to see about was them heifers with... Well, I'll be switched. Wolf Cutler.
Who are you talking to?
You, of course. Who'd you suppose? Boss, where'd you meet up with this coyote?
I'm afraid you made a mistake, Walt. This man's name is Clem Higgins.
If it is, then he's changed it since I knew him.
Keep your blasted mouth shut.
What's his game, boss? What's he here for?
I'm beginning to wonder.
You heard me. If you aim to stay healthy, shut up.
Shucks, Wolf, you ought to know better than to try to build a bluff with me. I licked you regular for 20 years back in Missouri. I guess I can do it once more if you ask for it.
I'm getting to the bottom of this. Walt, you say you know this man?
Sure do. We were neighbors back where I was raised. Till he lit out one jump ahead of the law. Boss, what is he doing here?
He came here claiming to be Nellie's father.
And I am.
You claim to be... Why, you sneaking, scheming kin of a polecat. You ain't no more Nellie's paw than I am.
He brought these papers with him. One states he lived in Curtisville when Nellie was born there.
Well, that was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
And 16 years ago, this skunk was setting out a 5-year sentence for rustling over to the Lehigh County Jail. I know he was, because the sheriff that jailed him told me. And if you want the proof, I'll get it for you.
I'll take your word for it.
Just hold on. You fellas can't cheat me out of what's
Start moving.
But wait, I'm not
On
finished.
your way.
Make yourself scarce, Wolf.
You'll be sorry for interfering.
I'll take that chance. Now, get.
But before you leave, I'll give you a warning. The next time I see you around here, I'll shoot you on sight.
I'll get. But you ain't the only ones that can give warnings. You two have just made the biggest mistake you could have. And you won't be long finding it out.
Close the door, Walt.
Yeah.
And this is an order. If that fella makes trouble again, shoot to kill.
Just beyond the southern boundaries of Bowman's Ranch were the Great Salt Caves. Dark and mysterious, their caverns threaded by a swift underground river, and it was seldom that anybody in the neighborhood entered them. Several days later, however, the Lone Ranger was riding back to his camp when a volley of shots rang out from the direction of the caves.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Come on. Over there, near the trail. There's something wrong, Silver. 3 men, and it looks like a girl. Silver, it is a girl. Perhaps Bowman's daughter. She's trying to get away from those men. And one of them is Wolf Cutler. Come on, Silver. We're taking a hand. Come on, boy. Come on.
But even as the masked man rode after them, the outlaws, one of whom was Wolf Cutler, overtook their quarry. Wolf dragged the screaming girl from the saddle of her horse. Then, at a cry from his companions, who had sighted the masked man in the distance, he pulled sharply on the reins of his horse, dug in his spurs, and led the flight toward the caves close by.
Come on, boys. This way.
Please let me go. Don't
Quit
take me,
yelling.
please.
Get moving, fellers. We can just make it. Get to the caves and we're safe.
Silver, though far behind at first, rapidly gained on Wolf and his partners, but the caves were too close. As they neared the dark entrance, the outlaws reined up with...
All right, young'un. You're coming along.
Leave me be. Leave me be.
Keep still before I make you wish ahead. Hurry, fellas, inside.
What about our horses?
To blazes with them. We don't need them.
White Wolf, this way. Keep clear of the river.
Yeah.
Behind them rocks and we're safe. Come on.
Help me. Help
Last
me.
choice said shut up.
Oh, leave me go. Please leave me go.
Bud, you take the kid. Take her on to the hideout. Me and Spike will stay here and hold off that fella that chased us.
Give the girl here.
No.
Come along with you.
No. Take me home.
There he is. Keep down behind these rocks. If he comes inside, let him have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming all right. Stranger, clear out of here.
Send that girl out here.
Give it to him.
How do you like that, mister? Did we hit him?
I don't know. So doggone dark and hit. No, there he is.
Hightailing it.
Just keep going, stranger, and don't trouble yourself to come back.
I'm leaving, but I'll be back. Suit yourself, mister. Don't matter none to us. Come on, Silver.
Well, he's gone.
Didn't have no choice.
They get hold of him and 100 others from here. Anybody trying to get us has to stand out in the open and get the light from the entrance, while we're safe behind these rocks. Spike, I'm glad I threw in with you and Bud. I wouldn't have known anything about this place.
Well, there ain't nothing about it we don't know.
You get the grub stored away?
It's back where Bud took the kid. Enough grub for a month and ammunition for twice as long.
And how about the note to Bowman?
Bud gave it to one of Bowman's hands, all sealed up to deliver. Bowman should have it right about now.
Good. Spike, we got everything our way. We're holding the girl. We got a place where nobody can drive us out. There's grub to eat and bullets to fight with. And if all them things fail, why, we still got a way to leave these caves that nobody knows about.
Realizing at once that it would be impossible to attack the outlaws alone, the masked man raced back to camp for Tonto. We see him as he draws Silver to a halt.
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Tonto, I've got bad news.
Me got bad news, too.
You have? Listen to this. 3 outlaws captured Mort Bowman's daughter.
Tonto, no.
How did you find out?
Me at ranch when Mort get note from outlaw feller.
They sent him a note?
Note say, pay plenty cash or Mort not get girl back.
Tonto, I rode here to get you and returned to the caves and see we couldn't find a way to get the best of those crooks. But this changes things.
What matter?
Where did the note say the money must be delivered?
It say send cash to cave.
And I was right. Do you know what that means, Kimosabe?
What that?
This kidnapping was plotted beforehand. Those outlaws didn't escape to the caves because I was near. They rode there because that was the hideout they had planned to use. But they'd never use it if there was just one way to leave the caves. If that were the case, Mort would only have to pay the money, get his daughter back, and wait outside for the outlaws to leave, which they'd have to do sooner or later.
That's right.
In other words, those outlaws know they can't be trapped that easily, and the only answer can be a secret exit.
Me hear their other way out.
Then you know it's true. Where is the other exit?
Tonto not know that. Me hear medicine man tell long time ago, but him not say where.
What does Bowman plan to do?
Him plenty mad. Him get cowboy, go after outlaw.
He means to attack?
Not right.
But he can't. It would be foolish. In the first place, he'll hardly have a chance to get at them.
Me know.
And in the second place, if Mort and his men could get at Wolf and his partners, they'd simply escape through their secret exit. Now, we've got to find a way to trick those outlaws. That's the only way we can get the girl back.
Tonto got plan.
You have?
There's river in cave. It run underground.
I've heard of it.
Maybe river help us.
You have a plan, Tonto. There's no time to waste. We've got to stop Mort from attacking. It'll only mean unnecessary loss of life. Call your horse, Kimosabe.
Here, Scout.
Steady, old fellow. We'll get to the ranch as fast as we can. You can explain your scheme while we ride.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward Bowman's ranch in an effort to stop him before he could lead his men against the outlaws, the rancher was shouting orders in front of his home.
I don't want a man to ride with us who isn't armed and ready to fight. We're going to clean those crooks out. We're going to show them what it means to try a trick like this on us.
Boss.
Yes, Walt?
Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Bowman, but I was just wondering if you savvy what you're running up against, going after Wolf and Bud and Spike in the salt caves.
Do I understand you're afraid?
Of course I ain't. I'll go any place you say to go. But, well, there ain't much chance.
Walt, first that fellow you call Wolf tried to swindle me. Now he's resorting to kidnapping. Well, he'll pay for that no matter what the cost.
How much did he ask you to pay over to get Nellie back?
$20,000.
He's got big notions, ain't he?
It's not the money. I'd pay that much and more gladly to ensure her safety. But the point is this. Once you give in to fellows like them, others will use the same tactics.
Well, you're the boss, Mr. Bowman. I reckon you ought to savvy what you're doing.
Boys are all saddled up and raring to go, Mr. Bowman.
Thanks. Get mounted, men.
All right.
Hold still there, boy. Follow me, and when we reach the caves, do nothing unless by my orders.
We'll follow you, Mort.
Hey, who's that coming?
What? It's a masked fella.
Ain't that a redskin with him?
More outlaws.
Grab
these fellas.
No, you don't. You not shoot. Keep them covered, Kimosabe.
Look here, you two. You better put down them guns before you find yourself so deep in trouble you're over your head.
We'll take care of that. Mort, I've got to talk to you.
I'm through talking with outlaws. The only language your kind understands is that of six guns.
We're not outlaws.
And prove it by taking off your mask.
The mask stays on. Mort, you can't attack the caves.
What's that?
It would be foolish. You wouldn't have a chance.
Boss, they're parts of them crooks. You can tell it from the way they talk. They come here just to save the hides of their friends.
They aren't fooling me.
You've got to listen to me.
Men, grab these fellas. Take their guns away from them. Don't let them get away.
Stay back.
What the... Hey, let go of my bridle.
If you won't listen to me with your men here to help you, you're going where I can talk to you alone, and you'll have to listen. Get moving.
Hey, stop them. They're going to take the boss.
If you follow us, I won't answer for his safety. Remain behind, and he won't be harmed. Come on, Silver.
Let's go.
You can't do it.
What'll we do?
There ain't nothing we can do. They got the boss. The masked fella just as much as said if we followed, he'd do for him.
But we can't.
We're going to wait right here till we see if the masked fella keeps his word or not. If he sends the boss back safe and sound, well, there's no harm done. But if he don't, and we'll go after them fellers, and when we catch him, we'll string him up.
It was less than an hour, however, before Mort returned to the ranch unharmed. He seemed to have forgotten his determination to attack Wolf and his companions, and instead gave a brief order to one of his men, who rode off to the caves alone. Within the Great Salt Caves, the outlaws had chosen the one cavern where they could make camp in comfort. Its farther side was bounded by the swift, dark underground river, and...
Say, kid, can't you never quit crying? Now cut out them sniffles. They ain't gonna help you any.
Why don't you let me go home?
You'll get home all right. Your pa's got the sense I think he has. Spike.
Yeah.
You sent Bud back to keep guard?
I told him we'd take turnabout.
Good enough. All we gotta do is make sure we can't be took by surprise and the cards are in our hands.
Funny, we ain't heard nothing from the girl's old man, though.
We'll hear from him. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, think he'll come through with the cash?
Sure he will. Shucks, he might try to make a fight of it just at first. But as soon as he sees we've got him licked, he'll knuckle under.
Well, here's hoping he don't take his time about it. Look here, kid.
What?
You can help us and yourself, too, if you want to.
I won't help you.
No, it ain't nothing you won't find easy. If your pa shows up, just tell him how scared you are and how bad you want to get back home. And maybe that'll help persuade him to come across the cache a little sooner.
You let me talk to him?
He'll be able to hear you if you call to him. We'll let you stand back behind the rocks, back where we come into the caves.
I'll talk to him. But I'll tell him to come after you. That's what I'll do. I hope he gets every one of you.
When you forget to cry, you're kind of a spitfire, ain't you?
Don't talk to me.
No, I didn't mean
no.
to.
Let the kid alone if that's the way she wants it, Wolf.
Hey,
Wait.
Wolf! Wait, come over here.
It's Bud calling.
Come on. Maybe it's trouble.
Bud, what's up?
Hurry up.
Are they attacking?
Fellers, Mort sent one of his men here with a message for us. That's him over by the entrance.
He come alone?
Uh-huh. And just listen to what he's got to say.
Hey there! Mort sent you here?
I just come from the ranch.
Well, what's he got to say?
He said to tell you he's riding to town to raise the cash right now. And he'll pay it over if you promise not to hurt the girl.
He's paying $20,000.
Mister!
Well, what's the answer?
You get back to the ranch and tell Mort when we see the cash, he gets the girl. And she won't be harmed none, neither.
I'll tell him. We'll most likely be back tonight.
Think of it, fellers. 20,000 to divide between us.
Cash aplenty.
You fellas are lucky. I might have got all that for myself if Mort had believed them papers I fixed up. But, well, such as it is, I'm satisfied.
Bowman returned to his ranch and gathered his men together for the trip to the caves. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were there before them.
I wonder what's keeping Mort. He should be here by now. Him come soon. When he gets here, you know what we're to do, don't you, Kimasabi? Me? No. Mort will enter the caves with his men and keep Wolf and his partners occupied when we go inside and get to the underground river without being noticed. That's right. And after that, it's up to us. There'll be plenty danger. We'll not worry about that now. What's that? Tonto think it meant them now. It must be. Stay out of sight. I don't want any of Mort's men to hail us and reveal the fact that we're here. Yes, that's Mort, all right. They're dismounting. Them in plenty big hurry. Mort's anxious to get his daughter back, Tonto, and you can't blame him. We go now? Wait till they're all inside. All right, Tonto, let's go.
Now we're going to get things settled.
This way, Tonto. Here we are, Tonto. The river. So dark, it's difficult to see. The river go right by cave where them got girl. You're sure of that? Tonto sure. I'll have to leave my guns behind with you. They'd be useless anyhow after they've been in the water. You let Tonto go. No, Tonto. This is my job. Me not afraid. I know you're not, Kimasabi. There shouldn't be any danger unless the river should flow through a tunnel. Well, there wouldn't be room for me to get my head out of water to breathe. And I don't expect that. Afterwards, everything depends on how quickly I can act. You have my guns? Me got 'em. Then here goes, Tonto, and wish me luck. You take plenty care.
At the same time that the masked man was slipping into the mysterious waters of the underground river, Bowman threw the ransom money to the outlaws as they stood behind the protection of the rocks.
There's the cash. Now bring Nellie here.
Folding money, huh? All right. You'll get the girl as soon as we count this to see if it's all here.
Then hurry.
Come on, Spike. Bud, you'll be all right here alone. Them fellows won't try nothing as long as we still got the girl.
I'll handle them.
Spike, we'll go back to the cavern where there's light enough to see what's here.
Ward ain't likely to try and cheat us none. But he'll sure break his neck to get his hands on us after we give Nellie back.
But that ain't nothing to make us lose no sleep. If he can find out how we got out of here and locate where we've gone afterwards, then he's welcome to it.
Here we are.
Has my father come yet?
He sure has, kid.
And you're going to let me go?
Don't get in such a hurry. You'll be free soon enough. Got that cash, Wolf.
Gosh, 20,000 sure makes quite a heap of bills, don't it?
Yeah, and it's one of the prettiest pictures I've ever seen.
What's ailing you, kid?
Nothing.
Hey, you're as white as a sheet. You look like maybe you'd seen a ghost.
It was nothing, I tell you.
What's she looking at? Fibber, there's somebody's hand coming over the edge. Come on.
Well, what's in the nick? Man,
get him.
Watch out. He's going to throw that box.
Take this. Shoot him down. Shoot him down.
Hands. He's got hold of my arms.
Then stand clear. I'll drill him.
No, don't shoot. You're likely to hit me. Give me a chance to get loose. Wait. Don't.
You'll get loose and take this. Nellie, call out. Make all the noise you can.
Now I'll get you, blast you. You'll get
You're going to join your partner there.
I'll hit you.
That wasn't enough, huh? And here's another.
What's going on back here? Wolf! Spike, what you fighting about?
Put them up.
A masked man.
I've got Wolf's gun. Make a move and I'll shoot.
I ain't moving.
Up on your feet, Spike. Stand beside this fellow with your arms raised.
You tricked us.
Get Wolf to his feet.
Hey, masked man. You all right? You get them to come?
Here they are, Mort.
Well, I'll be. A gun on two of them, and the other still knocked out. Stranger, you must have put up a fight that was a beauty to see.
All I'm regretting is that I wasn't here to give them rotten crooks a couple of good ones myself.
Are you all right, Nellie?
I was scared, but I'm all right, I guess.
There, honey. Of course you are.
Tonto, give me my guns. Here, gun. Thanks. I think you can attend to these fellows all right now, Mort.
We'll attend to them and see they get just exactly what they got coming to them.
Just let me at them, boss.
Stay away from me. Get back. We give up. You heard us give up. You can't do nothing to us.
Give us a chance at a fair trial.
You don't deserve no trial.
But you'll get it. A trial and then the rope for the three of you.
But you wouldn't have got us if the masked fella hadn't had the nerve to swim the river.
But he did.
Wait. Where'd he go?
I think I seen him and the redskin head back for the entrance, boss.
They left, but they got back my daughter and saved my money besides. And they didn't even stay to be thanked.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Santa's waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You're the Pepsi generation, come and have a Pepsi day. Come on, and taste the Pepsi way. Come on, and have a Pepsi day. Wrap a thirsty smile around it, raise a Pepsi up and down it. Come on, have a Pepsi day.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair, C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! What a bore. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 tonight for one of our couples.
We have a couple of young single people for you tonight.
This is Fire Dome Fenneman, in case you forget.
These young single people were chosen from our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Louise Callahan and Mr. Harold Goodman, come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Louise Callahan and Harold Goodman. Louise, say this. There's quite a lot of you, isn't there? How much of you is there, Louise?
165 pounds. 6 feet tall.
6 feet tall, and you weigh 165, huh? Where are you from?
I'm from Shamokin, Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, I'm smoking now. Well, where are you from, Harold?
Indiana Harbor, Indiana.
How old are you, Harold?
27.
27,
Yes.
huh? Well, you're a fine-looking lad.
Thank you.
What sort of work do you do, my lad?
I'm a physician.
Oh, a doctor, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is there any difference between a doctor and a physician? Except the fee, I mean.
Well, many professions apply the name doctor to their title, but a physician is...
That's a euphemism, isn't it?
A euphemism is
Yes,
fine.
yes.
I
Well,
think.
euphemism and me for using that. You know, I'm curious. What made you decide to become a doctor in the first place?
Well, that's a question that I've been asked many times, and it's a very difficult one to answer.
Was this after you operated they asked you that? Well, how do you answer that query?
The answer of necessity has to be very nebulous and vague, and I just can't give you a specific...
Well, we don't object to a nebulous answer.
You don't?
Oh, no.
Well, it offers a great...
You'd be surprised
deal.
how nebulous we can get on this show.
I've seen you before, and I'm
Yes.
sure that... the field, of course...
How would you like it if I practiced medicine, huh? I'm allegedly the comic on this show.
Medicine offers a great deal of variety and interest.
Well,
value.
show business offers a lot of variety, too.
I would like very
It's on
much to
sale
be in
every
show
week,
business.
huh?
I would like to be in,
Well,
in show
the
business.
way you're going now, it won't be a matter of a few minutes. You may be sitting here, and I may be rolling bandages. Wanting something better. Go on, now, what were you saying?
I think I'd finished.
Oh, you finished? Well, how'd you make out?
There you are.
Well, that was quite interesting, and I've learned a lot from that, Doc. Now, you say that this was a kind of a nebulous answer you could only give, a vague answer. I hate to bring up an unpleasant subject like this, but weren't you at all interested in the financial returns of being a doctor?
It's a long time before that comes around. You spend 4 years in college. That takes a great deal of money. 4 years in medical school also costs a good deal. This is followed by a year of internship at the rate of about 10 cents an hour. If you want to specialize, a residency for 3 or 4 years at 15 cents an hour. Then out in practice, it'll take a little while to get established.
15 cents an hour?
It's quite good these days.
Well, it costs you 60 cents to shoot pool for an hour. Why couldn't you skip all those preliminaries and just hang up a shingle when you get out of high school?
Well, that would be unethical, and besides, you'd get caught.
Well, suppose they nailed you a few times. You'd save 12 years anyway. Now, Louise, what sort of work have you been doing?
I used to be the human fish at the Miami Biltmore in Florida.
You were a human fish?
Yes.
Did you have a worm in your mouth? Or...
No, I'll tell you about it, Groucho.
Well, I wish you would.
What they did was put a harness on me, and there was a man with a pole and a line, and I would go out in the water and swim real hard and try to fight it, and people on the sides would make bets and to see if I would stay out in the water or whether he pulled me in or not.
Well, after they caught you, did they hang you over the mantel? Or... Imagine coming home and explaining this to your wife. Say, I just caught this fish. Well, you make a splendid couple, and now the rest is up to you. I've done all I can. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But first, I want everybody to listen to this.
Friends, what do you want in a car?
An engine might be nice.
If you're looking for the highest standards of safety and performance, you should own a DeSoto.
How about if you're looking for little things, like wheels?
Well, Groucho, no matter what you're looking for, you'll do better with a DeSoto. You mentioned engines. DeSoto, you know, has the sensational 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. The engine specifically designed to give you top performance under all conditions. The DeSoto Fire Dome gives you surging power plus real economy because the Fire Dome was built to run at peak efficiency on ordinary fuels, not expensive premium fuels. The mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine means you'll always have power when you want it, power when you need it. And as for wheels, DeSoto offers you wonderful safety rim wheels, an extra safety factor. DeSoto's safety rim wheels have special protective ridges designed to hold the tire securely on the rim in case of a blowout. This helps you control the car and bring it to a safe stop. So you see, friends, for outstanding performance and wonderful safety, your next car should be a DeSoto. Tomorrow, drop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Take the 5-mile trial in the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous DeSoto Powermaster 6. Prove to yourself that your next car should be a DeSoto. And don't forget, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Fireman, Fire Dome Fenneman.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining the rules to these young culprits, young couple?
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected songs written by famous personalities as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
1950.
1950. Billy Rose and several others combined their talents to write this song. Give me the title of it. Okay, Jerry.
Me and My Shadow.
Me and My Shadow is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $39.50.
The song has been made famous by the old master Ted Lewis.
$39
you're going to bet? Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, you're going to bet $39. Rudy Valley had a hand in writing this song. Give me the title.
Good Night, Sweetheart.
Good Night, Sweetheart is right.
You now have $78.50.
How much you going to bet?
78.
Here's the third question. $78. Bing Crosby was one of the writers of this song. What's the name of it? Play it, Jerry. Ghost of a Chance with You is right.
You now climb to $156.50.
How much of this are you going to bet this time? $156.50.
All of it.
You're going to shoot the works? Here we go. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. In 1924, Al Jolson helped write this song. Let's see if you can identify it. California, Here I Come.
And you'll wind up with $313.
There, Louise. You're a fine couple. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some Red Cross workers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Marjorie Stevens. Her partner is a husband who volunteered, Mr. George Heckenkamp. Folks, come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Marjorie Stevens, eh?
Yes.
And Mr. George Heckenkamp.
Right.
Say, that's a cute uniform, Margie, and you're a cute girl. Are you a CB?
No. This is a Red Cross uniform.
Oh, well, you don't look very cross. Do you do anything else aside from Red Cross work?
Yes, I help an orthodontist.
Oh. Well, he goes to his church, and everybody goes to theirs. George Heckenkamp, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Quincy, Illinois.
Oh, I had the Quincy for a while. I played in Quincy. That was long before you were born, though, I think. Are you married, George?
Yes, I am, sir.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet your wife?
Well, she was dancing with a fellow I didn't like one time, and I cut in on him and been dancing with her ever since.
You dance 24 hours a day? Was your wife pleased at this turn of events?
Well, I'm married to her. She
Answer my question, George. None of this nebula stuff. We've had enough nebulae tonight. What did you do in Quincy?
Well, I didn't do too much in Quincy. I moved to Pittsfield, Illinois.
What did you do in Pittsfield? Moved to Peoria?
No, I had a flower shop there, a florist shop.
Oh, I see. And everything went to pot? How'd you make out there?
Well, I lost money.
Oh. That was pretty prophetic, wasn't it? What did you do when you came to California?
Well, I opened 2 flower shops out here.
Well, that was pretty smart, George. You got wiped out in 1 flower shop, you thought you'd do it with 2 shops. You figured you could go under much faster that way, is that it?
That's right.
You're a pretty shrewd cookie, George. How'd you make out the second time?
I lost twice as much.
George, I hate to say this, but in the flower business, I'd say you're a blooming idiot. Now, if you're crazy about losing money, I happen to know a little oil deal up in Wyoming. Now, this is a very attractive deal. You could get wiped out overnight. What did you do to make money, George?
Well, I work for an airline at night, and I work for a bank during the day.
Well, that wasn't very bright, George. If you really wanted to make money, you should have worked at the airline during the day and the bank at night. Are you sure you got the right girl, George?
I think so.
What are you doing now, George?
Well, I'm a motorcycle officer for the State Highway Patrol.
George, I think you're one of the finest men I've ever met. And if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call on me. What do you do for the Red Cross, Marjorie?
I'm a driver. We take hostesses to the
You
hospital.
take the hostess with the mostess on the board.
to entertain the boys who are in the hospitals and can't get out. And they play games and cards, and then we take doctors to the blood mobiles and nurses' aides. And men go to different sports around town, like your football games and boxing and all that sort of thing. And we just
I'm
drive
no
them
sport.
over.
Would you come to me some night? Well, seriously, you guys are doing a wonderful job. Now, how much do you get paid for all this work? There's a lot of work, isn't there?
Nothing.
This is all volunteer?
Yes.
Well, you're doing an even greater job than I thought, Marjorie. It's just wonderful.
Thank you.
And if George wasn't married, I'd see what I could work up here between you two. George, let's get back to your job. For example, how did you happen to become a motorcycle cop? You were leading a fairly comparatively honest life up to now.
I'd been interested in police work a long time, and I took a civil service exam, and I passed it, and while I was...
How fast were you going?
Well, while I was waiting for my exam to be called, my appointment, I received 4 traffic tickets in 2 weeks, and so I decided if I couldn't beat them, I better join them.
George, there's one thing that bothers a lot of motorists. Why is it you motorcycle cops always hide behind a billboard?
Well, we don't hide behind billboards unless they build them while we're sitting there. It's against regulations. We've got to stay out in the open all the time.
You say you're always out in the open?
Yes, sir.
Well, this may surprise you, but I think it's a good thing you are, George. We need you fellas. It takes a lot of courage to control all the screwballs who hit it up on the highways. And I think you're doing a great job. And it's a very dangerous job. And I want to congratulate you. And anything I said in fun. That goes to you, too. You're a couple of fine citizens. Now, in just a minute, I'm going to give you both a chance to make some money. But first, I just want to remind both of you to take a ride in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. You'll be as crazy about it as I am. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but Fire Dome George is going to remind our listeners.
The doctor and his partner won $313, and the secret word is chair.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected state landmarks, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. How much you going to go for? Talk right up, kids.
We'll shoot the works, $20.
Shoot the works. All right. In what state do you find the famous Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
You now have $40.
Remember going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 you going to bet this time?
Let's go $40.
Might as well.
$40.
$40. In what state do you find Bryce Canyon?
Utah.
Utah is right.
You've now climbed to $80.
Here's your third question. How much are the 80?
Shoot the words all the way.
In what state do you find the famed Everglades?
In Florida.
Florida is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to go for?
I shoot the works all the way.
Shoot the works. In what state do you find the Grand Coulee Dam?
Washington. I'd say Washington.
Washington is right. I'll give you a big kiss.
You wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have
a real cute couple, wasn't it?
We have a young couple for you now, Groucho, who recently became parents. They volunteered from our studio audience. Mr. Gordon Walker and Mrs. Annie McWhinney Walker. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Ann and Gordon Walker. Let's see, Mr. and Mrs. Walker, huh?
That's right.
And your new parents?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a good thing you're both Walkers. It'll come in handy around 2 in the morning, huh? How old are you, Gordon?
32.
32? I
That's
thought you were
right.
about 22.
Thank you.
Oh. And Mrs. Annie McWhinney Walker, huh?
Ann.
Ann. McWhinney, eh? Was your mother frightened by a horse? What kind of a name is McWhinney?
Scotch.
Annie? Eh?
Scotch.
Oh, Scotch, yeah. Well, what kind of Scotch are you? Domestic or imported?
Imported.
Were you born in Scotland?
No, I was born in the Isle of Man.
Oh. The Isle of Man?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing there, you hussy?
That's just the name of the place. There are actually lots of women there.
Oh. Well, is that near Boys Town, the Isle of Man?
No, it's a tiny island between Ireland and England.
Oh. Now, Fenneman says your new parents, how old is your child, Gordon?
We have 3 of them.
You have triplets? Well, congratulations. And how old are the little kids?
Douglas is 5, Linda is 4, and Keith is 12 weeks.
Really? That much time between them? Those triplets must have made medical history. How did you meet Gordon?
Oh, that's kind of a complicated story.
I don't doubt it. With 3 youngsters around, it's getting more complicated all the time. Couldn't you break it down into small installments? Go ahead. How'd you meet him?
Well, it started through Gordon's boss, who was interested in stamp collecting. And,
Gordon's boss was interested in stamp collecting?
Uh-huh.
And now you have 3 kids? I don't know.
Well, I had a brother who was a prisoner of war. And
where was this?
he was in Libya. Gordon's boss was interested in getting a stamp from a prisoner of war. So he wrote to my brother, and he couldn't reply directly to America because it was neutral. So he wrote to Mr. Lund, that was Gordon's boss, and addressed the letter to me in Scotland. And
wait, let's get this straight now. Where was Gordon's boss?
In Martinez, California.
He was in California. You were in Quincy. Your brother was in Libya, and you were in Scotland. And they're all collecting stamps, and now they got 3 kids. Shows you what a wonderful world we're living in. Somebody told you that 30 years ago, you'd have said they were mad. How did Gordon get involved in all this?
Well, he read one of my letters. Mr. Lund's wife.
Sneak thief, eh?
Mr. Lund's wife and myself corresponded, and Gordon saw one of my letters and was interested, and he wrote to me.
When did you 2 finally meet each other?
We met after we decided to get married.
Wasn't that rather hazardous?
Well, it wasn't any riskier than marrying a girl that I'd known.
Well, that's logical, I guess. That sounds like the right words from the father of 3 children. Now, how long did this orgy of letter writing continue?
4 years.
And I'm surprised you didn't marry the postman. You said you saw more of him than you did of Gordon. Did your family, what did they have to say about this unusual courtship?
Oh, my mother was very excited about it. My dad went around to all his friends saying, "Look what Gordon got in the mail."
Some people have all the luck. All I ever get in the mail are blotters from the telephone company. What sort of work do you do, Gordon?
Well, I'm an analytical chemist for the Shell Oil Company.
Oh. Well, has he shelled out pretty regularly? Do you know much about his chemistry work, Ann?
No, it's all double Dutch to me.
It's what?
It's all double Dutch to me.
Double Dutch, huh?
I don't understand it, but when I can't get to sleep at night, he tells me about it, and I go right to sleep.
He probably originally married her because he wanted someone to understand him. Someone to be close by his side through thick and thin. She's only there through thick, I think. And there's something that's been bothering me. If you were born in the Isle of Man, how is it you have a Scotch burr?
We moved to Glasgow when I was 3.
Oh, you went to Glasgow.
Mm-hmm.
Did you belong to Glasgow?
No.
I know a song about Glasgow, you know. Will Fife used to sing it. Did you ever hear that song?
I belong to Glasgow.
Yeah. Could you sing it? Huh? Would you sing it with me?
All right.
Can you sing?
A little.
Hasn't stopped me, yeah. Okay, here we go.
I
belong to Glasgow, good old Glasgow town. But there's something the matter with Glasgow, for it's going round and round. And I'm only a common old working chap, as anyone can see. But when I get a couple of drinks on a Saturday, Glasgow belongs to me. What about me? We both lost our heads in that song. You know, we may have more in common than Gordon and she had. Well, you're a nice young couple, and obviously the post office did an excellent job as Cupid. And I wish the both of you a long and a happy life together. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You got to run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much to win. You have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The Red Cross worker and the police officer lead with $320.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected the animal kingdom. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.99.5.
What do you call a male deer?
Buck.
Buck is right.
You have $39.99.5.
Now, how much of the $39.99.5 are you going to go for?
We'll save a half a cent and bet $39.99.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you call a baby horse?
A colt.
Colt is right. You have $79.98.5.
Yes. See that?
Now, how much are you going to go for? This is the third question.
We'll save a half a cent again. $79.98, and that makes it, doesn't it?
Okay. What do you call a female sheep?
A ewe.
You.
Don't call it to me. Call it to you. That's right, a ewe. She knew that from the bunny backs of Scantlin over there.
You have $159.96.5.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet?
We'll still save a half a cent.
All right. What do you call a baby bear?
A cub.
A cub is right. What do you call a baby when he isn't bear? Cute.
And you wind up with $319.92.5. And that means that the Red Cross girl and the police officer, with $320 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth deal. Too bad.
Thank
Fenneman, let me tell you something about used cars. Do you know you've got to be mighty careful where you buy one?
That's right, Groucho.
My advice is go to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. He has a wide selection of popular makes and models.
And when you buy from him, you know you're getting a really reliable car that'll give you plenty of good service.
That's true, George, and that's because a DeSoto Plymouth dealer has a reputation to uphold. A reputation for fair and square dealing.
So for a good used car, at a fair price, easy terms, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
Remember, wherever you see those two great names linked together, DeSoto and Plymouth, you can always be sure of a fair and square deal.
Here's the Red Cross girl and the police officer, Groucho, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, how do you feel, Smart?
I don't know. Scared.
Now, if you win this money, stop hiding behind billboards, will you?
Sure.
All right, for $1,000, I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. America's most famous ship, Old Ironsides, actually had copper sides which were installed and designed by a great patriot. For $1,000, who was this famous craftsman? All right, kids, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
I think it was Paul Revere.
Paul Revere is right. That's right, you win $1,000. How much in the quiz, George?
$320 in the quiz.
$1,320. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Domate tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. The 3 R's of safe driving are ready, reasonable, and right. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.